£50.
Yeah. I mean, on the final table, I remember the final table as well. I wanted to carry on playing, but financially, I was in a position where the 12K meant a lot to me, and I made the decision to take the money, although I did want the trophy. But yeah, it was a lot of money back then for sure.
Absolutely. Running deep in a huge field. Obviously, the Northwest was like one of the biggest ones that there were in all the district, in all the areas around the country. Did you like playing the day ones and then getting yourself into these big fields? Was a big field like?
I mean,
very comfortable.
Everything I play now is intentional, and a lot of analysis goes into the games I play. Back then I was playing anything and everything.
Yeah.
You need to be very careful. I mean, game selection is an art. It's something that not many people know much about. They literally play anything. They don't really set themselves restrictions on what to play, what not to play, past what point to stop regging, past what point not to reg. But my approach is usually a big percentage of my overall tournaments are in small fields to make sure I'm consistently getting in the results, and then some in medium fields, and then only very small amounts in the big fields, because even if you are the best player in the world and you play in big fields only, you can just go through big periods of not cashing at all, right? So I think it's very important to get the consistent small cashes in, and then obviously put yourself in the big fields.
But straight after, more or less straight after the Christmas Cracker, which had a big number, you end up in Nottingham at the Grand Prix.
Yes, that was a very interesting one.
2,712 runs.
That was a very interesting one. That had it was one of the first ever hybrid tournaments where you would play the day ones online, and then you would eventually turn up day two, play live at DTD, and they had this promotion. If you played day 1A online and made the final table, you would get a 10K package.
Okay.
So when we was approaching the final table, there was 2 tables left. There was another guy who had qualified from day 1A, and I knew that if he makes the final table, he also gets the 10K as well. So every time it was this big blind, all in, all in, all in, and it was just like fumes coming out of his ears. But we both made the final table. We both ended up getting the 10K package. With the 10K package, I ended up actually getting more than first place, but a friend of mine, Fabian, ended up winning that. Congratulations.
You were second.
I did really well because he had all of the chips with 2 tables left, and I just outlasted everybody. Got myself to second, and the stack distribution heads up was ridiculous.
Then, unfortunately, we ended up in lockdown.
Yes,
but how was it for you?
It wasn't unfortunate. It was.
I'm going to say this.
Lockdown was very good there because historically I've played online a lot, and the games were really, really good during lockdown. A lot of people who played live, obviously they couldn't play live, so they were forced to play online. So the online prize pools were getting ridiculously big. Like the Irish Open, I remember it was guaranteed at 1 mil. He ended up collecting 3 mil. And the winner got 462K. The numbers were ridiculous.
Everybody wanted to play.
But yeah, the games were good for sure. Really, really good. But lockdown was a very tough period for a lot of people also.
Of course, but you certainly did well during it, which is really nice. But obviously coming out of it and coming into the live poker back again, last year, big year for you.
For sure, yeah.
Nearly $300,000 as it says on the database.
For sure, it was the first year where I started competing for the leaderboard, and I wasn't really going for it till I think March time. I got a few results in a row, and I thought it makes sense, and I made the decision to give it a go. It was very competitive towards the end.
The best
I mean,
start
of the year, everyone was like, "Oh, yeah, it's over. Cal's won it." And the deeper into the year we got, the closer it got. It was very,
but the
very
best
interesting.
thing for us watching it from the outside in was you and Brandon battling away.
Robbie as well. Robbie was up there as well. It was very, very competitive year. I really enjoyed it.
You ended up with a 15K package, which was
really, I managed to get that in the last event. I needed to finish a certain place to get that, and I did just that to be able to scrape the points needed to finish 5th and go over Brandon, I think it was.
Did it help with the 15K package, or did it just go on top of the pile and then we just still have the plan to play what we need to play?
Oh, it just goes towards buy-ins in the future, that's all it is,
Experience. When you play locally, then you play nationally, then you go and play an EPT. What's that like?
It's obviously different games. They attract different player types, and I think one of the biggest keys to succeeding in poker is knowing how to adapt to different player types. And different players, they play very differently. I mean, it's one game, poker's one game, but everyone has a different understanding of the game and everyone plays very differently. So it's very important for you to try to gauge how someone thinks about the game and try to come up with a strategy to counter that, basically. I don't think it's realistic to play this unexploitable balanced strategy versus everybody. I think you want to be choosing to do X intentionally rather than doing it to randomize and to balance, etc. I think everything should be intentional, for sure.
When you go to an EPT and the fields, you don't know 99% of the field. Can you sit down and within 10 minutes work out an online reg? Or
very. I mean, a lot of the times from appearance, from how people hold the cards, how they put the chips in, what the table presence is like, etc., etc. If people are regulating the behavior well, all it takes is one showdown. You see one showdown, you play the back in your hand and the hand back in your head, and you start making assumptions about your players. That's the key. I think a lot of recreationals, they tend to only pay attention when they have a hand themselves, and they don't really pay attention when they don't have a hand. The key is to be paying attention all times, to be building this profile on each player, so when you do end up in a hand with them, you know exactly what to do.
Yeah. Do you prefer the live? Do you prefer live now more than the online environment?
I enjoy them both. I think live poker is a lot more competitive, for sure. There's a lot more competitiveness to it, and running deep in a live tournament is very thrilling. But running deep online is also very good. It's two completely different games versus different player pools, and I think it's very important to know how to adapt. There's been a lot of very successful online players who come and play live who don't tend to do that well, and a lot of the times that's because they're not really adapting that well. They're trying to play the same strategy, and a lot of poker is just adapting to who the opponent is. It's not a game of cards, it's a game of people played with cards, and you need to play each individual based on their tendencies.
You do a lot of coaching.
I do indeed.
Online.
Yes.
You're very successful. Do you like it when your prodigies get a nice little touch somewhere and you keep in touch with them? And
for sure, it's very rewarding to help people become better at something that they care for, and that something is poker, which I love very much. So it's very rewarding to be involved in the journey of some of these guys, to see them grow, to see them get these results. And I've actually built a community. There's between 30 to 40 people, very close-knit. Everybody's helping each other. We have constant, regular hand discussion channels.
You're always studying between yourselves?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, poker's all I do. Even when I'm not playing poker, poker is all I do. I mean, of course, besides spending time with family, I'm very blessed to have a very supportive partner and to have a 7-year-old son. So whenever I'm not playing poker, because poker can be very, very draining, and for me, I'm very lucky that I have my family to lift me and re-energize me when needed, so I can go again. I think your off-table routines have a big impact on your performance at the tables, for sure.
A lot of studying obviously leads to a lot of results, and like you say, you do a lot of chatting between you guys. Is it nice for you to sit there studying, knowing that these results are coming because of all the hard work?
Yeah, for sure. I've always believed in hard work. There's no such thing as talent. There's no such thing as talent, and if you believe someone is more talented than you, all you have to do is outwork them. And a lot of it comes down to mindset as well. I think in any industry, if you want to succeed, you need to have a bulletproof mindset. In poker, very much so, because it is very mentally challenging. You have a lot of obstacles and a lot of challenges that you need to overcome, and there's a lot of injustice, and people tend to have entitlement issues. So having a mindset that allows you to play your A game is very, very important, but that's actually a very difficult thing to achieve.
Do you set goals for yourself?
Yeah, I have yearly goals, I have monthly goals, I have weekly goals, I have daily goals. You have to, because if you don't, you're just living life. Life just passes you by, time goes by very quickly. But when you have a plan and you're taking baby steps every day, it accumulates, law of compounding over time. Those baby steps accumulate and the results will eventually turn up, for sure.
Just quickly run through the AK. I absolutely love the AK. The name just fits with the game and it just looks perfect.
Thank you.
It's like every time somebody walks in with an AK, it's got to be Arian. It can't be anybody else.
I've had a lot of people ask for it, but if I start handing them out, it's not going to be as unique, is it?
No, absolutely not. You're still young in the game. You've had a lot of success. What's the
short-term success? I don't take it for granted.
Absolutely, nobody does, and nobody should do.
Sure.
But what's the plan for the short-term future?
To keep doing what I'm doing, but on the long term, to me, success is not getting a few results. It's to be able to beat the competition at the highest level possible for as long as possible. If I can carry on doing what I'm doing for the next 10 years, that will be success in my eyes. Right now, obviously I understand the game on a deeper level, and I have had this success, but when you look at it, it's only like 300 live games, and that can be very much dictated by variance, good variance, right? But if I do what I'm doing for a decade, then it can't be all variance, right?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And,
so that's the aim.
It's great to walk into a card room and Arian walks in and people look round and they know they spot who you are and they know who you are and they're now getting to see the name sitting down at the tables and thinking, you know, it's just a little bit tougher.
It's very overwhelming. I mean, even when I went to the EPT, I mean, some of these guys I used to watch on the TV and to turn up and to share a table with them is one thing, but to be able to compete, that's another thing. It's very rewarding for sure. I've made a lot of sacrifices. I was doubted a lot. I was laughed at a lot. I remember before I started playing full time, when I was still working in the office, someone said to me, "Oh, what you got? I've heard you're leaving. What are you going to do?" And I said, "I'm going to play poker." And they just started laughing in my face. They thought I was some form of deluded.
Well, I hope they're watching the streams, realising how good you've got.
Degenerate gambler who is lost, but you can't expect other people to share your views. Everyone has very unique views in life, I think.
Yeah.
Only you know truly what you should do, and you should do it. I love what I do, and I think that's the main reason why I've had the results. Is I truly love what I do. And if you look at any field, the people that do really well are usually those who love what they do, because when you love what you do, you never have to work. What you're doing is not work.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, nice. Thank you. Benji, you want water?
No, I got it.
It's good, yeah?
Give me one.
Yeah. You know you need.
I don't think they got it there. I can't see. Yeah, I just still. Yeah, I don't think they run out of water. Which is not ideal. Because they play the cup in there. Right? They're supposed to not allow drink the water of still water when you pass the tournament, right? Something.
Mate, there's no water. I got your lemonade.
No, I'm okay. All right, mate. Yeah. I got here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you asked me, I saw they refilled them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sweet.
I don't know how it done, but I'm going to have one guess. 2 out of 3. 1 out of 3. Ain't
Two
bad.
draws.
2 draws.
2 1-1s. 2 1-1. Said Coventry. Should have gone with the old massive gut. Said Coventry, they're all in there. 3,000 people in there. Did you get to the bar?
No. How did the nap of the day get on, Salford?
They're finished.
They're
They're never in Towers treble ever again.
Okay.
Ever.
All good.
Ever.
Nap of the day, Salford.
So there are 91 teams to choose from there.
91 teams.
Unfortunately, no good. But these are good. Let's look at these chip counts. Keith Littlewood. SS.
Scott Sinclair. We said that the other day.
Simon Spence.
Simon Spence, yeah.
Sam Goodman, what's happened to him?
I know.
Have you had talks?
He's had a little bit of a spin up. So, Sam, not sure how he's got them, but good to see him near the top of the pack.
Yeah, quickly back to the table. So, the first time we're going all in the call. Vince with the King, Queen of Spades from +1. And 11. And Stefan wakes up with Ace King. Same scenario, needing a queen. Well, man needed a 9 as well. Ace or a 9. And it's a 5. So Vince eliminated early stages of the session. Vince Melly gone. Well done, Curtis. -1 Sheffield United. Boom. Time for a kebab and a beer. Delicious.
That man has not paid for a kebab and a beer in about 12 months, I reckon.
Nope.
Every Saturday, bet comes in.
Every Saturday -1. Unbelievable.
So, I would like to point out as well, I know all I do is moan, guys, but I've got to moan to someone, and this is all I've got.
I'm here, pal, for you. I'm here.
But Mo Salah, he's been in my team
Mo Salah.
He's been in my team 2 weeks now.
2 weeks.
Last week,
Yeah.
he gets 2 points. This week, he gets 3 points. The 10 weeks leading up before I put him in my team, it was 10 plus points every week. Isak, I bring him in this week. I put him out of form. The lad don't even have a shot on target. Andy Robertson started and come on against, he looked like a lock to start. 90 minutes, 90 minutes, 90 minutes, 64 minutes. Put him in my team. He's on the bench. Well, this is how I run at FPL. You won't meet anyone worse than me.
Yeah. Oh dear.
I'll tell you what, I'm the Nick Eastwood of FPL. That's what I am.
Imagine you doing a live stream on FPL. Oh,
It's actually not real. Like, it's not real.
We'll see Easton next week in the 888. Portsmouth.
Takes Semenyo out, he scores, he gets an assist.
Yeah.
You would have put Matey in for me.
I would have bought Clivert over to Tonali forever. Botty's always got chips. Luke Porter as well.
Yeah, Jamie Boyd in 1, Vince Melly 2, Minji in 3, Mark Wagstaff 4, Longmouth Fan in 5, Stefan Lazar in 6, Reece Keane in 7, Luke Porter in 8, and Bobby James in the 9 seat.
Yeah. Well, it's boding well for Aston Villa
Why?
because all results today in the Premier League are away wins.
Oh, okay.
So Villa at Arsenal. Get on Villa. What's happening now there?
I don't know.
There must be 2,000 people in this casino. Easy. And I'm guessing there's more when they win
Yeah.
than when they lose.
Bobby with the king 7. After check, flop, delays turn, gets it through. Do some more giveaways this session as well, guys.
Yeah, I say 5:45.
5:45. And is it me asking you a question? I believe it is. Threes for Longmouth. Getting fairly close to the money now. I'll just let this go as Longmouth. And does let it go from gun. You see Stefan wakes up with a premium from +1. Going to open. $6,500. Jimmy with the 4 deuce, going to be out of the way. Over to Mark. Ace 4 off. Not defending, facing +1. Bit of discipline, letting the ace go in the big. Raise and take for Stefan.
Robert James, good to see him back. And chip leader.
What's the tip for the Arsenal game, Tower?
Well, the away goal rule means that every game finished away, so obviously it's going to finish 1-1. The tip would be, what would the tip be? I don't know.
Morgan, Rogers and Watkins both to score.
Oh wow, that'd be huge. That will be absolutely huge.
You know why?
Because are they in your team?
They both come out in my fantasy.
They both come out.
Night. They both come out in my fantasy last night. So I reckon that is the value.
They both come out in your fantasy.
Ace king for Jimmy. Opens button. 6,500 over to Longmouth with the queen 3 in the big blind. Kind of an awkward one. Covered as well. May just choose to let Jimmy have this one, but it's going to defend. Seems kind of close facing button. Does flop the middle pair. And could be some trouble because knows that Jimmy will open probably like 50-60% this stage of the tournament, covering both stacks in the big blind. So he's going to have relentless c-bets. And loads of stuff in there, like all the way up, 6-7 suited he'll have, he'll open 10-9 off, he'll open like the king deuce, any king on the button, so there's just so much out there in Jimmy's range we're ahead of as Longmouth, and we're probably going to have to call a second street. I feel like not the best turn to see though. We're coming much wetter. And Jimmy here with the ace king. Feel like when Longmouth has this stack depth, we just want to go bet. 2 flush draws out there, and as well as that, lots to get called by. Queen X of spades, Jack X of spades, Ace X and 5X of hearts, the king queen, the queen 10, the jack 10, the king jack, all this type of stuff. So it's a real tricky one for Longmouth here. On first glance, it looks like we've got a fold because we've got second pair, but when Jimmy's open button and he's going to open any king, like all the king X probably barrel this turn, like the king deuce upwards, and like the 10-9 off, the 10-8 off. So it's a tricky spot on the turn for Longmouth. It does come to the correct decision. Nice lay down. A lot harder to make that one than it looks.
Volker Mel says, why are you asking me about football tips? We didn't have a loser.
Well, you kind of did.
Well, no, we did. We had a losing bet.
Yes.
We had a losing bet. We didn't get it in. 1-1, 1-1, 4-2. The question is, Tower, what handicap shall we have on the Forest tomorrow? Razor Kev stuck the 72 Pompey in as well. Well done to Razor Kev for his nice little bet. Well done, Kev. Yes, 1-0 down against. Why was it delayed so much? So, Stefan with the ace-9. If you do hear the noise in the background, it literally is 2,000 fans. Oh, that's a shame. In the medical emergency in the home end. Check, flop. Not much going on for Jimmy. So he checks it back, can just look for showdown as well with ace high versus the big blind. I feel like that's going to be the avenue he takes now. Limps checking back flop. It is reaching and does go for the delay on this 5 of clubs turn. Maybe just expecting Stefan to start probing any pair, 5x, 8x, Jack X, expecting this to lead, so maybe some value here from Jimmy. Potential to get called by worse too. The 9-7, 9-10, 6-7, 6-4's double gutted as well. And then we've also got the club and the spade draws. But Stefan springs it. Makes it 16k. Now we are wishing we checked this one back as Jimmy, because just going to have to let this one go. We do beat some bluffs tonight. There's a lot of bluffs out there. 2 up and downs and 2 double gutties. It's a lot of straight combinations the big blind can have. Having a 9 though, blocking the 10-9, blocking the 9-7, not the best card to have. Jimmy does choose to muck it. Lee Skeen needing a bit of help. 15 bigs, 61 players left, 44 get the money. 44. So 17 spots off the money, long way to go. Might not even be this session. Keep coming for Jimmy. Should be an open. Long now. Queen Jack suited here. Very nice. Finds it. 18 bigs, shoving over the open from Jimmy in the hijack, and gets the hand that dominates us to fold. Nice little power jam. Good find. How do the bookies know the Isaac boost never came in?
They saw I put him back in the FPL, JG. This is what I said. I had Isak from the start of the season. He'd scored 1 goal. I think I had 1 return on him for about 2.5 months. I took him out, and then he's had a return every week since, and then I brought him back in this week, and not even a shot on target. This is how it works.
Did he even have a shot?
And Tonali no good either.
I told you that 3 days ago.
He nearly scored. Did you not see the shot he had from outside the box?
Look, blind squirrels.
I should have told you that I brought Isak back in. That's what I said the bet is today in the Arsenal Villa game. Morgan Rogers and Ollie Watkins out in the FPL, obviously wild carded, so one of them have to score today against Arsenal. Especially when I've only got Arsenal defenders as well, no attackers. Double whammy. Double jeopardy. A7 for Luke in the big blind against the button open here from Stefan. Seems slightly too middling to take as a free bet here. I feel like the ace-5 for ace-deuce once in a while could potentially get after it here, facing the button open. Just defence. 9-6-4, 2 clubs. Not really the best flop for us here for Stefan, not even a backdoor flush draw in sight. I'll decide to check back to the 5 of hearts turn. And one that Luke should probably check again when we have ace high. Like if we've got like queen 7, 7, 7, 10, jack 7, 7 deuce suited. I feel like these are going to all be more viable leads just because against the button we still beat all this king X, queen highs, jack 10, jack 8 suited. There's a lot of hands we're still in front of against the button here as Luke, so with specifically a7 I feel like maybe one that does more checking, and then when we have the 7x with hands that we can start folding out, like the jack 7 folding out queen high, king highs, I feel like these are going to be more viable as a barrel. Let's go, Bobby.
Yeah, Dooley. Good to have him back at the tables. Starting seat number 9.
It can sometimes be really good as well. I find you see players, Matt Davenport, great example, didn't play for 3-4 years, went missing, didn't see of him, and then he come back on the circuit and just absolutely tore it up. And sometimes a little 2-3 year hiatus can actually do well, just resets everything for you. You can come back with a new look on the game, and Bobby been back amongst it after having a bit of time out the last couple of months. Was it Barcelona, EPT, that he final table?
It was.
No, it wasn't. That was the Statos. It was Cyprus.
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 In the videos, wasn't it?
Yes, Cyprus.
The little one. I like the little vids. Hey, Donna. The Dark Angel. How are you?
How are we doing, Donna?
Where are your travels taking you this year? I'm guessing Malta. We're in Luton, which is a bummer. Malta's always a favourite stop. Maybe Irish home. Big flop set here for Luke, so Bobby could do some chips here.
Not just flop set tower, flop set, blind on blind versus overpair. This could be huge. It depends how Luke plays here, if he wants the fast or slow play. The good thing about blind on blind, like when we check raise here, Bobby should continue like ace highs, even stuff like king queen suited with the backdoor flush draw when ranges should perceivably be so wide. But if Bobby's ISO'd, he's also going to have a lot of stuff that we got 900 dead, like 9-3 off, 10-4 off. This type of stuff's going to be in there as well. So interesting to see how Luke proceeds here, and he's just going to go for the raise off the bat. And Bobby, we know,
got to peel once, hasn't he?
Yes, of course, not just once. We're probably going to struggle to fold any turn as well, Tower. Like, you think of Luke here, blind on blind, we might start raising some 7x for protection, so we're also ahead of some value here as Bobby. But then when you scatter in the 4-5, the 5-3, the 8-9, the 10-8, the 10-9, think of all them gut shots that are out there, up and downs. But maybe a saving grace 4 on the turn for Bobby, because we did just note a couple of combos that have now completed. 5-3 jumps in front, 8-5 jumps in front of the 10s. However, when we ISO this big, I think it's only actually going to be the 5-3 suited and the 5-8 suited that continue. So it's only select 8 combos. So second barrel now here from Luke. And an interesting thing about this 4 turn as well, the time Luke has 4-5, the time Luke has 8-4 suited, they start checking tower once they pick up the showdown with the 4, so we also now start eradicating a few more of those bluffs that were possible on the flop. But still with the overpair blind on blind, still a monster hand. Bobby with position having to continue.
Indeed, off to the important river, and it's the ace of diamonds.
Kind of irrelevant, because Luke shouldn't check raise any ace high on the flop. The only relevance it has is the times Luke has ace 7 here, which could definitely take this line. In a blind on blind situation, raise our top pair, value protection, go for the bet on the turn. So it's going to be real awkward here for Bobby on the river, because this ace is essentially a brick. A7 gets there, yes, but once again, when we're blind on blind and ranges being as wide as we are, when we're playing hundreds and hundreds of combinations of hands that are in range to start the hand, or when we get to the flop, like, it's only a minute portion, this A7. So Luke's also going to run stuff like 8-10 and 8-9 here because of the 8 interaction. If Bobby did ever ISO 8-5, although optimistic, like, I guess the bluffs are going to have an 8 or a 5 interaction here from Luke. Would he ever check raise something like Jack 5 of spades, Jack 5 of hearts that has 3 to flush, 3 to straight overcard? It's a tough old decision for Bobby blind on blind. But one thing that's actually
Could
really
be a save him on the river.
this is actually why it's really good for Bobby, because Bobby could still have some ace highs in range potentially. Like, it's a much better card for Bobby than it is for Luke. Like, it just never connects with Luke other than A7, but Bobby can still have a few ace highs in this given line. So the fact that Luke still wants to unload on the river that could potentially make Bobby top pair, I think could be a defining factor in what makes Bobby fold, because usually in these spots when people are showing strength on rivers or turns, flops, whatever it may be, on a card that is better for your range and they still want to put all the chips in, people tend to shut down the bluffs when the card rolls off that is better for your range. So that is something that Bobby would need to take into account, but he is going to pay it off with the 10s, and we'll see the set of Luke. But as I say, the ace, kind of irrelevant tower. It's only really A7, and Luke may not always check raise that on flop, but you know, it will at some frequency. So tough old spot for Bobby.
And a huge spot for Luke Porter.
But also as Bobby, better to call stuff like jacks there and queens than it is 10s, just because the 10s, 10-9, 10-8, potential bluffs block in of Luke. But interesting one there, blind on blind. Luke Porter takes a monster. Indeed. Bobby not able to get away from it on the river. And Luke stacks up nicely.
We saw Vince Melly. Chiprian's out. VS is out. And that leaves us with 59. 59. And in now, we're going to do a giveaway. 4-6 we said.
Oh, I haven't even got a question.
What?
I haven't got a question.
Yeah, we've got a question.
Right, after this, Andy, it don't take me long.
It never takes you long to have a look.
How many Oreos can someone stack on top of their head?
I
We'll
bet
find something.
You know what? Somebody will have tried that. Somebody will have tried that. So we'll do a giveaway straight after this question, and you've got chances to get on the wheel. Have we wrote down the name of the wheel name?
Yes,
Oh,
I've
Daz
got,
Blues.
yeah, I've got a wheel list.
Excellent.
Yeah, Jack Hardcastle's still in.
Excellent. Good day, two spin.
Oh
No, he had 26.
Yeah, 26 he bagged on the final bully in the
Yeah,
turbo, yeah.
26 or 28 or something like that. Because he came to the bar area and he went 26.
When did Jack become Northern? That's what I want to know. Pocket fives for Stefan. Continues. Nice flop to find with fives. Only one overcard. Gut shot to go alongside. Jamie just out there with a Jack 10.
How many did he have, Jack?
26k.
Yeah, Jack Hardcastle will never be Northern.
With the king deuce there, putting on the pressure. Long Mao out the way with the ace 5 suited.
Luke chip leader, Minji second in chips. Jamie Bott, 43 bigs. So Donna, I asked Donna where she thinks where's she going to take it this year. Maybe Malta, but definitely Texas. That was a bit left field. Where did that come from? Texas? Where did Texas come from?
And there we go.
Here we go.
You got your paper. You got your pen. You got both. All good. Right, guys, quick rundown of the rules. A bit longer rules than normal because we have a wheel spin occurring tomorrow at 6 p.m. Sunday. If you're lucky enough to win this giveaway, you have the option to take that wheel spin or take the step satellite seats. If you come second, you'll get the step satellite seats. If the other person takes the wheel spin, vice versa. So, one guess per account, please. No multiple guesses. You will be disqualified from this giveaway and all future giveaways. And please do not guess until Tower says, until I say go. Don't give him any clues in the chat box. He'll have about 10-15 seconds. So today, your nap of the day could not lose. Salford, Salford. I don't know how you say
Salford.
it. Salford. What I would like to know is the population of Salford.
Really?
Yeah. That's what I'd like to know.
Really?
Population of Salford.
28. Football team and reserves. That's about it, isn't it? Good go.
Good luck, everyone. So 2 step satellite seats or a spot on the wheel. We've got 2 to give away. So 2 up for grabs, first and second. Tower has no idea. We're
Absolutely
looking for
zero idea.
the population of Salford.
Off we go. Well, that's a good question actually. So considering Salford were on the hit list, have not been on any list ever again. Woo! Who's doing the chat box?
I'll do the chat box.
Go on,
If there's a spot brewing, I can always just jump.
Okay. Wow. Wow, so a good question. How big is Salford? Oh! I'm just clearing my throat. I've seen one of guesses. Tell you what, this is the best thing about this quiz. It could be absolutely anything.
I think a lot of people will be shocked by the answer.
Oh, don't say that, for God's sake.
I was shocked by the answer.
Alright, no more clues.
The question is the population of Salford. Tower's nap of the day in the football today.
What happened? What even happened? How did they even lose to Fleetwood, who were bottom? Where is Salford? Manchester area. But then, if you don't know where Salford is, that's part of the quiz. So some good guesses coming in, some interesting guesses coming in, some weird guesses coming in.
Which ones are the weird ones out of interest?
I can't tell you. Might get it away. Is it a city? No way, Salford a city.
Yep, City of Salford.
Is it?
Yep,
It's got a cathedral then.
it has.
Well, that's how it used to be recognised as a city. You had a cathedral. Might not be the rules now. We might just guess. We might just say, oh, one morning we'll make Salford a city. The definition of a city changed a while ago. Yeah, I guess it did. Because they made Preston a city for some unknown reason.
This is, I feel like 14 off the money. Maybe one that in theory folds with ICM there. As Bobby off 30 from +1 specifically. I feel like need to be MP, but trying to get after it with the 10-8 of clubs. Like if he didn't lose that pot to Luke, obviously clear open with his stack, but now he's south of 30, it becomes a lot more dicey. Reese in the big line here with the ace-3. Oh, Reese, love it. Absolute punishment in there from Reese Keane. Gets the 10-8 of clubs out there, flushes out a load of equity. Takes the old offsuit high-low in the form of a jam, facing the +1 open. So just Salford, I'm just having a look now, just Salford
Yeah, Salford.
is in the city of Salford. And in the city of Salford is Rugby, Salford, Purley, Guildford. Is that right?
What?
I don't know. This is what I'm reading. It can't be right. Because I know where Guildford is. It's nowhere near Manchester. And I know where Rugby
Guildford's in
is.
Surrey.
It's nowhere near Manchester either.
Guildford's in Surrey. Oh, this could be
This could be
anything.
because I've now got two different answers.
This could be anything.
Because I'm confused.
glad it's my answer they need.
I'm going to need the chat box to help me out.
I'm glad it's my answer they need and not the correct answer, because the correct answer yet again is going to be something completely weirdly different to what it actually should be. You're more likely to go through Guildford on the way to Portsmouth. That's us next week.
As I was reading it, I was like, hang on. Yeah, you can't trust Google. This is the thing. But we can trust Tower and what he's wrote down.
That is true.
King 10 suited for Longmount. Shoves it in for 18 bigs. And this is the second time he's taken the suited Broadway versus Jimmy's open. And Jimmy may start to get a little bit suspicious. And we're low jack here. Very close one with the ace jack, but it's going to fold. And expect Mark to do the same. This close to the money. Very nice couple of reshoves from Longmount. Queen jack suited, King 10 suited now. And it looks like he's going to get both through. And after this hand, I will reveal the correct answer. Well, what I think is the correct answer. So there's two bits next to each other on Google. So it says the population, the borough of Salford City had a population of 278,064 people in 2022. But then the part above it says United Kingdom cities by population, Salford 2024 72,750. Where's the 200,000 people gone in 2 years? That's what I want to know.
Guildford.
Where have they gone? So it doesn't make any sense to me. So I've got one answer that says 72,750, and I've got another answer that's 270 odd K. So I don't know. I don't know what we're meant to go on.
After we've given away the prize, I'm going to Google it myself. We'll give you.
Okay. One. The chat. See, this is why the chat's good. The chat's covered it. Borough covers more than just the city. So we're going with the city, I guess. So it's the lower version. So
Right. So which was
72,750.
right. We'll get my answer, but it could be any answer in about 2 minutes.
So we're going with 72,750.
As the city of Salford, and not the borough. Well, wouldn't the borough be Greater Manchester?
I don't know, Tara.
That's what I thought.
I'm not a map.
I thought the borough would be Greater Manchester.
I'm not actually good geographically with UK locations and where they are.
Well, I'm really glad you asked me a geographically located question then. So we're down to 56. We're 12 spots off the dosh. So ace queen for Reese. All in for his 57. 7-8. Deuce flop. Needs to hit. Well, Jamie's taking a big one. And it is. Jamie in seat number 1 takes out Reese. Reese has gone. Jamie Botty.
It's going to be awkward.
Over nearly 200k.
Pretty sure they travelled here together. Could be an awkward ride home with them two, the lads from Birmingham.
Go Botty and
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Play a fair amount together, those two, Reese and
Reese.
Botty. Will know each other well. Good friends off the table.
So 1 more minute, and then we'll give you my answer. So Jamie Bott up to 200,000 and he is dangerous with chips. So 1 minute to go and then we'll get the competition out of the way and we'll get somebody else onto the wheel.
Got her here for Jamie. Could definitely stab if checked to. As Botty here. 5 high, bottom of range. Gut shot to go alongside it. We prefer having a club in hand, but can't be picky. Does go for the stab, gets the jack high out of there.
Curtis. Oh, he's an Arsenal fan, isn't he? 1-0 to Arsenal. 1-0 to Arsenal. Is multi-guesses on different platforms allowed? And you're allowed 1 guess if you're a member of Facebook, Twitch or YouTube. Yes, Roy. Yes, you are. They're just not, obviously, on the same platform. So if you're on Facey, you can't have 5 guesses.
Nine-4 for Luke out the way. Over to Bobby on the button. We will be closing the giveaway off this hand. If you haven't guessed, you can get your guess in. Multi-guesses on different platforms, perfectly fine.
Yep. Said that way, all right.
Same platform, you're barred.
Yeah, barred. So then you got about 30 seconds to get your answer in and the comp will be closed. Don't think Bobby's calling with the King Jack with his 70k. Might have done it with his 220k, but if he wouldn't have done actually, because he's just all in from giving me it for the lot. So I don't know why he's in the tank.
Getting near the money now. He's
well,
that's
true,
he's going to be at that danger. 23 big, still plenty, but maybe just already thinking about the bubble.
Jeff Brad, it's not a new rule. It's been the rule since Jay was clean shaven.
That is a long time ago.
So, hand over. You got 10 seconds to get your guess in if you've not had a guess already. What is the population of Salford? As in Salford let everybody down in the world today on the football coupon. Everybody in the world. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Competition is now closed. You can't get on the wheel now. Any guesses after that are now done. Done. Even Jake Marston comes in late.
Always late, Jake.
Always late. So, me old fruitcake.
Yep.
You give us 8 answers.
Yep.
Which one did you come up with?
I think we're going for the actual town, whatever it is, not the borough, which
Yeah.
was 72,750.
72,750. Well, let me tell you.
I'm not having it because last night you got it spot on with the football. 36, you put 36.
I ain't got it spot on, but well, I went for Salford because I went nowhere near as big as Rotherham. Because I thought Salford was a borough of Manchester.
Yeah.
And that's what I thought it was. A little borough of Manchester. They've got a football team, they've got a rugby team, and they've got a few people living there. So I didn't think it was that big. But because I thought it was Greater Manchester, they would have a few in it. So I just randomly came up with a number that I thought I'd remembered in years gone by that Salford came up on some kind of quiz. And
No, you never.
No, I didn't. I just guessed. And I guessed, unbelievably, 72,150.
72,000.
600 people that have moved to Salford since I thought it was the answer.
He's on form. Shame you can't be this on form with the football bets, though. That is something I've got to mention. But we have a winner. And that winner is Ahmed Abdullah.
Is that Dooley?
I'm not sure. It's AA. I know Dooley's AA. And I know he's Abdullah in his name at some point. So I'm not sure. It could be Dooley. It might not be Dooley. I'm not sure.
Oh,
so
what did he guess?
He guessed 73,000. Ahmed Abdullah, you are the winner. I need something from you, though.
What about second?
No, hold on. I've got to ask, mate, if you
Oh,
want
right,
to go on the
okay.
wheel first. So let us know, Ahmed, if you want to go on the wheel. If you want to go on the wheel, you'll need to be tuned in tomorrow at 6 p.m. with a chance of winning £1,500 seat. Or you can take the step satellite seats. There's a 30 UK Open step satellite and a 15 Irish Open step satellite seat, and you can take those 2 seats and not go on the wheel. It's your choice, sir.
But you've only got about a minute to tell us.
Otherwise,
Please.
I will be going to Kenny Billups.
Oh, Kenny!
Kenny Billups.
Kenny Billups! Oh, good old Kenny. How are we doing, Kenny? How's things? Me old mucker. Oh, we used to play darts with Kenny back in the day. Oh, Kenny Billups. How are we doing, Kenny?
Hold on.
Oh, no,
I love
here we
this.
go.
I do love the chat.
Oh, here we go.
I absolutely love the chat.
Oh no.
I can check. We can check. We can check.
There's a stewards. There's a stewards. What's that mean? What is the stewards?
We got a.
Somebody says he's had 3 guesses. Oh no.
Perfect. Nice, easy as that. Easy as that. Kenny, carry on with Kenny.
Kenny Billups. See as though Mr. Ahmed Abdullah had 3 guesses on YouTube.
Is his first one as well. If he just left it, he could have been winning £1,500. If he just left it, just walked away from the keyboard, had a cup of tea, 1,500 quid. Gone.
Why do you do that?
Gone. We're just going to jump back to things because Bobby, all in with the King Queen of Clubs. We're going to come back to the Stewards' inquiry shortly.
Kenny's watching on Face It.
But I can tell you that Kenny Billups, you are the new winner, as we have a DQ. We'll come to that in a second. He's gone. He's out. He's barred.
So Bobby all in with the King Queen of Clubs.
What, you want to pick something?
The video's out for his latest. I wonder if we're going to get onto his latest videos.
Well, we might if he finds a Queen Air
Come and
Tower.
have a chat with the boys. Whoa.
That's how you do it. There we go. We might go on his latest video. So just fade in. A 10.
Oh! Oh no!
My word!
What is this run out?
So, can still get there. A king, a queen, a jack, a 10. That's not the jack. A heart said it is a king!
What a run out that is!
Run like Bobby.
Oh my days, if you're
What?
playing online, your laptop's in the bin.
A ridiculous run out that is. Bobby doubles through Jimmy.
Wow.
And I'm guessing he 4-bet jam tower. Just looking at stacks, I'm guessing this went open Bobby, Jimmy 3-bet, Bobby 4-bet jam.
Wow, wow, wow.
And he gets there on the flop. He then thinks he's got to find on the turn. Jimmy turns to Broadway and Royal draw.
Oh.
And Bobby boats up.
Unbelievable. So, back to the quiz, Mr. Kenny Billups.
Thank you, Ben. So it was a Luke open, Bobby jam, Jimmy call. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you very much, Ben
That
T.
was just grim.
So back to the stewards. I can confirm Ahmed is DQ'd and will never be playing a tower thinks again.
Oh, no. 3 guesses.
But Kenny Billups is the man that benefits from it.
From Rotherham.
From Rotherham.
Kenny Billups. I saw Kenny Billups. Like one of the last times I saw Kenny, we used to play darts together on a Friday night and a Wednesday night all the time, years and years and years ago. I know Kenny, top lad. Saw him on St Patrick's Day in Blackpool.
Yeah.
A few years ago, well before COVID. This Saturday, I walked. It was in Mark Kelly's with the missus. In Mark Kelly's on Paddy's Day is rammed. You can only just get in. It's absolutely. So I walks in. I know he's in Blackpool. I know it's his birthday weekend, and I know he's in Mark Kelly's.
Yeah.
So I taps his shoulder. So pint of Guinness, Kenny. He went, "Hey, Tower." He says, "Let me just tell you." He says, "That pint of Guinness, I only drink in 2s. I only drink an even number, and I never have less than 6.
Expensive round then. Expensive round. That's quite funny. I have to use that
All right, then, Kenny, with it. We're here for the afternoon then, are we? He went, "Yep, we're here for the afternoon, kid."
There you go.
Oh, brilliant. Well done,
so, Kenny, are you going on the wheel, or would you like the Snap Satellites tickets for online Grosvenor?
Yes.
Will you want to be on the wheel? And this is a chance to play the £1,500 million guarantee UK Open. You have the choice. You can go on the wheel, or you can take the Step Satellite tickets. If you want to go on the wheel, you need to be tuned in tomorrow at 6 PM. That is when we will spin, and you will have your chance of winning £1,500 to play the UK Open. Right, Kenny's going on the wheel. Be here tomorrow at 6. Right, we are dropping down to second place now. Second place, if you are still there. Tied at second, both guessing 68k, was Daz Blues and King Miller. So you two are flipping for the satellite seats. Red or black in the chat, you know the drill. First one takes precedent, and we will do it this hand, and then I will grab an alias from one of you. Daz Blues in with red. There we go. King Miller, you have been assigned black. This is for the Step Satellite seats.
He's not banned from talking. He's just he just
can
can't win the
He
prize.
can still watch the stream. He
So
can still be in
and
the
I'm
chat.
guessing he is Dooley because he says he's from Egypt. So I'm guessing he is Dooley. So well done, Kenny. 6 PM tomorrow, mate.
They may not get this flop, guys, so you're going to have to hold on one more hand. Good luck. They're banned lifetime, Gibraltarian, until I forget that they're banned. So take your chance, if you like. We got to be fair. We accept when someone straight away say they guess twice and they'll be like, sorry, I didn't mean, like, if they straight away say sorry, the first guess was like a typo, or I was saying something else about something else.
So did we get the flop?
No, it was raise and take.
Ah. So King Miller and Daz Blues is on fire.
Yeah, Daz Blues already on the wheel, and he's got a chance to...
It's all right, Dooley, don't worry.
King 5 suited for Jimmy. Getting close to that money as well, guys. So after this giveaway is done, we can concentrate on leading up to the bubble. We will do another token this session because we want to get as many on the wheel as possible. And what I'm going to say now, if you're on the wheel, if you get a podium finish, if you come third on the wheel, you're going to get something back as well.
Oh, nice one.
Second place is going to get a closer ticket.
You've got some right tickets to give away.
Third will probably be one of the steps. We'll see.
Love it.
So
do we have any idea exactly how many names we're putting on the wheel?
Probably 8 to 10, I reckon.
Okay.
I reckon 8 to 10.
Okay. Jerome Fair says 61,500. It's close. Just not in time.
And Jimmy's going to be getting sick of Longmouth. This is the third time he's been 3-bet by the man, this time in the form of a not all-in. Queen 10 of diamonds here, finding it. And Jimmy with the King 5 of clubs. Is he just going to get out of there? He's never calling, but is he thinking about taking the other route? This is the third time that Longmouth has 3-bet us this session. We're an hour into the session. This is starting to get annoying when the same person over and over again gets after us. And to be fair, Longmouth hasn't actually had a premium yet in one of these scenarios. But Jimmy feels like King 5 suited, just not good enough. Ace 5 suited, I feel like Jimmy would jam with the dynamic there. King 5 into the mark, and once again, Longmouth gets the better of Minji. So they're going to have to wait another hand. This is where we don't have a flop for an hour. So Jimmy out the way. Maybe the last hand at this level as well, going into the 2K, 4K.
Definitely King Jack gets out of the way.
Well, no flop again, and it's not this flop, guys. We're going over to an out of the table. This flop does not count. It's the one on the feature. Who have we got? It's Brandon Shields.
Oi, oi.
All in short with the ace deuce, and there is Yusel Eminoglu, aka the Mad Turk.
In the pocket eights. The Mad Turk with the eights. Does he take out Brandon Shields? Wow. How do we get out of this one?
Ace. That's it. That is it. That is it, right? Yeah. Ace of spades? No, I thought he had the ace of spades, but it's the ace of clubs.
Brandon busting out. Unfortunately, the Mad Turk takes him out.
So are we going to get a flop for the lads, Tao? How often do we have three hands at this stage not go into a flop? Mark, Queen 10 of hearts going to open. King Jack for Bobby here on the button. Got a bit more wiggle room now after that suck out against Jimmy. To be fair to Bobby, the jam just gets through if Minji doesn't wake up with it. And it's a nice old hand if we are called that's going to run fine in terms of equity pre-flop. Gets a nice looking flop here. Top pair, second nut kicker. Mark with middle pair. Chooses to continue. Feel like one that could be nice to check out position to Bobby here. Maybe just better range in terms of this is our board. We have ace, king, kings and queens, which Bobby should never have. Oh, it's a black flop. I've just realised.
There we go. Black, king, queen. Daz went red.
Well done, Daz Blues. You're on fire today, mate.
No, he's not. Daz went red.
No, Daz went.
Daz went red.
Oh, Daz did go red. He's still on fire. He's on the wheel. Sorry, Daz. I thought it was the other way. I had to scroll up. Good thing you're here, Tower. Good thing you are here. King Miller, wherever you are, you should know the drill by now. Drop your alias in the chat box, please, and I will put you on the spreadsheet. We will get those tokens sent Monday latest. You've got plenty of time to use them, though. UK Open, 5 weeks till that. Irish Open, 3 months yet till we're there. So loads of time to use them. Well done to King Miller. And Bobby with the quarter pot here on the turn. Nice and small on the flush completer. And it's a horrid card for Mark to see. Once Bobby calls flop, Jack 10 suited completes, flush draws completes like the ace x of spades. Bobby can still have king jack, king 10. He wouldn't bet a queen himself or something like 9, 10, jack 9 suited.
Banned for life, he's mean. Says JC. The reason we do it for more than one day is because on the last question of the day you could have 50 guesses each and you're not banned at all.
Exactly.
So it has to be longer. Might be a little bit harsh being forever. That's not my decision.
It's only until I forget that that person's banned, Tower. And considering I write everyone's name down, it's probably you need.
And you've got a photographic memory.
You might need my laptop to get stolen. That doesn't mean come and take my laptop, but I'd have to lose my laptop.
I'm more scared if you just call. Just call, I'm like, oh, that's what I do. Pray for no spade.
King of Kings.
And if you make £2, make it straight.
13. Nice one, King Miller. King of Kings, go down.
Yep.
Very good.
Mark all in with the 5s. Haven't really got any other option but to jam this spot when we have just shy of 9 bigs. We would love to get this through. Don't want to have to win a flip. Now Jimmy with the Queen Jack does choose to let it go. And off we go again. Turn out our table. Who have we got this time? Oh, and it's Bitcoin Billy.
Oh, Billy Henderson.
On his feet. 9, 10, 9 jack board. And the King Queen of Billy has been collared by the Jack 10 of Satnam. Just a cold deck. What can you do, sir? Not much at all. And there is Satnam with a healthy old stack in front of him.
Unlucky Billy. Oh, always Rivet his name. Not King of Kings. Wrong side. Always Rivet. Done it. And changed it. There we go. Done. So Billy Henderson departs.
opening in the cut-off. Dan just sends. No messing about. All in with the ace-king. What?
What's happened to you?
How did he know? How does he know? How? This has just gone open, rip for 19, and Mark wants to cold call the king queen off in the big blind.
No, rip for 10.
No, rip for 19, Tower.
Oh, sorry, the button. Yeah. Just 19.
This is grim for Daniel, Tower. This king queen should have been slung into the muck. But Mark wanted to try and spin, I guess. But
Got there.
the thing is, Daniel's not shoving for Mark's stack. He's shoving. Longmail has us covered behind. So Daniel's actually shoving for 19 bigs. You think about his 19 big blind reshove range. Yeah, there may be a few king jack suited, queen jack suited once in a while in there. I don't think Danny's the type to take these too often, though.
No.
But then most of the time we just dominate. We dominate it. We just got to hope that we're flipping. If it went open from Danny on the button,
Yeah.
we'd shove the king queen in the big blind, perfectly fine. But we have a chance to get away from it once it goes open, button rip for 19 bigs. We've got king queen off in the big blind. We have the chance to get away, but he must have just felt it, felt the lady coming. Spike the 3 outer, rough one to take for Danny.
Just a toffle. Nearly been toppled.
So blind on blind, queen 7 suited for Mark. Nice queen to spike, gives us some more chips, completes. And Longmail, middling gap, seems like one that does like to check in the big here, does check. That's a flush draw for Mark with a queen 7 of diamonds. Kind of close with queen high, whether to have a stab with it, because we don't really fold out many better hands like the queen 8, the queen 9. I guess these does go for the stab and get it through, and off we go again, 2 and out a table.
And we got this time.
And it's Mitch Johnson who is all in for his 50,000 chips.
He's all in against ace 5.
Looking good.
It is.
Played in 5s. Flops him dead.
Beautiful.
9
rods for bunts. No.
8 of diamonds on the river. No sweat there for Mitch. Easy game. Just flops him dead, as you do.
Mad Turkey's still in, yes. We just seen him taking out Brandon Shields.
Ace King for Vitali opens to 48k, and I do prefer min here, even off a 12 from gun specifically. Either way, it's going to be one of those much ado about nothing situations.
Much ado about nothing, hopefully. Both aces mucked. Much ado about nothing. Vitali, sit down.
Well,
Wow.
this is not fair, is it? You've got the suited version, your opponent's got the off-so, and they're free rolling us. This shouldn't be a thing. So, Vitali, can we realise our free roll? Any clubs about?
Do we get there? No. Chop it up.
And it's all going on. I don't know why we're getting this many all-in and calls near the bubble tower. We're only 9 spots off the money, but once again...
Ravi. Oh, there's the Mad Turk. What? Aces for the Mad Turk. Oh, look at the spade draw. For the Queens. The Queen or a spade. It's not, so the Mad Turk with aces this time takes out Ravi. They're falling 1 by 1 against Mr. Turk. Don't sit next to Turk. Brandon Shields and Ravi's just gone out of that chair. You don't want to sit on that table in seat number 3.
Could I get a line on what time the singing's going to start? Overs, unders on what time the singing is going to start.
Jimmy, at least not a hand will make it on clear. Silver lining to me.
Oh, that hand should answer your question.
Yeah.
Is the Mad Turk still in?
Yeah. Said that they'd just taken out Brandon Shields and then he goes and takes out Ravi.
Lords, you don't even want to know, mate. You don't even want to know. It's not real. I'm going to do a fight club about FPL. You're not even allowed to speak about FPL soon. I brought Isak in. Obviously, I had him at the start of the season. Game week 1, he was in. I took him out. As soon as I took him out, he had a return every week. So I thought, you know what? He's on form. I'm going to bring him back in. Not even a shot on target. Robinson came in because he started the last 4 games and then come on for 60 plus minutes the last game. So I thought, okay, he's probably going to start again. He was benched. Salah. I brought Salah in last week. He bricked last week and he bricked this week. So his 2 non-contribution game weeks are the 2 weeks he's in my team. Yeah.
And they told me I could wildcard, and because of the early kick-off, we didn't get time, and Jay did it last night while I was playing football, apparently. And I told him, can we have Clivert? And he went, no, I've already changed all my team. And he put Tanani in, whoever he is. He's a banana, Denali for Newcastle, who's not very good.
Oh, I thought he might have a few bets on himself, so have shots on target and
Well,
stuff.
that's probably what he does. Probably has a bet on not to shoot.
Longmouth in the cut-off. Now 9 spots off the money, gets a lot closer. Depends on stacks behind us. I feel like if everyone covers here, we always fold. Does choose to fold. And Vitali going to shove the suited king for 11. Luke out the way. Just FPL variants. I'm on the bottom of the barrel at the moment if it's just variants, I'll tell you that.
I am Craig. I just know he's not very good for FPL. He gets booked more times than he shoots.
Down with the aces here. 12 bigs opens. Like it.
Aces for Daniel. Danny Toffel. Oh yeah, that changed to Daniel. I don't think I've ever called him Daniel. Ever.
I don't think I have either.
Ever. Should have told Mikey. So Danny Toffel, second in Coventry, 14 years ago now. 14. So we're on 52, we're 8 spots off the dosh. 44 get paid. So off to the flop after initial raise from Longmount. Called in 2 spots. Queen 8-3. Whiffs them up all. Jack of diamonds on the turn after his check round. So better 11 from Bobby. Ace King from Longmount. Oh, was in a good shot. And just gets out of the way. Quickly over to another outer table. Hey man, 9s against 10s. And the 9s of Dean Sinclair. Busting out. So out he goes. Dean Sinclair busting out. So the man with the 10s. Another one bites the dust. 6 off the money, 7 off the money. Seven off the money.
The Mad Toe wins, he'll dance for you, Jay. He always does anyway. He sang to me last time when he won his last event at the grand final. Looked at the camera, pointed and started singing. Ace Queen 4, Vitali just chooses to jam. And Bobby on the button here has to call this off. Ace Jack suited for 13. Hijack jam.
Got to stack up to a healthy 180 again after dropping down.
Like, we don't love it here as Bobby, but when it's folded to hijack, we expect Vitali to shove like ace 10, ace x suited, king jack suited.
Yep. Next to call, Vitali stands up again. Bobby with the ace jack. Vitali, big chance to double 71% of the time. He wins this. Backdoor spades. No, he's got the ace of spades, apologies. Needing to fade jacks. And that is it. Oh, one of them. Oh my.
Bobby's welding all in situations at the moment. Gets there on the turn. And there's no help for Vitali on the river. Bobby James. Couple of all-ins. And dominated spots. But the chips are shipped his way.
I was a bit worried because he opened jams like ace king earlier, and then I was like, oh well.
Seat open, feature 7.
There's no aces left. I watched the jack come up on that screen. I didn't look it on it. I just saw the hand come up from him, and I was like, that's a reasonable close. Thank you, Rachel.
How well does this guy run? Yeah, Bobby does. Runs well. Good to see him back at the tables, to be fair. Wouldn't be too surprised to see him in Portsmouth next week for the 888. Yeah.
Right then, Sparky. Says, go on, Botty.
He's got chips.
Go, says Curtis.
That must mean 2-0.
Yeah.
That must be 2-0. He wouldn't shout goal for Aston Villa.
Gabriel? Any Gabriel headers?
He'd type in, damn those pesky villains. No. Probably. Who was in your team last week?
Arsenal player that I took out was Havertz.
So he'll have scored them. No doubt. In fact, my next football club and shots on target is going to be players you've dropped.
What, from the FPL?
Yeah. It is Havertz. It is Havertz.
It's not real. I actually don't play. It can't be real. The odds of it happening consistently every week, whoever I take out score, it's like the chances.
Oh dear. You know, if you bench somebody and then you swap them around, I'm guessing the bench doesn't get you points.
The bench only gets you points if that a player in that position doesn't get any minutes. Right. Then your bench player comes in. Like last week, I thought I scored 23 points, but then I went on the next day and I had 30 something because my bench Rico Lewis didn't play, so then my bench player come on.
Ah, got you. Let's see.
Freeze for Luke, one of the big stacks, so does get to open these, approaching the money, covering everyone.
Danny Toffel down on 14.
Oh great, so I don't even get me double Arsenal defence, thanks Curtis. Goal 2-1. Let me guess. Ollie Watkins or Morgan Rogers?
You dropped Morgan Rogers.
I'm wildcarded. I just had a flush out of my old team. Villa's fixtures aren't the best coming up. Tillemans, phew. Don't even get me clean sheets. It's actually a joke. How can you not score more than 30 points in 80% of game weeks in FPL when we've had? It's hard to do when you're actually playing players that are started. It's easy to do if you play players that don't start, but. Jimmy with the 4s on the button. Ace 9 for Longmouth in the big here. How much is Jimmy jamming for here, Taz? Really important how much Mark's got, because that's the effective stack here, and that's a big factor in the decision that Longmouth has.
Mark's got about 80 in C4.
80, okay. Because if Longmouth's effective stack, I feel like this probably calls, because Jimmy just raise calls is like Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack, and then shoves all like the Ace Deuce upwards. Yeah, with Mark, yeah, I like the fold when Mark's got 20, 25. But if we're effective stack, we have to call, I think, even this close to the money. We just have too good of opportunity to have Jimmy dominated. And just because, like the Ace King, Ace Queen, we expect to like raise call, try and induce. And then we just dominate all this like Ace Deuce up to Ace 8. And Jimmy would potentially shove 9-10 suited, Jack 9 suited, 8-9 suited, other stuff we dominate as well. We've got to do another giveaway tower this session. It's you to think of a question.
Yeah, we've got half an hour, so we'll do one at 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me some time to think of a question. Ace Queen for Bobby here. Opens to 8k. Longmouth, King Queen. Seen him take a couple of reshove spots already. This is a well-timed call though. I'm going to run straight into it at Bobby. And Stefan with the Ace 4 suited here in the big blind. He's going to defend. Longmouth up and down. Board that I feel like is heavily C-bet usually, but I feel like at this depth, when they're both got 15 bigs to our opponent and they can still play some check jams, that Bobby may just check this one back and realise equity, just because the stack's in question. Like, we want to realise to the turn here. It's just grim if we bet and get shoved on by either of these stacks. 7 of spades turn. So Ace Queen still in front for Bobby here. Does Longmouth fancy leading, trying to fold out some ace highs. We are going to have a lot on this board. The Jack 10, 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited. Like, we're all over this from the small blind. Pocket 5s, pocket 7s. This is just going to be all over our small blind calling range. So leading the king queen, that will lose Stefan, and now Bobby. We're getting the most attractive price against half, 3-1. Still in with a call. 44 paid, Brad. 44.
Indeed, him on 49.
Not the best river here for Longmount. Don't think at this stage he calls as low as 7-8 suited, even from the small blind. It's hard to have much 7x as Longmount, but we do have a catalogue of Jack X that want to value bet and does just go for the all in. And after flop check through, I guess we do this with all our ace jack, king jack, queen jack, which are all going to be in there from small. Ace jack may shove at some frequency, but I'm not sure. 5 off the money.
Flop I call. For sure.
8-5 suited for Mark. This is out of line, to say the least. But maybe he's trying to use his image a little bit. Since that king queen hand, he hasn't really got involved. But should get punished here. Let's see if Luke does. All in with the ace 4. I'm going to go for the free bet, not all in, but have to punish with this combo. Maybe, yeah, maybe the suited we just jam, and the offsuit we can free bet fold. So then there's a punishment. Love the fact that we've sized down a little bit as well, just accounting for Mark's stack, still giving us room to fold it with jammed on. But this is a very nice find from Luke Porter. Glad that we have gone down the aggressive road. And Mark opens from the cut-off of this stack depth, this close to the money. 2-2.
Whoa!
That I'm happy about. As long, oh, I was about to say, as long as it's not Watkins. Do you know what? It's actually ridiculous. If I left my team the same, if I just didn't touch it and woke up this morning, I'd probably have 30 odd points today with like 5 players left to play. It's just not real. It's not real.
Some game though.
My tips on Watkins and Morgan Rogers to score any time.
That's true.
I forgot about Havertz as well. I would have done the treble. I would have actually said the treble if I forgot I took Havertz out as well.
Hi.
Sorry guys, I had to mute the mic while I shouted at the top of my voice about FPL. Didn't want anyone to see that side of me.
Have heard him.
I didn't want anyone to see that side of me.
Oh dear. Over 4.5 goals in the game. What price was that, the Loopster? About 9-2? Don't offer anything nowadays, these bookies.
Yeah, very true, Thomas. Luke going for the back-to-back first leg main win. Very good shout.
Yes.
He was the winner of London, leg 1 last year.
And I don't think that's ever been done. 6-1. Over 4.5 goals. 20 minutes for it to happen.
So Luke with the raise, Bobby with the call, 2 of the bigger stacks approaching the money. For a diamond's turn, and Luke's just going to get to go bet here. No trickiness, side up turn to set up the river jam. We want to ask for the lot of Bobby, so probably around 3/4 here. Tower seems good. Something around sort of 35k, 36k. Set up a nice, comfortable pot size river jam. I've got to go closer to 40 actually. Let's see what Luke goes for. Goes for 35. Would be jamming river for just over pot. If Bobby calls. But Bobby knows that it could be coming as well in his head, the jam on the river, and we just have a stack that is more than good enough to get on the right side of the money here. We've already had a bit of a dynamic with Luke blind on blind, the set over our pocket tens, but a bit of discipline there. Does let go of the second pair.
So, giveaway time, it's 7 o'clock.
Oh no.
It's 7 o'clock, we've got 20 minutes of this level, so we'll get another question on the go.
We'll do it now, quick. We'll quickly get this one out of the way. We've got to get another name on the wheel. Quick rundown of the rules, guys. Are you listening, Ahmed? Are you listening?
He's only messing. He's not interested in getting on the wheel.
Quick rundown of the rules. Tower asked me a question. I write his answer, my answer down on a piece of paper. Closest to my answer will have the choice to go on the wheel or take the step satellites. Second would then take the step satellites and vice versa.
Yep.
You get 1 guess per account. Please no multiple guesses. You do not want to be disqualified.
No.
Do not guess until we say go. Don't give me any clues in the chat box. So, I need the pen. I've got the paper. And I need a question. What have we got?
So the question is...
The question is...
I've been rooting through the Guinness Book of Records.
Yep.
I like these, the questions, the Guinness Book of Records, because you can try and work it out. I like it. So the question is basically straightforward. In inches, how long is the longest moustache?
The longest moustache.
That's it.
Can it touch the floor? Like if
It can do what it wants.
It doesn't have to be just
It
like...
can do what it
Okay.
wants. It can climb up the wall if you live on a wall. 10 seconds. In inches, how long is the longest moustache? That's all I need to know. So what? You got a moustache this long. How long's that? You got a long moustache that long. How long's that?
Okay.
Yeah. Have you done?
Yep.
You've done it. Right then, away you go. In inches, how long is the longest moustache in the Guinness Book of Records? Away you go.
I will be checking the chat box. And this is for a spot on the wheel. And if you come second, assuming the other person chooses the wheel, some step satellite seats to the Irish Open and the UK Open. Does Jay know what an inch is? How dare you?
So get your guess in the Guinness Book of Records. How long is the longest moustache? And please, only one guess per account. Don't do multiple guesses on the same account because I don't want anybody falling out with Jay.
Kings for Longmount.
Indeed, it's the Kings.
Just applying maximum here, this close to the money. He's going to get some bad news though when Longmail sends it in. I love how Luke's approaching this bubble though. Big fan. How we should be when we have this stack. Similar to final tables, the bubble, because when we have players covered, like their risk premium is going to be really high at this stage of the tournament. So we just get to start going ham with the blockers, the Ace X, the King X, similar to how we play an FT with the big stack and just a snap fold. And that's the other thing we're incentivized to do as well, play as quick as possible. We want to see as many hands as possible before this bubble goes. There's Luke Porter.
The Porter. So keep the guesses coming. We'll have a couple of minutes and I'll give you the correct answer. Give you the correct answer for the longest moustache. I assume you're asking about the longest male moustache. It's just the longest moustache. It doesn't really matter what it's on. The longest women's moustache is there, and it what? No, it's just the longest moustache. That's all I looked at. It just came up as the longest moustache. That is all I asked. So I don't know if it's if I'd no idea. Just the longest moustache. It could be on a donkey.
Great.
I'm just saying.
Wouldn't surprise me with you.
Correct answer on its way straight after this from Jimmy with his ace queen.
How are we doing, OB?
Well, we're doing all bit. Hope things are good. Good evening, Valerie. Good evening, Nim.
Takes that one.
So, we will give you the correct answer according to the Guinness Book of Records. I like these Guinness Book of Records. I might do more of these and flick some poker ones in as well.
Yep.
I do like these. We're not in the money yet. We are not in the money yet, which is why we're getting rid of the quiz.
Yes.
So, For a chance to get on the wheel, the correct answer is not the one you need to write down. I don't know what you get close to. It's the closest to Jay's guess. So the correct answer is the longest moustache in the world. Be a really good question because there was one about a dog's tongue. I didn't want to do that. The Ram Singh Chauhan from India. He lived in Rome.
Okay.
And in March in 2010, his moustache measured 168 inches, which is exactly 14 feet long.
That is a long old moustache.
14 feet long. That's from here to card room.
Yep, that is.
14 feet long. 168 inches. But that's not what I want to know. It's what Jay's had a guess at. You've got about 2 minutes. And it says underneath, it's unknown what Ram has been up to since. Probably having a shave. Oh, wow. 168 inches. Now, if he's nailed it, there'll be a few of you out there that'll be very happy because there's a few that's put the correct answer. But has he nailed it? 168 inches. But who's got the closest to Jay's guess? If anybody. So, we'll give you 30 seconds. If nothing happens in the next hand, we will give you the correct answer. Well, we've got the correct answer. We'll give you Jay's answer and see who's going on the wheel tomorrow at 6 PM. Who is it going to be? I have putted from shorter than his moustache.
4-putted.
Everybody, I have 4-putted from shorter. I think the longest putt ever recorded was beaten on TV the other day, end of last year.
Isn't that Michael Phelps who's got the longest putt?
No, he got beat.
Got beat?
He got beat. It was something like 130 foot or something.
Wow.
I'll have to go through. I don't know Roy Cyphers is watching, but I'm pretty sure that somebody actually beat the longest putt in televised golf.
Yeah.
Because it used to be Terry Wogan when they had the Pro Celebrity Golf in the late 70s and early 80s.
I'll give it to the end of this hand, guys, as we are approaching the money and break, to be fair.
End of this sound.
And we'll close this one up.
$47 we are down to.
Here for Mark, probably one that usually completes, but 3 off the money. We'll know from what he's seen from Longmail this session and what we've seen that this man is aggressive. So it wouldn't surprise me if he did just let this go as Mark, but he's still going to choose to complete. But I feel like when Longmail covers, he is the type to just pound.
We'll change that, Robert. Thanks for that. We've not noticed that underneath the blinds it says day 1B. Even we've not noticed.
Look, even here, Longmail just rips 9-5 off town. This is why I thought Mike might choose to let this one go. Knows that this man, super aggro. So we're going to close.
So we are going to close it in 15 seconds. Get your final guesses in. How long in inches is the longest moustache? The correct answer is 168 inches, which is just ridiculous. But Jay's guess on its way in 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Competition is now closed. Did you only have a guess? So, 168, which is extremely long.
It is.
14-foot long moustache. What are you thinking?
I went for 10 foot. I thought about 10 foot. 5 foot that way, 5 foot that way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to drag along the floor like a wedding dress. It's just going to get dirty. Like, if you make it really long, like, you're just going to make your life a nuisance, having to wash it every 20 seconds. But I went for 10 feet, but instead of adding a little bit, I actually took a little bit off because someone told me to do that yesterday. So I was about to add a little bit, but I went the other way and took a little bit off and went for 118 inches.
And unfortunately, we've nearly got a stewards.
We've nearly got a stewards.
But we closed the comp. That's his actual moustache. All round his arms. Look at that. It's all round his arms.
I don't know.
So, no, he'd actually put it, and I'd counted down, and unfortunately counted down and waited, and unfortunately, you decide.
No, you can take this one, Tower.
I thought it was late, because you'd already started talking.
Okay.
So, so's JG.
There's
always later.
Soz JG Poker, he's missed the cut by half a second.
There's always later. Jay had already started giving his answer out, so...
JG guessed 118.
Yeah, he did. But Jay had already started talking.
No one else guessed 118.
Who got closest?
Someone guessed 119.
Ooh!
And that someone was John Whale.
Well done, Jonathan Whale.
So, John Whale, you have the choice. Would you like a Will Spot, or would you like the Step Satellite tickets?
He said it as he said it. Typed in as he said it. If you don't go on the wheel, didn't miss the cut, JG was robbed. It's underneath. It's underneath.
Hold on, let me go into the YouTube back.
Go on then.
Oh, I've just told John Whale he's won now. Hold on.
Oh, John Whale, yeah, we'll It's always something.
Yeah, even on the YouTube, JG, we've always stuck with the rules over the years. Unfortunately, we know you're a regular viewer in the stream. We know you watch us all the time. We know you support the tour, but the rules are the rules, and no matter who it is, we have to stick to them. So, unfortunately, I'm not. I can't even chuck him a token because otherwise, if someone else guesses comp close quickly as me says it, types in, they're going to want a token as well. But there we go. So John Whale wants to go on the wheel. So we need to give second place their prize. And second place we have a tie.
Who's running on the wheel?
On the wheel is John Whale. Second place was a tie between Dennis Shaw and King Miller. What is going on?
Dennis Shaw?
King Miller, you're back in a tiebreaker. And it's red or black. Whoever says first plays precedent. So red or black, King Miller, Dennis Shaw, let us know. And if a guess is in before we go to this flop, we'll go for this flop.
He's giving me the needle for why did you take some off? And I'll add a few. Go on, Dennis.
Right, King Miller's black, Dennis Shaw, you are red. This is for the Step Satellite tokens. John Whale is on the wheel.
Here we go. Are we going to get a flop? 4 minutes till the end of the session, 47 left. Full chip counts on the way. Oh, here we go. Jason Shellham says, what was their guess?
Second place guess 120.
120. Carl Bellis guessed 120,000.
That's a lot of inches.
That is something.
That's some moustache.
How many miles is that?
From Paris to Berlin.
From Paris to Berlin, to begin.
And it's a red flop. I actually missed it.
It's a redders.
It's a redders. So King Miller, Already got one today. Couldn't add to that. Dennis Shaw, drop us your alias in the chat box. You win the Step satellite seats. We may still see you at the UK Open.
Well done, Dennis. Carl Bellis, 120,000 inches, which is 3 kilometres. 3 kilometre long moustache. It's from here to from your house to Boothie's. Oh, he meant to guess 120. Oh.
So, be more chances to get on the wheel and win these Step satellite tickets, guys. We've got 3 names on the wheel now. They are Daz Blues, John Whale and Kenny Billups. I can't, Robert Kemp. I'd love to get JG on the wheel. I know how much he supports the stream and he watches it every time we're live. He comes and supports the tour and plays the tournaments, but it doesn't matter who you are.
It was after it had been written.
It is rules that we stick by.
And if you're typing, you were typing and then pressed enter. Unfortunate. That's all we can say. We love you all. We want you all to be on the wheel.
Well, that would be a long eliminator.
We'd just be live streaming the wheel tomorrow.
How am I going to know your alias, Dennis?
Then sure.
Okay, there we go. I didn't know it though.
Den
I can't
Shaw.
just have a guess at what your alias is going to be.
I knew it was Den Shaw. Well done, Dennis. So heading to the break, about 2 minutes to go until the end of this session. How long's the break, Paul? 15-minute break. 15. The Loopster needs another goal in the match for a 6-1 bet. He's probably had 200 quid on it. That's his type of bet. So Loopster.
Yeah, and on the money bubble gun versus +1, we're just basically hoping to see jacks or 10s here as Jamie 9s maybe as well, but 3 off the money, just so likely to be up against this ace king, ace queen. We'll see if Botty wants to spin Danny Toffel, but I personally feel like this has to go into the muck at this stage.
One more hand.
I don't want to get caught by anything. I did not want to get caught by anything.
Oh, the Loopster said there's been a disallowed goal as well. Oh yeah, everybody screamed it was handball, wasn't it? From Havertz, you know, our main striker.
Don't. I literally, do you know, if I actually woke up this morning panicking because I thought I forgot to do my team. And if I actually woke up and I had forgot to do my team,
Yeah.
I would have been 30 points better off than what I am at the moment.
So we moved here.
They moved us. 17.
The last hand of the session. Quick folds to the button. Very wide here, we should be Luke. And there you go, Queen 7. Let's see how wide we get to open. Covering this close to the money.
Here we go. In the bin.
Bobby just free bets to 6-4 of diamonds.
Love it. Great session. We are 3 off the money. See you in 15 minutes.
In 15.
And because of that, you give it more. Because of that, you have more resilience. When things go wrong, you've got more of a reason to push forward. And doing this for a living, I mean, all of the money and the trophies, it's very attractive. But the things that you have to actually go through to make that possible it's not easy. It's not made for the average individual. But if you work hard enough and you develop certain skill sets, then it's possible. Yeah, for sure.
Well, long may it continue.
Hopefully.
Keep that smile on your face.
Fingers crossed.
Always walk around with that smile because it's a little bit infectious. Arian Kashani.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and thank you for having me.
Cheers, Arian.
Cool. Thank you.
So, sat with Jamie Nixon.
Right.
Nice to have you sat here for 10 minutes. Sponsored pro since 2021.
Yeah.
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 How did you get into poker?
It's a weird story, actually. But, I was going on a lad's holiday when I was 18, and 2 days before I tore cruciate ligaments in my knee playing football. So obviously went on the lad's holiday on crutches, which got thrown off the balcony into the pool quite quickly. So the rep realised that we couldn't really do the usual jumping in the pool and all that type of stuff, so he put on a game of poker for us. And I didn't win it. It's not one of those stories where I won it and I loved it, but I really enjoyed it. And from then on, got back and started going to the £5 rebuy in Newcastle and never looked back.
Now, interestingly, your first recorded cash is like 2009 in Brighton. But I really have to ask, were you allowed in a casino in 2009?
Just about, but that wasn't me.
Oh.
For some reason it's on my Hendon mob, but it wasn't me.
Well, don't take it off, it just adds to your cashes.
Yeah, it does, yeah. So,
so what was the first one?
The first one was in Newcastle in 2015. Around 2015.
Yeah.
And it was a £100 tournament, and I won it for 3.9k. I think it was.
So your first tournament was just a win?
There was plenty before that, but that was the first recorded one. There's a plenty of 7th place in the £5 rebuy, 20 quid. But no, that was the first big one.
Going back to the £5 rebuys, they were so much fun back in the day.
Oh, they were class. I mean, that's what made me fall in love with poker, because I went there and I was a skint student with a tenner in my pocket, and I was fuming if I had to rebuy. And then there was guys buying in 20 times. So, but it was just a different world to me, and from then on, just loved it.
Yeah. Moving on to like 2018, your first cash in Vegas.
Yeah.
Was that your first trip?
Yeah, the first trip.
You seem to do a lot firsts when you first get there. Like we win on the first database, and then we go to Vegas for the first time, and we just end up winning. Yeah,
well, I mean, it's one of those where you just got to make the most of it your first time, because you never know if it's going to be your last, right?
Yeah.
But Vegas. That was a funny one because I started streaming for Grosvenor then. I wasn't sponsored, but I was streaming, and the reason I went was because I bubbled the Vegas packages 3 times, which was pretty brutal. But I kind of set my sights on going. Yeah. So I just tagged along.
Right. You do right.
And it's worked out because now I've got this.
Yeah. So obviously 2018, your first time. Was it then literally Vegas every year? I want to do this. This is going to be in the calendar for forever kind of thing, as long as I still love the game?
Yeah, so I've been quite a few times now. I think I've been like 8 or 9 times now.
Yeah.
COVID obviously stopped it for a bit.
Yeah.
So missed out for a little bit there.
Yeah. You cashed a couple of times in 2019 as well. Were they big events, or were they World Series events, or were they different venues? Can you remember?
Moved around a bit.
Yeah.
Actually got on a final table with Joe Beavers at Bally's, not Bally's, at Binions one night.
All right, okay.
But didn't get paid.
Yeah.
But it was nice to have played there because they've stopped poker now, haven't they?
They have Binions, yeah. It's actually not even. I don't even think upstairs is even open anymore.
No, it's a
when
shame.
you used to walk up the stairs they used to be downstairs in the little card room on the left.
Yeah.
And then you walked up past the Millions.
Yeah.
And then you walked up there, but that synonymous to it, the world, the actual game.
Yeah.
In that room was just It was just amazing.
It was class, and I mean, it's even the smell in there.
Yeah.
There's just something about it. It's proper poker, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. You come back. You just mentioned you're starting to Twitch. How did that come about? How did you want to tell everybody what you were doing? How did you want to see the hands? How did you want to tell people this is what you should be doing in these spots, or even like your opponents seeing what you do?
It was a strange one, really, because I really wanted to give poker a go and go full time, but at that point I still had a job, and I said to my now wonderful wife Ellie, I really want to do this, but as a lot of people know, I've got 2 kids, family, so I thought if I'm going to do this, I need to find ways of making money from poker, but not just from poker. So I realised that the majority of sponsorships and the majority of money in poker outside of just playing was coming from creating content.
Yeah.
So I decided that I was going to start doing that, and got in touch with Grosvenor because I realised they didn't have a streamer at the time.
Yeah.
And just managed to build up that relationship.
And that's literally how the sponsorship came about.
Yeah.
Regarding the streaming and the Twitch and getting in touch with the guys from Grosvenor.
Yeah, pretty much. Just my way in, basically. But in terms of like showing your cards and everything, that can be a detriment to your game because obviously you're giving away a lot of information.
Yeah.
However, on the other side of it, you have to talk through what you're doing, and sometimes vocalizing what you're doing can help you make the right decisions. So I'd say there's pros and cons to it.
I always think in the background that when we did the live, some of the online Twitches, and I was there in the core comms, and I obviously helped your career push a little bit forward.
You
know,
did. It was all you, Tower. It was all you.
But they were good, weren't they? They were a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Obviously, lockdown was like tough for a lot of people.
Yeah. So
doing the comms with you and having a laugh and doing what it was and just watching your game, I actually loved it. I thought it was great fun.
Yeah, it was. It was kind of like playing live without playing live. It was like having the banter at the table.
Yeah.
Without actually being at a table. So yeah, it was great.
Yeah. 2021 WPT, the high roller.
Yeah.
Nice cash.
Which one?
The the 33 online.
Oh yeah, okay,
which was
the 5k.
The 5k. Can you run us through the online one?
Yeah, so that one was weird because I was actually streaming on Twitch at the same time. But this was at a time. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but this was at a time I was only allowed to stream Grosvenor games.
Yeah.
So I was streaming my home game, which was on a Tuesday, £11 home game, and I was on the final table of that. Off screen, I was on final table of a 5k. There's Dom Beachy, Sam Greenwood, and Tim Adams, 400.
Wow.
So I was getting really excited about the home game on stream at the same time as being 400 5k, which was pretty funny.
Wow.
But
how do you keep it calm?
Just dead inside, Tower. Just dead inside.
Finishing third.
Yeah.
Obviously, we all want the win. Were you upset, or did it take a bit of time to think, that's a great score, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I played it was because I saw some satellites overlaying to that event, so I ended up getting into that event for $55.
Oh, wow.
So I couldn't be too disappointed. It was $55 into 30 odd K, so I was pretty happy with that one. Obviously, you're gutted for the first couple of hours afterwards, but when the money hits your account, that's a nice little
always
nice
helps when you look at the dollars just adding up.
That's true.
2022, big year for you. You cashed a lot. Obviously, we had a GUKPT win as well.
Yeah.
Which was very nice.
Yeah.
Obviously, we were there.
You were.
Brilliant events to play in, but when you get one under your belt, how did that feel?
It was great. I mean, I always
do have a lot of love.
I did
within the Grosvenor fraternity. You do have a lot of love.
Yeah, and it's really nice to be able to kind of repay that love.
Yeah.
I really appreciate all the support that I get from the chat box and everything, and it was nice to show them that I can do it, really. But yeah, it was nice. I felt like the thing at the Vic, I always felt like that was my bogey card room, where I couldn't get a win, and then all of a sudden it just came. And the funny thing was, that's probably the worst I've ever felt playing poker, because
Really?
I was ill all week.
You was ill.
I was ill.
You was poorly because
Yeah.
you literally said, "I'm gonna get you a drink, lads, but I'm leaving because I'm not feeling very well."
Yeah,
And that's exactly what you did.
So yeah, some of those kebab places on Edgware Road don't go to. But
excuse me.
But,
there are some good ones, by the way.
there are some very good ones at the time. But yeah, I mean, it was one of those things. I should probably take note of that. And I just played ABC poker.
Yeah.
I didn't
Oh,
pull
right.
off any huge bluffs. I didn't make any big hero calls. I just played my hands well, and maybe going into this tournament today,
and
I'm
I think you said at the time, I think because I'm not feeling well, I can't really play my game because I just really want to sit there and play ABC.
Yeah.
And
And that's what I did, really. So maybe there's something in that. I'll try that this week in Leeds.
you won the mini. You beat somebody called Cal Heads Up.
I did.
Do you tell him every time you meet him?
I did.
And now he's sponsored, obviously.
Yeah.
Now he's part of the team.
Until recently, I was the last person that beat him heads up, and I was like, "Have you ever lost a heads up, Carl?" He's like, "Yeah, to you, Jamie." But no, I think it was the cup I beat him in, actually. Heads up, and then the next heads up he lost was in the cup to Sinead, I think it was.
Oh wow.
So
There's becoming a pattern here.
So yeah, he's never getting a cup.
You do a lot of coaching.
Yes.
And you're proud of your coaching.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing the players that you coach having some great scores.
Yeah.
You post that, and obviously you let everybody know. But how good does that feel for you when you see one of your guys that you're teaching and you're getting to learn the game and play a little bit better, and probably properly as well? How does that feel for you?
I mean, it sounds like a bit of a cliche, but it's probably feels better than when I win, in terms of how proud I am of it. Obviously, the money feels great when I win, but when one of my students win, it's just like it's just a sense of pride, because a lot of them come to me and they're a bit lost with their game. They normally come to me because they feel like they can't do it anymore, or whatever it is, and it's really nice just to instill that confidence in them. And sometimes that's all it is. It's just going back to basics, making sure the fundamentals are right, and getting them that confidence back. And yeah, it's really good, and seeing them get these big scores.
The final call for all players remaining in the main event, we have 100 remaining at hand. The limit of your 3 more players in the table, please start.
Okay guys, if you could just show the scores. 1, 20, 40, 60, 75.
Let's do it again. Chip leader for Outlook, Neil Farrell. Very nice. Secret Squirrels still second. Keith Littlewood doing well. Luke Porter. Some good names up top. Michael Caine having a deep run as well. Chris Johnson. Very good. Bobby, 195. Down at the bottom, Dave Doherty.
Dave Doherty, 3 bigs.
Yeah. Rob Duras, Jack Allen. Here we go.
And we're going to have Dave at our feature table. We got Feraldo in 2, who's late back. Stephen in 3. Hongxing in 4. Dave Doherty going to be in 5.
Where's Dave?
Who's also late back.
He's only got 3 bigs.
Mitch Johnson in 6. Dean Lyell in 7. Caldesh in 8. And Alex Montgomery in the 9 seat.
47 left. Odds of Dave spinning up. Well, he needs to be in it. He's on the big blind.
Oh, he's in the big as well.
Dave, where are you?
I reckon him and Feraldo are probably doing something Scottish with each other. They're probably having some... both the Scots, I've just realised. Oh no, he's ran.
No!
I honestly thought... I honestly thought...
Usain Bolt comes running down.
I thought he was with Feraldo. Well, here comes Feraldo. Feraldo was obviously at the bar. But he can be at the bar when he's got 400k. When we got 3 bigs, Dave misses his big blind when he's got 3 bigs this close to the money.
Whoa. That just means he's not playing a hand, doesn't it?
Ah, yeah, watching the Celtic game.
Oh, Celtic play.
That is a great shout.
Celtic are playing. How are they going on? Well, I didn't shout him from the boss in the room.
See, I knew Feraldo and Dave were doing something Scottish, watching the Celtic game.
Drinking beer.
And drinking beer. I don't think Dave drinks. I don't think I've ever seen Dave. Maybe once or twice with a beer. Did he have a beer when you were there on the Royal Irish Open? When he won? After he won, surely?
I think... I actually can't remember. Actually, he might have had one. So, not sat down, and we didn't see what the holdings were. But would he have been in anyway with 47 and 3 off the money?
Straight away. Recurring action on Altus.
Straight away.
Michael Rossman all in and at risk here. And that will do nicely with the aces. And running 9s needed for Ronnie Tao to bust Ross up. Clean as you like for Michael Rossman.
Ooh, he says.
Doubles up for Ronnie, a bit of a cold deck. Queens versus aces.
Double. Another Rosa. So down to 47. I didn't notice Sam Goodman had gone out.
What?
He went out an hour ago.
I didn't even know Sam was out either.
Last, well, two.
Oliver Kaplan.
Oliver
as well.
Kaplan and Sam Goodman.
And Ravi. And Ravi went as well, didn't we? Saw Ravi.
Yeah, we saw Ravi. Yeah.
He had loads of chips. Well, I'm speaking about because they all had loads of chips. Ravi had 200k at one point. I know Sam had 200k at one point. First card off the deck, Keith, regardless what's on the clock or if it's been, as soon as they say shuffle up and deal and that first card comes off the top of the deck, if you're not seated or not at the table, your hand is killed. Stevie K can confirm they were doing something Scottish. Dave in the small line here won't be doing anything other than taking his time until we're hand for hand. King for Mitch here. Yeah, on the bubble, covered, just let it go. If it was like a switcheroo of stacks, could potentially 3-bet not all in, but when we're covered here as Mitch, feel like just don't really need to get involved, and he doesn't, and we head on over again. Ooh. So it's gone Jamie Lee on the button here, has shoved, setting in the blinds, 30k of Lee Hollins in the small, and Manny Malou had 20k in the big, and they have both called. Ooh. Lee has the 8s, Manny has the ace-10, and that is a set.
Set of 8s.
Talk about not having to sweat for it, and the 3 of spades deads it on the turn for a treble up for Lee Hollins. Manny Malou, our mini main winner, is going to bust. And Jamie Lee was the big stack that hand. He still has plenty.
There we go. So that's going to be 46.
Jack 10 for Ferraro. Do expect him to be getting after it on the bubble with his stack. Dave's just going to be taking his time. Our aim is to try and make hand for hand before we are forced all in and that big blind comes back round to us.
Just put the time banks in where the cards should be.
he should start throwing the cards in one by one. See if he gets additional in the bank.
So 2 off the money has been up, 46.
3 on 1, come on. Don't fuck it.
What is Ferraro doing? He's having a little prayer to himself over there in seat 2.
The football commentary went 3 on 1. If they don't score, I'm quitting. Oh my God, he's missed. Oh dear. What's the score, by the way? 2-1 in the cup.
He loves his Celtic, does Ferraro. I'll tell you a story. I don't know, he'll probably remember it. 2 years ago at the Irish Open, he was on the table day 2, and he rocked up, I think, late because
3 hours.
There was a Celtic game on. Just misses like the first.
No, it's not any game.
Not any game.
It's Celtic Rangers.
Celtic Rangers.
The old firm.
Okay.
It's like Tottenham Arsenal.
Right. Okay.
As big as.
Makes sense. Still probably might just watch the Spurs Arsenal on my phone if I made a day 2 tower.
Made a day 2 of the Irish Open. Odds on a Doherty spin to win. Well, we're 2 spots off. He doesn't have to put another dime in for 7 hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hands. Will we lose any before the 7 hands? It's possible.
And it's not like 7 hands, that's it, we're out. We still can win that all in, forced all in.
Absolutely.
And have another orbit to wait for someone to bust.
Way bigger. You're right, Ian. I think that's one of the It's one of the bucket list matches in the world, I reckon, Celtic Rangers. I know PK's been to a few. I think it's obviously used to be loads better when you were allowed a lot more away fans than you're all allowed now. Petty football teams and all that.
I actually remember watching it like maybe like 2010, like always Celtic Rangers. That big bald fella. I can't remember his name. What was his name? Always used to get involved. Nah, not Kojak. I remember
Ian Brown, not Ian Brown.
Nah, it was
Brown in it. Yeah, it was Brown.
I don't know.
I don't know his first name though.
Always used to get stuck in.
Brown.
Okay.
It might have been Ian Brown, but Ian Brown's a singer. Ian will tell us. Scott Brown. There you go.
There you go.
Scott Brown. I got it before he said it as well. Commentary's coming in thick and fast, it's brilliant. So Dave's off to see the other outer tables, see what is happening.
As you should be doing. Jack 9 suited here for Kalpesh. Has flopped the up and down. For Aldo just getting after it on the bubble, as he should be. He has a full head of hair now.
Really?
Definitely transplant. Gotta be, right?
Unless he just didn't want to get sweaty.
Ah. But you can usually tell, can't you, with the footballers, the ones that are like bald and the ones that are shaving it bald.
Was he really? He was managing Fleetwood. Yeah. Was he? And somebody says he's got a full head of hair. He used to bick it off because he didn't like the sweaty hair.
Made him look hard, it did.
He was nuts.
Yeah, that's why I remember him. I just remember the nutter.
So who was the bald nutter that always played? Wow. Whoa.
Why is it taking so long? Hurry up.
Oh, well, where is that?
Looks like that is Rob the Ras taking his seat at the feature table. That must mean we have lost one and we're at 45 players.
Well, we have. Alan Stern unfortunately didn't get the coverage. But Alan Stern out in 46. We've now got 5 tables of 9, which is an extra spot for Dave.
You mean extra?
One more hand.
Yeah, extra hand, yeah.
Extra hand. Because now Rob Duras is going into the big blind.
Exactly right.
So what is on extra hand to survive? Which is good for David.
I've just realised Tower's wearing a wig. Definitely not. It's some wig if it's a wig. It's the best wig I've ever seen, I'll tell you that. I think I'm talking about Thomas Gravison, not Scott Brown. Gravison was at Everton, right? I think I'm not.
He's through again. Penalty!
No, it's through.
I can't show it. But rest assured I am.
We are now hand for hand, Gary. Yes.
So I'm going to fold. That's what I'm talking about. Oh my god, another oh no! It's fucking skied him! It's out for a throw in. It is out, actually.
This is the best commentary I've ever heard. He's skied it. He's missed it.
It's Ferrado commentating, yeah.
Every time they get the ball.
Jack 8 suited for Kalpesh, blind and blind. Completing.
Ace side flop. Ace 2, 3.
Could be one to stab for Alex with this 5 in here. Fold out some queen highs, some better jack highs. Club in hand. I think I like stab here as Alex. Whether he does or not's a different question. May not even get the opportunity if Kalpesh is thinking of leading, but check from Kalpesh. See what Alex does. He goes for check back. The 9 of clubs.
Alex picks up flush draw to go with the other draws he has.
And once again could definitely stab as Alex when folded to us. And now on this club turn we actually start folding out some king highs with no club as well. So king highs no club, queen highs no clubs, the better jack highs we fold these out as well. Let's see if he goes for the stab. 2 opportunities to win this pot as Alex taken neither. Are going to chop this up, but maybe now Kalpesh will take the initiative tower. Just looking to show down the jack high. Well played Kalpesh, gets to get Alex off of the chop. 0.8 bigs on the bubble.
Here we go. Some story. Deal a change.
Got 50% chance of happening. Tens v ace king.
Yeah, we go now. We go now.
No, it's whether he did.
Yeah, Cal's got tens v ace king.
So here we go. Out of table.
What have we got here? Ace king against tens.
So
who's got what?
Jack Allen 40k all in with the ace king. Cal with the tens. And it's looking good so far for Cal. Is Jack Allen going to be our bubble boy? He needs a 6 outer here.
He does. Ace or a king we need to see. Oh, we're in the money. And it's a 9. Jack Allen. Ouch. Bubble of the GUKPT.
Yeah, no one likes to bubble.
No.
Any tournament. First leg of GUKPT main event. Jack Allen out here. Cal takes those chips, stacking up nicely.
So there, we're all in the money. Well done, everybody. We're on 44. Now then, what do we do? Do we sit and wait for a hand?
Yeah, well we've got four opportunities to find a hand as Dave. Like we don't need to go with the first hand we look at.
I once took one big in the bubble in the Glasgow 25-25. And I doubled up on the bubble 4 times, and then kept 3 bubbles.
Have you thought about having like more chips?
So David has made it into the money. Guaranteed at least £2,450.
And now we're in the money, guys. 15 minutes, we'll go to the next giveaway. I've got a thing for a question for Tower. Give yourself a chance to be here in Coventry in 5 weeks' time. £1 million guarantee UK Open.
What time? 8:15?
Yeah, 8:15.
8:15.
Ryan Birch's some table this, yeah. Faces galore. Alex Montgomery, second in the higher roller. Rob Duras, 3 years on the trot, top 5 in the MPL. Feraldo, EPT, WPT, bracelet winner. We've got Dave Doherty, won the Irish Open, FT, EPT a couple of years ago. Mitch has won plenty over his time. Dean Lyell plays the 25Ks, 50K stuff sometimes. It's a proper table we have here. But as you expect when I say we get to these back end tournaments, now in the money, 370 odd entries down to 40 odd. Since Dave is less than a BB, can he win the full big blind ante or not? He can win the ante, but he won't win the full big blind. So he'll be in for 4k, and the big blind would take a bag back and call the 4k. But we're all in here as Rob the Ras with the 10-7 and the flush.
Very nice, Rob. Up to 58.
Made on the turn. It was a nice hand to actually be up against as Mitch from his perspective when he just had the up and down. Rob the Ras starting his spin. Yeah, cheers, boost up. I'll think of something for him.
Absolutely.
I'm going to try and trip him up. I've got to think of something because your last two guesses have been spot on and basically spot on, so we need to get back to the norm.
You got lucky. Young raising to 10. And David says 8-6 is good enough for me. In they go. He's all in for his 4,000. It was once has been a raise. Gets the added extra. And now Dean's come along. The King Queen, who's 3-bet. So this is Dave's most perfect scenario because Kalpesh, what do we do with Ace Queen?
Probably just fold tower. Still got Hong Xiang behind as well, who's uncapped. Dean still can have us dominated. It's a tough spot for Kalpesh there, but I feel like fold's in order. I know we can see it would have been a great spot to be in the middle with. Can't take the whole card into account. Now back to Hong Xiang and Dean with the same hand, and with Dave all in, he probably doesn't expect Dean to have too many 3-bet bluffs, but it's King Queen versus the 8-6 of diamonds, and Dave actually equity favourite here with Ace Queen and King Queen being in the mug.
And can 6x his stack. Here we go.
Well, there's the Case Queen. 8 or a 6, 10 or a king.
10 or a king, 8 or 6. 6.
Well, there you go.
Here we go. Sweats now for Dave Doherty. Come on, the 8. Oh, it's a 5 next door. Time makes and he's got more time makes than chips. Unlucky Dave. So well cashed. Managed to get in there after missing the big blind and obviously the ante when he was late back from the last break. But he does cash for 2,450. Means we're on 42. Buying in total 1,250. 1,100 plus the juice. Superb field of 368.
Those eggs shrink up real fast.
That's great. Too much, man. Raised to 10. I waited until I was.
We're just about to get an explanation on how Scottish the Scottish thing was from Dave Doherty, because he's going to just sit here for 2 minutes and explain how Scottish and important missing the big blind and the ante was. Dave, over to you. Ask him the right questions, Jay.
Okay, I will.
Hello, gentlemen.
So we saw you running back. We saw you running back to stream. Veraldo was nonchalantly walking behind. He weren't really too fussed with his 400k. You with 3 big blinds. What happened? It's not like you either. You're usually very punctual.
Yeah, that's the right word usually. So we were myself, Veraldo, and Michael Kane, another fellow Scotsman. We're all gathered around Michael's phone at the bar.
Oh, you're not even on the telly?
Not even on the telly, no.
Okay.
Arsenal were on the telly. So Celtic were 2-1 up in the Scottish Cup against Kilmarnock, and we had missed multiple chances. Veraldo has described it, I haven't seen the game, but Veraldo described it as we had an XG of about 8.
No,
but
okay.
It's a Scottish Cup game.
All right, yeah.
And if they score again, you know, game's back on. So, you know, I thought I would sit and watch the game, and then Michael Caine thought he heard like a 1 minute warning.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a 3 minute warning.
Oh, okay.
So I was just strolling back over, and then I saw the dealer finishing up, you know, shuffling the cards.
That's
and
all you want to see.
I tried to Usain Bolt my way around the corner to get into the big blind.
We didn't actually see the hand on stream as it wasn't
That's
scanned.
good.
But
I don't want to see it.
You might have had a hand that sent you out the door. Obviously, you
That's
said
true.
there was
Yeah,
an open and a jam. You wake up with kings. Alex hits his ace. See you later. You might not have cashed. You don't know how these things will work, but there we go. You're playing the cup. What is it for the rest of the festival?
I don't know what level the cup's on at the moment. I might reg it tomorrow. I'll have a wee look and see how long it's been going. Do you know how long it's been going so far?
I can tell you. I can tell you exactly where.
Yeah, I think I will play it, but just whether I play it tonight or tomorrow.
We're in level 11 now, so
yeah, I'll probably wait
1K,
until tomorrow.
2K. How many levels played? Cup 14, day 1. Yeah, so you've got about 2 hours left to play today.
Yeah, I'll probably just wait until tomorrow at this point.
There you go.
Flick it in, but yeah.
Little cash.
Worked out okay. Yeah, I mean, I got in mainly because Cal won a flip, so I went over and gave him a cuddle after I left. Need to buy him a pint later as well. But yeah,
there we go. So you'll wonder why Dave was late. I was right. I'd just like to point out they were doing something Scottish, watching the Scottish Cup.
Doing something Scottish. What else could we be doing?
Exactly.
And you think we were eating haggis or something?
Will you be in Glasgow in a couple of months? I take it.
Of course,
because this is where it all started. Because we were talking last week when we were commentating on the opener, me and Tower, and we said we might have a day off up at Glasgow 8 Live. And I said, yeah, me and Tower, we can go out and do something Scottish. And everyone found that funny. So that's where it's come from. If you want a bit of context. So there you go. Thanks to Dave. Good cash. And
awesome.
we'll see you on tour, I'm sure, throughout the year.
Yeah, see you guys. Cheers.
Top man. Celtic.
You laughed at me. You all laughed at me doing something Scottish. I was right.
You was.
Did they win in the end, Celtic?
2-1.
2-1.
That's why it was so close. That's why they had to keep watching.
And in 8 minutes, we're going to go to another giveaway. More chances to get on the wall for you guys. And Alex Montgomery finds the boots. Second in the high roller this week. And cashing in the main now. And that is just set up central. Veraldo with the ladies in the hijack here. And at this stack depth, 21 effective. This will always be getting in pre-flop. Not really much to say here as Alex out of position. Guess we just always jam. No need to trap. Pretty quick call from Neil. So are we going to see a bit of illness, a 2-outer for Feraldo, or is it going to be a nice juicy double for Alex Montgomery here? And looking like the latter. Well,
oh, don't do it.
I rung you back to the higher roller when Alex had queens and the board was almost identical, and it came a jack on the river. Oh, it's the 4 of spades.
Oh.
And the aces for Alex. A little bit of a sweat there.
Another good run from Alex Montgomery yet again. Alex on fire. Poker players terrified. Alex on fire.
So a couple more hands, guys, and we'll go to a Tower Finks. Stay tuned for that. Already got 4 names on the wheel for the spin tomorrow at 6 PM. Sorry, only 3 names on the wheel. Daz Blues, John Whale, Kenny Billups. I'm not missing anyone, am I? Is it just 3? Did I forget to write the last one down?
Daz Blues was first.
Then Kenny.
Then Kenny.
And John Whale.
And Jonathan Whale.
That's it?
I think so.
Okay.
Sure, we'll get told.
JG Poker says it's me. I wish it was, to be fair. Hopefully you get this question right, and it's on one of Tower's specialist subjects. Fantasy Premier League football. And I'm being nice again. Ace Queen suited for Hongxing. And should be a shove here from Mitch. Ill time, but we have to send this one facing hijack. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. We've only got 13 bigs. Get it through enough of the time, and just a hand that runs nice in terms of equity. Wow, he just flats. I am surprised at this from Mitch. Some players just very good at dodging bullets. I feel like a lot of people just move in here with a Queen Jack of Diamonds for 13 big blinds against hijack open specifically. Like even if it versus EP, we're not even too fast, but Mitch going for a well-timed flat. Oh, either way, sometimes you're just destined.
Yep, Queen Eye flop, Queen 3-7.
You try and do all you can not to bust. And the board just runs out in a manner where there's not much we can really do. Love the check from Hongxing. We are going to do a lot of checking here, and our hand just smashes the board.
Okay, 12,000.
Check call from Hong Xiang. Four of clubs on the turn, and with two-tone, I guess Mitch just sends here for like 80%. We will see. If you don't go broke this hand, he's the best. I'm going to say it right here, right now. Like, a lot of people are just broke pre. The fact that we're even taking this to the streets is really madness. And there is the jam. Snap call from Hong Xiang. And Mitch will probably know the snap is not good news for us. We're going to see that he's going to need a 2-outer to roll off on this river.
It's a 2 of clubs, so Hong Xiang does take him out. Not a Mona promise, says Eric. I love the commentary and content, he said, but when you show the chip counts with the names, would it be possible to put the seat numbers next to them?
I'll click my fingers, and we'll see if we can do that for you.
You click your fingers. You click your fingers.
Does that help?
So how have you done that?
Oh, just click my fingers, Tower.
How have you done that?
Magic.
They're obviously not in seat order. I know what you mean regarding stacks and seat numbers at the side, but the seats obviously do have them on every hand when we do the hands. But I know what you mean.
Anyway, guys, we got to get these out, so we got to go to another giveaway. Only gonna be 10-15 minutes. Still concentrating on the poker. Quick rundown of the rules. The winner of this one has a choice whether to go onto the wheel. The wheel spin is tomorrow at 6 PM for the £1,500 UK Open seat. You must play it. Can't sell the ticket. Can't give it to a mate. If it's you that win the seat, you have to play the UK Open. So it's none of that split it up into 7.5, 25 50s or something like that. You have to play it.
Jim McShane came in and gratefully, thankfully for us, gave us away 1,500 quid.
Right, it's going to be a Tower thinks. So I will ask Tower a question. He'll write his answer down. That piece of paper closest to Tower's answer will have the choice.
Yes.
Second, also winning step satellite tickets. One guess per account. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified from this giveaway and all future giveaways. And please do not guess until we say go. Don't give Tower any clues in the chat box. So, Tower.
Yes, young man.
You've heard me had a moan up today. A bit of a moan up. We're just going to watch this hand. A bit of a moan up about FPL.
Oh, yes.
But what I would like to know regarding FPL, in FPL history, what is the highest ever scoring game week by a manager? So, say for example, this week I had all my players scored 5 points out of 11. I'd get 55 points. So I'm looking for the highest scoring game week ever from an FPL manager.
How many games are they allowed to have in a week?
Just one usually, and then sometimes there's double game weeks for a team when they've like got a cup.
So you only play normally Saturdays.
Not normally, just one.
So it's just one game.
And I've got a big clue for you here. It come in the 2015-2016 season. That's when the record was set. Big clue.
Is that a big clue? So you've got 11 players.
Yep.
That can score a maximum.
Yep. 5 points for a goal. It depends where you are. Like if you're a defender, you get more points for a goal.
What's your average? I'm going on that. Wait a minute. Don't start guessing just yet, because I just want to work out.
I average about 30-40 points a week at the moment. So
and the highest.
We're looking for the highest game week score ever in the history.
So
of
one
FPL.
team.
Yep.
1 week.
Yep.
What was the highest score?
Yep.
Right.
Tower's guess is in. Good luck, everyone. Valerie says, what is FPL? Well, you don't really need to know what it is.
Fantasy Premier League. Something that Jay does that I don't get involved in. Basically, fantasy football for points.
Look at
Every
this.
time somebody shoots, they get a point. Every time somebody saves a ball, they get another point. You get a defender scoring a goal, like Dennis Lawry, you get 8 points. So there you go.
Yeah, this is curtains for Dean. Unless we get extremely lucky, this should just be getting him pre.
Three bets to 40.
What other opportunity are you going to have at winning a £1,500 ticket? Just tuning into a random live stream like it's crazy. The fact that Jim has let us do this and give this away, not just the first time either. So we always knew this was going to occur. Getting it in pre, no way to avoid this as Dean. Dry smile, but we would love to see some carnage on this board. Oh, nothing going for us there. We're drawing to running Queen Jack, running Kings, dead on the turn. That is the end of Dean Lyell.
Look at Dean.
We lose Dean in 39th for 2,450. Just before him, lost Lyndon Wynn from the tournament too. And Min G busted just shortly after Dave Doherty out in 42nd. So we're actually going to be on 38 when that number updates.
I don't really want to miss that card, to be honest. It's too good to miss. Yeah, but what fucking main event finish? It's not. This is even better. Is it? Oh, look at him put a Kano through. Kano do it. Let's punch him by his hand. Well, so was Armour, but... No, he wasn't. He definitely did. Definitely was, do you reckon? Yeah, I think so. You don't think he had a chance? Oh, man.
And the question is, in fantasy football, FPL, in the history of FPL, what is the highest ever scoring game week from a manager?
That's why he's not fought, because he's got a slight injury, right? I think Arman, if Arman can't get close to beating him, then no one can. I don't think anyone can. 10 seconds.
A lot of it's luck, isn't it?
Yeah. But then you've got these professional FPLers now and stuff like that. I mean,
Hey?
you have people that are YouTubers for FPL and just tell you their team who to potentially go for this week. And then I see people with 100,000 subscribers probably making hundreds of thousands of pounds a year sitting there telling people to put Isak in their team, telling them to take him out and just sitting there and making the lot. It's a job nowadays, Tal. You can be an FPL expert.
You're not. You've no chance. You've no chance. I'll tell you what, if you were counting on paying the rent for your FPL winnings, you'd be on street in a box.
It's a bit waspy, that. There's no need for that.
Twitch is not registering. What?
I know I'm no expert, but
Twitch is not registering. Robin PG has posted his guess.
Jay York has posted his guess.
But not many, I must admit. Well, there are a few. Sheleven Poker, being an FPL expert is great because you also get to be. Sheleven Poker.
You nearly got him.
No,
and
I only read that out because it was on Twitch.
I saw you stop. Oh, that would have been funny. Ace Queen for Alex, raises to 10k. Rob the Ras here in the cut-off, sitting with 15, Ace 10 offsuit. Feel like he may take this one. See what Rob does. Knows that Alex is more on the solid side though. Like, I feel like Alex won't open certain hands, others will. Like perhaps here, like an A7 off, Ace 8 off, hands like this. We'll see what Rob does with the Ace 10, but wouldn't fault him if he went with this one. I wouldn't fault him for folding either, and he does go with the well-timed fold. Nice fold there from Rob the Ras. Some people may feel like they need to shove that spot. I feel like a few do. LP versus LP. I think it would have been fine, but very well-timed fold from Rob the Ras.
Somebody's won. Unroll it.
And after this hand, we will give away the correct answer. Looks like Hong is going to continue here with his up and down. Has spade in hand as well, so maybe some manoeuvres we'll see on later streets when the flush completes. Now facing this second barrel, just going to have to get out of here is Hong Xiang. With the Jack 7. Hefty size from Alex as well. 80% pot. Yeah, you're spot on, JG. That's a good point to make. Feel like deeper in a tourney, especially of this size, avoid the marginal jams. Like there, like that is true. Like the ones that are like break even or maybe even just slightly winning. Especially sometimes because of the fields we get. I know we can see this table is absolutely stacked, but in general, the fields in these like GUKPTs can still be okay, even at the back end, and maybe can wait for a better spot. You want the correct answer?
I would like the correct answer.
So,
yes.
The correct answer?
Yes.
In the 2015-16 season, someone scores 226 points in one game week. And I went on my FPL. I actually had a little look at this and I've done the arrow. In my last 8 game weeks, I haven't amounted that amount of points. It's hard to do. It is actually hard to do.
Oh dear, I love it. 226. Oh dear. 2 minutes and then I'll give you my answer and somebody will be going on the wheel. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Perry says, Rob the Rash, in my opinion, is a UK player who has not had a big enough result to reflect his skill and work ethic. Deserves it soon. I thoroughly agree, Perry.
Yes.
But the thing is, it's live poker. And you know, you're a clever lad. You know that in live poker, like you can go a lifetime without realising expectation in live poker. You can be a winning player in EV, but be down lifetime because you just don't get to play enough hands. And that's all it comes down to. There's people you see that would lose on the year that are making much better plays over the long term than people that have won on the year that are making that are just making small losing decisions constantly but have just run well above EV, and it looks like this player is a much better player than this player, but on the flip side they're actually not. They're just running a hell of a lot better, and in a live setting it just takes, like I say, it can take a lifetime to realise in live poker. And that's why I think this game's so great, because you never actually know. You never know who's better than who. You may just have someone that's been on a lifetime heater that's making small mistakes over and over again, but they're just on the heater of a lifetime. And you might have someone who's just sat there who would sit on DTO and get excellent every single spot, but they're just on the downswing of a lifetime. And that's why I think live poker is just so great, because you never actually know who's better than who. It's all guesswork. You don't know who's running as well as the other person. You don't see this guy. You never see this guy at the final table, maybe because every time he's all in, whether he's got the best flipping or worst hand, he never seems to get there.
That is true. But good shout with Rob Duras. We've said it for a while.
And 9 of clubs on the river. Lee. Wow, has he gone for the check back? I thought he might value bet this one blind on blind. A bit wary about 6x perhaps. Gets there on the end.
30 seconds. And I'm going to type in comp is closed. And after that, no counts underneath. When I press, if you press late, your guess will be underneath. Just say. 20 seconds. What song's that from?
If you're happy and you know it. That is from If You're Happy and You Know It. Yeah. Oh, not that bit, but yeah. I don't know.
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
I'm not talking about anyone,
4,
Devil Prawn in particular. I'm just
3,
I'm just saying it in general.
2,
and that's basically all it is.
Competition is now closed. We will rock you. Nice one, Jamie. Glad you're with us.
We will rock you.
Absolutely.
You didn't give me the boom boom. If you gave me that bit, I would have got it. Oh, okay. Okay, that was the boom boom. All right.
So there we go. Competition is now closed. Thank you very much. We will give you the answer. I don't think anything's going to happen from this. Ronaldo's raised it up. So.
I used to suited for Lee here off of 30 in the small blind. Well, like one fine to call. It's just going to let it go. However, this one has to continue. King 7 suited in the big.
Do I get on the wheel? We'll have plenty of chances to get on the wheel. Club's playing for Feraldo as well. Really like a bit of a check fold.
Exactly that. Probably check one big fold. Maybe quarter. Feraldo goes, maybe goes for 7k, but just expect check small bet fold maybe. I guess we got the 10 of clubs, so maybe more inclined to check back, needing less protection of a club rolling off, but see what Feraldo comes with.
That should do it. On its way.
So just south of quarter, and there we are.
To get on the wheel.
So giveaway is closed.
It is indeed. What was the correct answer?
The correct answer was 226.
226.
Go on then. How'd you do it?
Well, there's 11 players.
Yep.
I'm guessing if you average it out around 20 points each player.
That's hard to do though for a defender, because you only get 5 for a clean sheet.
I thought about that. So then I thought, well, obviously if you have 20 each player, your average could actually be kind of that, because if you get an hat-trick and 2 assists, you're going to end up with how many points? 40?
No, hat-trick and 2 assists would be 21.
21 plus appearance, plus your appearance fee, plus everything else. So I thought your attackers would get more. So I aimed it around, averaging around about 20 points, and I obviously added a few. That's what I went on.
Do you know, you remember at primary school when you had them maths questions, it would be like 7 times 5, 35. But you have to show you're working out. Well, you would have got the mark for the answer, but the working out was atrocious. Well, because there's no way
I don't know what does
anyone is scoring 226 points without any special chips. That's how they scored 226 points.
You got special chips.
Triple captain and bench boost were both used. is what I read. And it was a double game week as well.
And I bet he scored a hat-trick as well,
and
so one player might have scored 80.
It potentially was the Aguero, when Aguero scored 5. Saw Kev put it in the chat. But somehow, once again, he's come close.
Nearly nailed it.
240.
I ought to take up this game. I think I'd be good at it.
You've been in lab over Christmas.
240.
So Feraldo with a 4-5 of hearts opens to 10k.
I'm pretty good at this. I'm going straight into the bucket.
And Hong Xiang not falling for Feraldo's antics here. He's going to go for the free bet. Maybe as just seen, he hasn't been overly active. I've seen Feraldo be a lot more active when he's been on features before, but maybe just aware of his opponent and who we're up against. Feraldo in with call, and at this stack depth, 60. Seems close, but confident in his post-flop abilities. Does catch a 4. However, Hong Xiang with the top 2.
Straight after this one, back with you with the winners.
Walshy, you're a lucky boy, mate. You're a very, very lucky boy. I'm letting you know that right now. Because if I just forgot about my team this morning, I would have got another at least 30 points. I wildcarded. I brought Isak in, as you saw. Salah stayed in. Robertson didn't even play. My Arsenal defence didn't even get any points in the end. I've had a mare. Havertz gone. Watkins gone. Who was the other 2? There was another 2 in there.
Anybody?
There was another 2 as well. But you're a very lucky man, Walshy.
Ian Needleman was 9 out. He's so giddy. Shimon says she gets 243. Am I the winner? My answer was 240. Anybody nail it?
Yes.
Did they?
Someone nailed it on the nose.
They must have realised 20 points and a little bit extra. Who was it?
We had a couple, I think. Hold on.
No
Let me
way.
just check.
2 people got it spot on. They didn't.
Gary Robinson and Will Campbell.
Gary Robinson and Will Campbell. Well done, you two.
So what we need to do, if you guys have watched the stream... Well, she's just put one word, Tonali. That's what Tower was saying.
No idea.
It's exactly what he said, to be fair. Back to the giveaway, because I've got to give these away. Will Campbell and Gary Robinson, can I have a red or black in the chat, please, for the next flop?
Unlucky Shimon.
Whoever gets in takes precedent. Red or black. And whoever gets it right will be on the wheel to spin for a £1,500 at UK Open main event seat. Oh, that tickled me, Walshy, because he said the exact same thing. Gary Robertson, Will Campbell. I hope you're there.
Yeah, black says Will.
Will Campbell is black. Gary Robertson, you have been assigned red.
Yep.
And this is on the next flop. You've both locked up something anyway. I'm going to send the runner-up some step satellite seats for the UK Open and Irish Open anyway.
One.
Yeah, did you know why I put Tonali in, Walshy? I'll tell you why. So I'd wildcarded. I had 10 players in my team. It looked good. And then my budget was the problem. And he seemed like the best midfielder to choose on form. And he's always starting as well. I know he gets booked every now and again, but I just wanted a starter in there.
The first thing I said today was, how much was Cliver for Blackburn for Bournemouth? And it was exactly the same money. That's the first thing I said this
but
morning.
Bournemouth were playing a Newcastle team that ain't lost in a month.
You've got to think about next week when they're at home against rubbish. And Clivert would have scored 2. But today, 3 and an assist.
I know, yeah. Don't.
Just getting in form for next week. So, when we get a flop, you're on the red and black shoe lot. Good luck, Will.
Good luck, Gary.
Good luck, Gary.
I'm not even sure if Gary's still there, Will. So if this comes red, you may still actually win. Because you need to stay in chat.
Indeed.
Jack 10-3. Feraldo flops best. Second pair from the big blind. Look like fine to continue in this Borders League. Quick double check back at the whole gods. Doesn't continue. I feel like Jack 10-3 is one of these boards we have high frequency C-bets on, and this turn we just have to delay. And delay with intention of betting non-club rivers. Oh, it's a black flop. Will Campbell, you're the winner.
Boom. 10-3 Jack. That'll do nicely.
So, Will, would you like to go on the wheel? Will? Will you win, Will, on the wheel?
Are you going on the wheel, Will?
Or would you like the step satellite tickets? And if you are going on the wheel, remember you have to play the £1,500 tournament. You can't sell it. You can't give it to a friend.
Nope.
And you have to be tuned in tomorrow at 6 p.m. So 10 on the river. And I did say non-club rivers. I'd still probably go for it here as Lee. I feel like this is like, yeah, Ferraro still can have some 10x, but I feel like from the big he folds all his 10x that don't have a straight draw to go alongside it. So he'll call King 10, 10-9, and that's it. Ace 10 as well. A 10-8 on this occasion as he has. So I actually really like this as Lee. I think this is good and this works a lot. Yeah. I think that's a very good little double barrel there. I probably would have c-bet flop and potentially tripled, but if we check flop, we mandatory delay, and then Veraldo's just got a lot of Jack X and Queen X. We've got Ace King in range, the stronger Queen X once it rolls off on the turn.
Gary Robertson, we need your alias, please, for the tickets. And Will Campbell is going on the wheel. Get his name in.
So 6 p.m. tomorrow, Will. We will see you on stream. This is when the TD has an unscheduled break at 6 tomorrow. I just thought of that. Everyone, if there is a break tomorrow, we will make sure we're here on break.
Yes.
So 6 p.m. tomorrow for the wheel spin. Well done to Will Campbell.
No. So there we go. Well done. That's 4 names on the wheel so far.
VJ says Ahmed, Rogers and Murphy, surely better options. I've actually got Ahmed. Rogers I took out because I didn't like Villa's run of fixtures and they're playing Arsenal today. I didn't even think about Murphy, to be fair. And I just fancied Tonali. Because he's a good player, but as Tao said, and I've realised today, he's probably not the best FPL pick. But we'll get him out. We got free transfers next weekend, so we'll get him out. I wonder if you watch when we're in Pompey next Saturday, Tonali brace or something stupid. Ace 10 for Kalpesh, raises to 10k. Feraldo calls the Jack 9 suited. Stephen King 7 off here in the big blind. He's going to defend this one 3-way. And Gary Robertson, if you're still there, you have won the Step Satellite tickets.
Yeah.
So I need the alias you play on Grosvenor Poker. They will be in your account Monday. Payouts coming across the bottom. Will Campbell says, just want to clarify, which main is it for? It's for the UK Open. I will show you what it is for after this hand.
Yes. The big one. The million guarantee.
So, Kalpesh. Making it 11k, and Feraldo wrapped round this 10 with a Jack 9 of clubs. Any little check raises about? There we go, finds it. And this is what I spoke about this a lot yesterday. Like these are the combos at these shallower stack depths that we like. Like when we have a gut shot and up and down, we just like to take our price to the turn. because if we get 3-bet jammed on, we just then have to relinquish that equity. But when we start getting shallow, we like choosing these sort of 3 to straight, 3 to flush hands, and on this occasion even better because we have an overcard to go alongside it. So 3 to straight, 3 to flush with the overcard, and then we get to barrel 8 turns, we get to barrel queen turns, we get to barrel club turns, we can catch the jack on the turn and make top pair. And we just fold out the ace highs, the Kalpesh, the king queens, the ace jacks, the ace queens, all this type of stuff. People don't tend to continue these hands in live settings. So Feraldo finding a nice little one here with the jack 9 of clubs. It's not going to work, but we'll try and look at this from a different perspective.
Ace of hearts on the turn for Kalpesh. Getting the check mark.
Now we just get to shut down on this turn, I think, as Feraldo. Probably like 30% of the deck we still get to continue on, but I feel like the ace of hearts not going to be one of these. As I said before, in general in a live setting, people don't tend to peel ace jack, ace queen, ace king enough, as they should in theory against these check raises. People just let them go. But the ace 5, ace 3 suited is real for sure, which would be the wheel draw on the flop for Kalpesh. So just a shutdown from Feraldo, as we see, checks it over. Now over to Kalpesh here with his top 2. I've just realised as well, Gary Robertson's obviously watching on delay. He's paused it, he's come back to the stream.
Oh, right.
And then he's obviously unpaused it, and he's about 10 minutes behind, I think. So in about 5 minutes, I think Gary will put his alias in the chat box.
We need your Grosvenor Poker alias, please, Gary.
Well, this is actually now interesting once turn goes check for Feraldo, because we don't really get to a river with a worst hand. I guess at this stack level we might peel 5-6 diamonds pre, 5-6 suited, this type of stuff. But then again, we might just check call that on the flop, and as I said, these hands may be less inclined to raise. The gut shots shouldn't be any up and downs because 5-3 should fold pre. So Feraldo does just wave the white flag, and it's well timed. Kalpesh going to get to go for his value.
Cheers, Gary. Thank you very much. So we're down to 34, as it says on the screen.
That was yesterday, Troy. Sorry to ask, but I had to go to work. What was the total for the hats answer? That was 53 hats stacked on top of the head.
53. The original answer we got was 1,161.
I know, I made that. I know.
We're not calling ace 5.
No, we're not.
We are not calling ace 5.
I'm actually surprised there that Rob didn't open jam. Did I miss something? Just looked back up and saw that Rob in the cut-off starting the hand with 11 bigs. Oh yeah, Rob went for the raise with the ace 5 suited.
Quickly over to the outer table. And we have King Queen against Jack King.
And there's a jack.
Not too sure who's got the King Queen or the Jack, but the King Jack basically puts them in. Would have been nice to have them in the middle.
Yeah, so
it's Thomas Clack.
Yeah.
Thomas Clack. Thumbs up. Another great run from Thomas. Finishing in 35th for £2,600.
Thanks, Gary. I'll get that amended. And King Queen for Kalpesh opens under the gun, makes it 2 bigs.
Alex with the Jack 8. It's out of the way from gun. Drove down at 53,000 and the blinds at 6. Time to move soon with the 9 bigs. Stephen out from seat number 3. And 15. All of it. Can I have a count, please? Says Kalpesh. This
is not a count. This is just
a call.
A call.
Absolutely.
But it's fine to just check your opponent's got what they have, and there's not like a big chip hiding underneath. But this is the snappiest of snaps.
Yeah.
You're going to see today.
Yeah.
15 big cut-off jam here. I'm setting a line at 2.5. How many players at the table raise their eyebrows when this hand's turn over?
Raising it. The line's 2.5. Okay.
Well, Alex is on his phone. Look.
Yep.
Hongxing's on his phone. Oh my word!
What? No way have you folded ace queen.
That is ridiculous.
Wow.
Kalpesh. Ace queen into the muck, 15 big blind open, shoving the cut off. That is that's a special one, Tao. That is a special one. Stephen McCarby, if you go on to get a life-changing score on this, mate, you should be buying Kalpesh a drink or 10 or a bar. Just Kev says, that's me done. See you tomorrow, guys. It's not our fault that he's folded ace queen. Surely you can still stay with us.
Gary Robertson says he chose black because he was on delay. It was too late. Make sure your live button is there. Hey, love it.
How do you pronounce Stephen's surname, Tara? I'm getting some stick in the chat. Is it McCabe?
I'd say McCabe.
McCabe, okay.
Yeah.
So, after all that carnage, Cal Pesha's in again. Jack 10 suited this time. Check, check, flop. Going to start leading turn. That should be Lee out of hit. Yes, thank you, Steve. I'm thinking of Maccabi Haifa, the football team from...
Who?
The ones that play in the Champions League, Maccabi Haifa.
I have no idea.
I'm not sure what league they're in or where they're from, but
Champions League, obviously.
Israel, Maccabi Haifa.
Oh, right, okay.
Sorry, Stephen. Sorry, Paul Milligan. I'll do better. And sorry, Stephen McCabe. But he's there. Somehow he's still there.
Yes. Could have been Oot. He could have been Oot.
Six unsuited for Hong Xian as the big stack. Wouldn't be surprised if he opened this and does. Robbing the big blind, win the 10-6 offsuit here, dwindling stack just south of 7. With our big blind got 7. And off we go again.
Again we go.
And first look of Mr. Hardcastle today, I just saw there. And he has the ace-5 of clubs against the pocket 10s of the Macca pack.
Oh, look at that for a ball.
Chris Johnson makes quads.
Imagine Jack having ace queen.
I know, that would have been funny, but that's some run out. That's quads for Chris Johnson. Jack down to 70k. Ace-5 of clubs, no good. See Steve Barnes still in. A couple of people shout for the MPL this year. So hard to pick someone this early on though, before you actually see that league taking shape and people's results going on. Hard to pick a winner at this stage. Yeah, Gibraltarian. Double that Chris Johnson up. Nut boat over quads. Queens full over quad 10s. What can you do? Deuce of hearts here for Rob. Just going to walk for Aldo. Next giveaway in 12 minutes, guys. Tower will have a question for me. Another chance to get yourself on the wheel. That will take us up to the final break of today. Ace Jack for Chris from +1 here. Makes it 2 bigs. And then Simon says this is some stack field. Will be hard to pick a winner in the book tomorrow. We'll see when it shapes up. We've got 32 left at the moment. We've got 45 minutes left of this session, plus the final 2 hours. I feel like we're going to be left with around 16 players coming back tomorrow. Ferraldo in the small here. Sends it all in with the pocket 9s. Yeah, Stephen's just got 16 bigs. Chris starting the hand with 18. It's a nice, easy, comfortable jam here for Ferraldo. And for Chris here, this is a grim spot when we open from +1. Like we call ace queen, I think. Well, I know we'd call ace queen. Ace jack, I think maybe theoretically might just get in there if like Ferraldo's shoving king jack suited, queen jack suited, jack 10 suited, all the well, not all the pairs, but like 6s plus. But I feel like in a live setting it's one that should actually fold, just from what you've seen over the years. At live tables, people don't find the shoves with the hands I just listed off. To be fair, Ferraldo's probably one that does find the king jack suited, queen jack suited, like this type of suited Broadway stuff, ace 5 suited that we dominate. So maybe we could have found a call against this particular opponent, but it's tough for Chris to call off ace jack off there for 18, 19 bigs once we open from +1. But ace queen should definitely be getting in.
Is Adam Wilco still in? No. He bust against Ewan Jones. Ewan Jones had kings. Adam Wilkinson had aces.
Oh no. Let me guess, you heard about it.
Ewan couldn't wait to tell me. Ewan could not wait.
That's quite funny. So Rob shoving here, 6 big blinds. Ferraldo with 4s on the button. May just do a little clickety click here. Clickety click. What's the click? 70k. I'm just going to go with call. Hong Xiang out the way with a queen 10. Maybe Ferraldo feeling when it's 6 bigs, click, doing the same as call. Maybe thinks a call actually looks stronger as well. Fours versus ace king. Off to the races.
Here we go. It's 10-7-7. Ferraldo still in front with the 4s. Does Rob Duras get there? No, the check mark on the turn as we brought up. Rob Duras is going to be out. And that will do it. Another super effort from Rob Duras yet again. But Feraldo on the march and takes out Rob Duras in 32nd place, meaning there's 31 left. Unlucky.
Yep, haven't seen Ewan's name on the bust out list, Ryan Birch. I'm guessing Ewan Jones still in the mix.
He must be. Yep, and his name's not been on the list at all. So he was. I think he had over 100k. That must have been. Well, that was just at the start of this session, as I was walking back in.
So Hong Xiang here with his big stack. And a great day for him so far. Very nice coat he's got as well, might I add. That's one of the nicest coats I've ever seen, Tower.
Yeah, okay.
I have the exact same coat.
Exactly
the same.
Is it?
It's literally identical. Everything about it is identical.
Love it.
And I'm gonna bump it up here from the small blind. Really love how Hong Xiang's actually been playing today. Don't know much about the lad, but he's played some fantastic stuff and deserves this chip lead at the moment. And playing some nice poker. As we are going to head out again, guys, we have another all-in and a call. And it's Jamie Bott, the covering stack. Nope. Jamie is at risk with the pocket tens. Danny Toffel has the ace-king. And we're still flipping on the flop. Any spade, any ace, any king, any jack. Well, ace and king no good now. Jack or a spade?
Tens going to double.
And Jamie Bott doubles up through Danny Toffel. And that's going to leave Danny Toffel fairly short. Going to leave him with about 50k chips.
That's over 100.
Sam Edwards, that should answer your question.
And Feraldo with tens now.
So Hong Xiang just calls fours, as you expect. No free betting going on here. Chris out the way with the ace-9 in the small blind. And the Lee with the queen-6 off, not defending in the big. A giveaway in 4 minutes. Tower's got his question ready. I'm ready with my pen.
In 4 minutes?
I've been telling you for the last 20 minutes. When that clock hits 13, we've got 30 minutes left of the session. We've got.
I thought it was quarter past.
So
it was quarter past, you said, wasn't it?
We can wait for quarter past. There's no rush.
That's all.
Oh wow! Looking up at the board, 4, 6, 7, bottom set for Hong Xiang, and Feraldo with the overpair here. Heavy check, hijack versus button, especially on this board as well. To be fair, actually, like Feraldo probably opened stuff like 6, 7 suited, 7, 8 suited. I'm not sure if Hong Xiang even has covered call V, so like we both still have the sets, but Feraldo still has the overpair advantage here, but does go for the check hijack versus button anyhow. Hong Xiang with the continue. for 26k. Jack of spades on the turn. It's not going to be FPL related, I'm guessing, if Tower is asking the question. So now going to be interesting for Feraldo. 80k, 90% here on the turn from Hong Xiang. And I'm guessing looking to jam some rivers. But now over to Feraldo here, and obviously need to think about what hands we're ahead of here. The obvious ones are like the Queen 10 of Hearts, the King Queen of Hearts, the King 10 of Hearts. Some of these suited broadways now jumping in front of us, the King Jack of Hearts, Queen Jack of Hearts, this type of stuff. Do we think that this is the type of opponent that is capable of barreling as well at this stage of the tournament? 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited perhaps could also be in there for Hong Xiang. But then we've also got to ask ourselves where his value is going to stem from. We don't expect stuff like Ace-Jack to bet flop, but he might start betting some Queen-Jack, King-Jack type hands, try and dislodge Ace higher for Aldo. So can still have some Jack-X here as Hong Xiang. And then the rest of the value, I guess, is going to be the sets, the 4s, the 6s, the 7s. I'd make the assumption 6-7 suited wouldn't call at this stage. So we will see what Feraldo comes with here. But Hong Xiang is playing very well, and this size on the turn, it sets up exactly pot on the river, bar 1k. So he's taking that into account too here. The fact that we get to shove river for exactly pot on most river cards. Another bank use for Feraldo. It is a real tough decision here on the turn. There's also some more bluffs we can scatter in. We have the 10 of spades, we actually block some, but like the King Queen of spades, I was going to say Queen 10 of spades, King 10 of spades, but obviously these aren't a thing from Feraldo's perspective. Like having a heart, not having a heart, a good thing, but having a spade, a bad thing. It's a kind of neutral combo of 10s here, but eventually Feraldo, as he does time and time again, comes to the correct decision, lets the 10s go, and Hong Xiang takes a nice one.
Very nice indeed.
So I'll give you one more hand, guys, as I can tell Tower's still trying to find a question.
I'm in it, I'm on it, I'm on it, I'm on it, I'm on it.
I need to find some paper anyhow. Boo. You also need to factor in, if Feraldo busts, he can go to the bar to discuss the merits of Kilmarnock's midfield, says Perry.
I love it. That was brilliant.
You can tell he don't like it, sat there, but he'll be chuffed when he watches it back and sees how right he was. But he's still scratching his head over that one, is Feraldo.
Well, yeah, it was like part. Oh, yeah, I didn't expect that.
So Stephen with the A7 of diamonds opens to 12, and the Chris with the 5s here. Got a shove. Pocket pair, LP versus LP. Feel like this has to go in for Chris De Silva. Only got 13 bigs. No, Chris not going to take. Okay. Not going to take it. I feel like if Hong Xiang opens there, 100% Chris takes 5s. Maybe because Stephen McCabe hasn't actually been too active this session. Haven't seen anything from him other than the ace-5 off shove from what I can recall. So maybe Chris just factoring that in. Do sometimes say when you've got close decisions, opponents can be the defining factor who you're up against and how they've been playing. I feel like 5s would meet the cut for 13 bigs there. LP versus LP. At 2 tables left, probably not. But I feel like at 4 tables left still, what, 9% of the field left, I think it would be fine. But then someone mentioned in chat as well earlier about not taking these sort of break even or just marginally winning jams, and because sometimes in these tournaments the spots just arise themselves. Sometimes there's a gift waiting around the corner. Yeah, this will be opened. Look out for this lad this year. Look out for this lad this tournament, not just this year, but if Hong Xiang's going to be a fixture on the circuit. What we've seen so far, I feel like the lad can play. Now Lee, not the exact same spot Chris just had. We only have just sub 10. Chris had just sub 13. But hijack open, now on the button with 5s. Lee does take the spot. Alex will get out of the way and Hong Xiang should do the same. And just having a look at the lad's resume as well. Hong Xiang actually only started playing around March last year. That's where his first result on the database came, and already he has a trophy, winning the 2550 in Birmingham September of last year. Cashed in the 8-8 live in Coventry the following month, and then went and cashed in Nottingham in November in the GUKPT Main too. So I reckon he's no older than 20. It could be one to watch over the coming months if he is following the tour around. So he must have his question by now. We've given him time. Oh, we've gone on the comms cam. You can't see us.
First time ever.
But I'm sure you can listen. Quick rundown of the rules, guys. So we are giving away a £1,500 UK Open seat tomorrow. To win that seat, you need to be on the wheel. We're going to do a wheel spin tomorrow at 6 PM Sunday. You need to be in the chat to claim. You need to play the tournament yourself. You can't transfer it. You can't give it to a mate. You have to play the main event yourself. Tower will ask me a question. I'll write my answer down. Closest to my answer will be the winner. Second place winning step satellite seats. 1 guess per account. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified from this giveaway and all future giveaways. And don't guess until I say go. Someone gave Tower a clue last time. They guessed before we said go. They put 200 and something in there, and I'm not sure if he saw it, but it might have gave him a little clue.
Ed was down. So I'm loving this the Guinness Book of World Records.
Oh.
And it was literally the first one that came up. That was it.
Aardvarks.
No, I just typed in Guinness Book of World
Oh,
Records.
okay.
Weird Guinness Book of World Records.
I thought you meant
that was it. And the first one that came up, literally, just came up. That's all it came up. It just literally came up. What's on there? Done it again. I was heading down. How do I fix it? Press that one, then I press that one, and then I go like that, and then I go like that, and it's fixed.
Right. It will be fixed in a second. Alex starts the hand with 33 bigs, goes for the 3-bet bluff here. Size seems good, however, going to get some bad news. Nice, comfortable. Well, Feraldo's got 8s here. So is he thinking about going for the 4-bet here? And against Alex, against this particular stack depth, Alex starts hammer 33 bigs, and we are button versus small blind versus big blind here. So range is going to be perceived wide, even as the 3-better as Alex. And would you look at this from Feraldo? And that will now mean that we're going to lose GUKPT, I reckon. If he's not calling ace-queen for a 15 big blind jam from a cut-off, he's not calling ace-queen from this jam from Feraldo. And Neil Ferral with a great little jam there. 4-bet rips. And the button, small blind, big blind dynamic. Annoying for GUKPT because we would have got to rip ourselves. And it folded back to us. So, we've gone again.
We've gone again.
I don't know what's happening.
We've gone again.
The wheels revolting, saying too many names going on. So I just run you all down the rules. I don't need to do it again.
All I want to know, pretty easy, it was literally the first random Guinness Book of World Records that was on there.
I've dropped my pen.
That's alright, you go now. There we go. All I want to know is, in pounds,
yep,
how heavy is the biggest carrot? It was the first one that was on the page. It was on the page. What? How heavy is the heaviest carrot in pounds? That's all I need to know. Come on, don't guess yet. Don't guess or you're barred. I'm telling you. Don't guess. 5, 4, 3, 2. There you go. He's got his name in. He's got his. It's a pretty easy one, this one. So, how heavy, in pounds, is the heaviest carrot? It's in the Guinness Book of Records. Off you go.
That's a weird question.
It was. I totally forgot we were doing a quiz, so I just had to go up my favourite page at the moment, the Guinness Book of World Records.
Is that including Rob Schneider?
Oh?
It's a South Park reference.
Oh.
Rob Schneider is a carrot.
Is he?
Don't worry.
Rob Schneider's a carrot?
It's a South Park reference.
Rob Schneider? I have no idea. No idea what you mean.
See, Sam knows. Sambo knows. So, with the giveaway going on, still concentrating on the action. Aces for Hong Xian. Goes for delay. Gets 2 folds. So 20 minutes until break. Who's going to get themselves a spot on the wheel for tomorrow's spin at 6 PM? We're giving away £1,500 UK Open main event seat.
We are indeed.
And that has a £1 million guarantee on it. King 5 of clubs for Lee off this stack depth, can't do anything, have to fold.
So guess is coming in for the question of what is the heaviest carat ever recorded in pounds?
We'll get the correct answer after the next hand.
And the way I guess, I'm not trying to give anybody a clue, but the way I guess is when you go shopping, you get a bag of carrots, it's usually usually a pound of carrots. How many of them would you think is going to be a big carrot?
I didn't do it like that.
Did you not?
Nah, I went a different avenue.
Okay. Give you the correct answer very soon.
Alex opens the ace 10, makes it 2 bigs. Chris doesn't defend, has suited Jack in the big blind.
Eric Thompson put £4.50. So, I asked Jay in the Guinness Book of Records what is the heaviest carrot in pounds, and the correct answer to the nearest pound, because it was point something something, but I weren't bothered about that because that'd have been silly. The heaviest carrot ever recorded is 22 pounds big. 22 pounds, 1 carrot. 22 pounds. So if you go shopping and you get a pound of carrots, that's 22 bags in your hand carrying 1 carrot. That's the way I'd have worked it out. That's not what we need to know. It's closest to Jay's answer, and that will give it up in the next 2 minutes. 22 pounds. Imagine how many Sunday dinners you get out of that carrot.
Yeah, a lot.
Woohoo!
How many times, I know he's played fantastically, but how many times has Hong Xiang had aces?
Yeah. Yeah, when you're getting the cards and you got the chips and you're getting paid as well.
And he's going to get action here because 6-5 of clubs says Feraldo. Do expect it to come along when we're this deep. Saw him come along with a 4-5 of hearts earlier. These exact same positions actually. Hijack versus cutoff, hijack versus button, and it was against Hong Xiang. That time Hong Xiang was 3-bet bluffing with the King Jack. This time he's got the goods with the aces. So back over to Feraldo. And this time, how does he know? It's just like a sixth sense, isn't it? It's like an identical spot he had before. When Hong Xiang was bluffing with King Jack off, he called the 4-5 of hearts. This time he's got the goods, and he just folds the 6-5 of clubs. We're actually even deeper than what we were last time as well. When we had the 4-5 suit, we got an extra 10 big blinds more.
So, Jay's answer after this next hand. How big in the Guinness Book of Records is the biggest carrot ever recorded in weight, in pounds? And the correct answer is 22. It's actually 22.44. But 22. But what has Jay put down? That is the answer we're looking for. And we'll give you till the end of this hand and then we'll count it down. So there's to 12,000. Well, don't think it'll be a call with 10-9 out of it. Oh, we've broke again.
Kalpesh does flop bottom pair, but 100% that Hong Xing wins this pot. I feel like if Kalpesh folds ace queen for 13, he's not taking one off with bottom pair here. I feel like it'd be fine to just fold anyway, but he is going to take one off. Okay. I still feel like Hong Xiang wins this pot. If it don't come a 4 or a 5 on the turn, Hong Xiang wins this pot. Or just make the best of it. I wanted to see the lad bluff.
It is a look, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It is a look. I don't know what's happened to it, but apologies. We're going to wait for PK from around the floor.
Still closing the comp though after
We
this
are.
hand, guys. So we're going to close it anyhow. So 5 seconds to get your guesses in, and then when the comms cam is back up, we will reveal my answer and the winners.
We will indeed. Are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Competition is now closed. PK is on his way back, so we can actually see you and we can wave at you rather than just listening to. So 22.44 was the correct answer. The comp is now closed. No more guesses.
Hong Xiang, what a session it's been for him.
Just noticed someone gets £6,800. 6 ton.
Things I don't like to see. Good friend of mine, Chris, but this is probably going to be all in. Oh, it's got. Do you know what? My brain's just gone mad there. I thought Hong Xiang had aces again. It was just. I know I've just said he's got ace 4 of hearts, but my brain done a little blip. And I thought Chris was shoving right into aces here. But he's going to get called anyway. But we don't mind this. We can win a flip here versus Alex. Fake flip. And there's the all in from Alex Montgomery. And now back over to Chris De Silva. And I'm guessing he's just being told about the new rule in.
What's the new rule?
It's when you commit a certain, I think like 95% of your stack in, and you leave yourself some chips back. You only get one. I think one, like one. Yeah. You only get one time bank. So.
Right. Okay.
He can't drill through all his time banks to get a ladder.
Got you.
When he's left less than 5% of his stack back, he has to only use one. So only gets 30 seconds. We're off to the races between Chris and Alex.
Got you.
Assumed all in. That's what it was called. I was trying to remember the rule. Right. Assumed all in.
I like that. I like that. I actually like that.
And here we go. Here's the flip. It could be the end of Chris.
We need a 10 for Chris De Silva. We need a 10. And that is it. Unfortunately, Chris De Silva busting out in 29th, I do believe.
Chris De Silva out in 29th. We lost Danny Toffel and the Mad Turk just before that.
Oh, the Mad Turk.
So we are down to 28 players.
The final call for all players remaining in the GUKPT Cup. You have 1 minute remaining on the board. Dealers, if you have 3 or more players in the table, please prepare your deck.
So, £22.44 was the biggest one.
Just what you just said, it just clicked in my brain.
Yeah. You know it's been a long day.
It has been.
When Jay sat here trying to text Paul and Paul sat there. It's typing the rest of what you're doing, so I'm taking big peek. So you're just there, just tell him what to do. So, £22.44 was the biggest carrot ever recorded. Jay, I told you where I thought I was going to do it. How did you come about it?
Well, I didn't really have much to go on, but I thought when I was born, I was quite a big baby. I was 13 pounds and 6 ounces. So
what?
I thought, you know this. We've had this conversation many a time on stream. I was a very big baby. Yeah, Mum's watching. She won't. She I don't. but I was a big baby. So I thought it would be 2 of me. I thought it'd be about 2 of me. So to the nearest number, and I didn't add any on. I didn't take any. It is quite big,
Quite big. That could have been a record for Broachborn.
Made the Mercury.
You made of Mercury. I'm not surprised you're that heavy.
Made the Mercury. But I went for, basically, I knew my weight when I was born, and I thought it would probably be about 2 babies. So I went for 27 pounds. 5 off. Pretty bad when it's a small number to get 5 off, but there we are. Give Guinness a call, yeah. There we are. So I went for 2 of me, 2 big babies, let's say, £27. And believe it or not, Tower, 4 people put 27. So those 4, you know who you are. Listen up, because this is important.
Get ready. Listen.
In the order that you guessed, I'm going to go on big 2 suits. If you ever play big game, that's going to be your suit. Whatever suit plays president on this flop is the winner. Aragor 1721, you are spades. George Bird, you are hearts. Stevie Meyer Jr., you are clubs. And Steve Duffield, you are diamonds.
No, it's just rainbow.
If it's rainbow, we'll just run the next flop. All right, yeah, we'll go to the turn.
Then we'll have Paducah.
So whoever suit plays president, we've only got 5 minutes left of the. So
basically, the first flop, turn, and river to get 2 of the same suit.
Yep.
Right. Like it. Well done. 4 guessing correctly. Well done, you lot. Well done. £13.
That's just for Aldo, just setting Stephen in, and gonna have to call here. Stephen King Jack for 12, blind on blind. Stephen McCabe needing his double. Will he get it? Keep your eyes peeled on the flop, guys. You all know your suits. Good luck. So it's off to the turn. Don't be a club on the turn. But Stephen McCabe gonna need some paint. King, Queen, or Jack. And it's the Jack on the turn. So Stephen McCabe gets there. Just fading kings and 6s now. And another heart on the river. So nice double up for Stephen. He's been patient. He gets it.
Who was hearts?
George Birdie.
George Birdie.
Where are you, George?
Or is it Bird with a silent E?
It could be Bird with a silent E.
Where did he guess on? So Georgie boy.
I will find out where he guessed on.
Well done, George.
George guessed on YouTube. So George, if you're there on YouTube, let me know. Would you like the satellite step tickets, or would you like to go onto the wheel? George says yellow.
Pardon?
What? Oh, yellow, like hello, I'm here. I am here. Okay, I get it.
Pardon? Yellow.
Like, you know, like yellow. You all right?
Yellow.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah. So George, do you want the satellite step seats, or would you like to go for the wheel? Okay, George wants to go on the wheel. Make sure you're tuned in tomorrow. Set an alarm on your phone. Set an alarm somewhere, because it would be a disaster if you win and you're not in the chat box to claim and you lose out on £1,500. Ace 10 for Alex in the cut-off here. Stephen with a few more chips to work with now. Goes for cool. And Hong Xian suited 7-4. Do expect him to defend in the big blind.
So Fletch, closest it's ever been.
The other three of you, you're still actually fighting it out for a step seat. So on this turn, we'll keep the suits.
Oh yeah. So have we got George Bird's alias?
Yep, don't need his alias, he's on the wheel. So
Right, okay. Nice one.
it's going to be Aragorn, Steve Myatt Jr. or Steve Duffield that take the step satellite seats. Dependent on what suit this turn is, please don't be a heart. Because we're going to get there, because Stephen with the King Jack. Expect him to call. Getting 4-1. Gut shot overcard. And the more he tanks, the more I think he's going to fold. He does just let it go. Okay, we're not going to get to the turn. 6 p.m, George. We're going to make sure the draw is done at 6 p.m. The wheel spin will be at 6 p.m. If you get top 3, you lock something up. Third will get £30. Second will get £110 closer seat. And then the winner will obviously get that massive £1,500 UK Open main event ticket. You have to play it. Not transferable. You can't give it to a friend.
Going to be 6 p.m. is going to be exciting tomorrow. Nice one, George. Looking forward to see you, having you in the chat box tomorrow.
Got to be all in here as Lee. Nice. Does jam. Just south of 9. And Alex is going to ask for a count, but feel like you're not going to invest just under 25% of his stack.
So 27, and that is it. We will see you back in.
We didn't get a.
We'll do it next time.
We'll do it next time.
First hand.
First hand.
You still got them there.
I've got them here.
He's got them there.
I'll tell you what. You three names. If you're going, Aragorn, Stevie Myatt, and Steve Duffield. Put your alias in the chat now, so I see it when we get back from break. The first flop, I will make sure whoever suit it is gets the satellite step tickets. We will see you soon.
Coaching and you see the scores, will they send you the message and say, look, this is like this is great, and you see the name in lights, and you either send a text message either way just to say, look, fantastic, great result?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even if somebody has had coaching with me and then leaves, normally, I mean, we've spent a lot of time together, albeit on Zoom. Spent a lot of time together. We've talked a lot. You become friends with these people. So even if they're not getting coaching now, we still talk.
Sponsor Pro.
Yep.
We're heading to Goliath.
Yes.
What does it mean?
It's the pinnacle, right? It's the pinnacle of Grosvenor.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you can turn 200 quid into 200 grand, that's just the dream, right?
Yeah.
It really is. It's the Vegas of the UK. The atmosphere all week is incredible, and it's not just the Goliath as well. It's a really good high stakes festival in its own right as well for players who wouldn't normally travel for a £200 comp. So. There's something for everyone there. If you're playing a 1K, if you're playing a 200, if you're playing the red tooth stuff, there's so much on, and everyone from every kind of part of poker across the UK should be a Goliath.
Yeah,
it's great.
Vegas is like a must if you can afford to do it.
Yeah.
Is Goliath a must if you play poker in the UK?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's just the festival to be at. I mean, obviously the GUKPTs are great. there's just something special about Goliath. It's the fact that it's in these huge halls. It's not just in the casino. There's even the bit where all the food trucks are.
Yeah.
Everyone's just in a great mood, at least at the start of the week. And,
10 bullets in, we're like, why am I here?
yeah, well, but there's just something really special about those tournaments where, I don't want to say rags to riches, but from 200 quid to 200 grand, it kind of is, right? And it's just, you can start with nothing, and it's like winning the lottery. It's a dream, but you can do it with a bit of skill.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's great.
Yeah. While you still love the game, what's the plans?
Just to keep doing what I'm doing, really. Traveling around a bit more, playing live. I've done a bit more live this year. It's not worked out in the way that I wanted to just yet this year, but that'll come. Vegas in a couple of weeks, so we'll come back to this. But yeah, I'm gonna play a lot more live. Gonna keep doing coaching.
Yeah.
We've got Goliath obviously coming up, and then there's going to be some online series coming on Grosvenor, which I'm very excited about as well.
Excellent. Are we going back twitching, streaming?
Yeah, so this series that's going to be coming up, I don't know if I'm allowed to mention what it's going to be, but it's not something I'm going to be doing all the time, but I'll be doing it for one-off festivals and some one-off events as well. Just with me travelling more to live events, it's not really possible to stream all the time, but yeah, there'll be some here and there.
Well, always a pleasure to see you in the card rooms. Keep up the good work, keep the coaching going, keep the results coming.
Thank you.
And keep that smile on your face.
Cheers, mate.
You're a top man.
Appreciate it.
Jamie,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
We're on a chat with the Rigster.
How we doing?
Paul Rigg. Nobody knows his first name, like ever, do they? Not many people know him as Paul Rigg. So Riggy, the Rigster. Predominantly, I think when we first met you, you were really well known for online because you're like 2.1 mil in online earnings, and like 600k in live. But where did it all begin?
Probably. Well, 5, 10 and 20 rebuys at Blackpool.
Really?
Station Road for a few months, and then they moved to where they are now.
Yeah, it's back in the day, them events, them games on a Tuesday night, like Tuesday night in Bradford, and you got there were games to play because everybody turned up.
Monday Bradford, Tuesday Blackpool, Wednesday Sheffield.
Yeah.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday Blackpool.
And you were still playing online at the time. Obviously, them days they probably weren't even there, was it?
It was there, but like when I first started live, everything was pot limit.
All right, yeah, of course. Right.
So,
yeah. You first recorded Cash on the Mob back in 2002, believe it or not. Can you believe it's that long?
Yeah. It feels that long, I know.
£60 pot limit hold'em. Like you said, everything was pot limit.
I think it'd be at Manchester as well.
Salford.
Yeah.
Well done.
Riverside.
Nice one. 330 quid.
Yeah.
Did you use it well?
Well, I'm still here.
£330 at Salford, I tell you what. But obviously the big one, and your first real big score, 2004 Blackpool, the Northern Lights. How good was the Northern Lights?
Back then, it was just the tournament player of the year.
Yeah.
And they had a bit for everybody. Like, I can't remember what main event was, but
300. Well, the 300 double chance was the one that was your big.
That I won.
That was the big one.
That wasn't main event.
No.
Yeah.
£15,000. Just added to the pile.
No, it let me do a bit more travelling and stuff like that. Rather than just local.
Yeah. I like it. Can you remember anything about the final? Can you remember who was on it? Were it all locals?
I can't remember a lot because I think I went out 9th or 10th, didn't I?
In the main, yeah, in the main. Yeah. Obviously, we then moved from the Northern Lights, which was a fabulous, because it was like the first time that anybody had met anybody big. So they all travelled up, didn't they?
Yeah.
Can you remember the last winners of the Northern Lights? Can you? In fact, I'll give you a bit of a clue. The last heads up, they travelled home in the same car.
Would it be?
They were brothers.
Sonny and
Correct.
Chaz.
Sonny and Chaz, first and second, and as they're walking out the door, they just said, all the money's going home in the same car.
Yeah, Sonny and Chaz.
Obviously 2007 then becomes the GUKPT. You cashed in Manchester.
Yeah, well, that'd be when Colclough beat Barry Neville.
Oh, how good was that?
And Neville's interview was just different class.
It's still the greatest line
Yeah.
in poker.
Yeah.
It's still the greatest. And if you've never watched it, try and find it on YouTube because honestly, it's just one of the greatest lines in poker. Really good. GUKPT started 2007. Did you notice that everybody from the Northern Lights was like playing the GUKPT that year?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. First GUKPT I'd play, I think it'd be at Bolton, would it?
Yeah, you were around there. I say you were around in 2007. You actually cashed the first season, I think 3 or 4 times to what I remember.
And then I lost my driving licence.
Okay.
Smoking ban came in.
Yeah. Oh yes, of course he did.
So I went to Thailand for 6 years
Yeah.
and played predominantly online.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you'd still got a couple of scores during that time when you kept coming back. Obviously,
I came back for a visa once.
The old summer sizzler. Yeah, you jumped in the summer sizzler in 2010.
And I think I cashed at Coventry, but that might have been a UKIP too.
Yeah.
And I actually flew straight back from Coventry.
With all the money?
Yeah, I got a taxi Coventry at Manchester Airport.
2010, the Summer Sizzler is a little bit poignant because there were 725 runners. You do a big chop. Can you remember who you chopped it with?
Well, that was
Just remember one person.
Andy Wilson.
Correct. He's always said, and he still tells everybody to the day, that he was done out of money in that deal.
It was his.
Come on, tell the story.
It was his doing. We went on a break.
Yep.
And he came over to me. I didn't really know him.
No.
And he went.
I don't think anybody did, to be fair. Back then, 2010.
He went, everybody seems to know you, Riggy.
Yeah.
He says, do you think there's any chance of a deal? Like, he's got mountains as Wilson. I mean, I think he had 19 million.
Well.
And none of us, other 4 of us didn't have 2 million. So I'm like, well, I said, it'll depend what numbers are.
Mm.
He said, I'm happy with 10,700, I think was the number. And I'm like, working it out in my head. And I went, yeah, I said, I can't promise hope, but I'll have a word with Rest.
Yeah.
Went to Rest and I went, just nod your heads, agree, and let's have this done with. So one guy said, oh, I think we should play on for trophy. I said, no, Andrew deserves trophy. I thought, don't start talking. So we did the deal and Andrew went, how much are you lot getting? I said, 9,600 a piece. Andrew should probably, in hindsight, have been taking 15, 16 grand, like, you know. But I've spoken to him since.
Yeah.
And that's what started him off.
That's exactly correct.
So he said, in a way, that's what kick-started his career. So.
Yeah, and he's never done a bad deal since.
No, I don't think he's ever done a deal since.
No, it's, obviously talking about Andy Wilson, now we know, now he's predominant, the boy effect is known all over the world now, he's playing in big ones, he's won absolutely millions. And such, like yourself, such a down-to-earth kind of guy and great at the tables just to chat with.
Lovely lad, as I say. He's very similar to that first time I saw him, really.
Yeah.
Only he's, you know, the money definitely hasn't changed him
not
or
at all.
anything,
No,
you know.
absolutely not. You said you disappeared for a couple of years. Then you come back in 2014. We end up in Blackpool at 25-25 for 11 grand.
I think that was my first comp after I got back.
Really?
Mm.
You just never lost it live? Did you play live when you were away, or was it just all online?
Played a little bit of cash.
That was it?
Yeah.
But then you come back to Blackpool and just 25-25 trophy.
Yeah. And I'd... I only sort of came back playing live because I'd stopped smoking.
Right, okay.
I was on 50 a day, so I will, every orbit I'd have been out at room, you know. And so, yeah, that was why I came back playing live. And then I had a few years mainly playing cash.
Yeah. Talking about cash and Blackpool, obviously it's synonymous to dealer's choice.
Yeah.
And every time a GUKPT turns up, there's always one table running, no matter what time of day it is. What out of all the ridiculous games that you make up on a regular basis somewhere on a Tuesday night in somebody's house, what's your favourite? And probably a favourite would probably be one that you've never heard of.
No, because it's changed now, because obviously back in the day we had wild card games.
Yeah.
Now there's no wild card.
You can't play roll your...
There might be a 3-team redraw anyway. On the road again. It's hard to think so. Normally it's less than 5 minutes, and as soon as you want to be tense, still in now.
Oh, there's me with... I've only got one job. One job. Press the button, press the right button. Keith Littlewood with 27 left, chip leader. Very nice indeed. Keith Johnson down to 75. Leon's on 85. Longmouth fan on 100. Blinds are 8,000. We're down to the final 27. 2 levels to go tonight. Live stream finishing at midnight. What have we got? We've still got the flop, haven't we? We've got spades. George Bird's got himself on the wheel, so he's not involved. So spades, clubs and diamonds for 3 people to get themselves the tickets. So we will let you know when we get a flop. Here we go, perfect timing. Who's got the flop? It is a diamond flop. Who's got the diamonds? Which name is it? Steve Duffield. Steve Duffield wins the 2 tickets. If Steve Duffield is still watching, please let us know. Should be, but you've got yourself the satellite tickets on Grosvenor Poker. And Fernaldo still in front. Well done, Steve. Exactly. Steve Duffield. We need an alias, please, sir. Then you'll get yourself the tickets. We said it was the first flop back, and that is exactly what it was.
That's quite funny.
What's that?
I was just reading back the chat. Sorry, guys. 30 seconds late back from break, but there's a conversation between Monty Kono and Jay. Monty Kono goes, "You're a record breaker, Jay. 14 pounds 15 ounces is the world record." Kev goes, "How's he a record breaker then?" Monty Kono says, "Jay said he was 15 pounds." Kev put, "No, he didn't. He said he was 13 pounds. Wish he said he was 15 pounds because if he doubled it, I would have won the giveaway." Great little exchange in the chat box.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, love it. So is Steve Duffield still around?
So after, Feraldo was trying to get the bluff from Stephen, but it was probably the only way we were going to make chips there on the river. Obviously Stephen never calling King Queen High. But final 2 hours of the day, guys. We'll have 2 more giveaways, 2 more chances to get yourself on that wheel for tomorrow so far. George Birdie, Will Campbell, Kenny Billups, John Whale and Daz Blues. Suited for Hong Xiang. Do expect him to open even 5 high, and we're chip leader. Does open. Lee here on the bottom. Would love to see him find this jam hit tower. Very nice from Lee. Shoving for 10. Blinds are up now, guys. Playing 4K, 8K, and this is just ill time for Lee. What can you do? Cal Pesh sat there with the boots, and Lee hates to see this. Case ace into the muck for Alex. Just unfortunate timing.
All in call 14.
So here we go. Looks like the end of Lee. 12% equity pre-flop. Doesn't get much worse than that.
Off we go. King 10-4.
But there's life.
There is indeed. Any hearts about?
There's old life in the ace deuce of hearts.
Boom.
And no waiting around for Lee. Instant service. That's dead on the turn for Cal Pesh. Lee up to 190k.
Cal Pesh down to 41.
And this occurring on the outer table.
Here we go. We have got 10s.
Yeah, 10s of Ed Spencer Small against the ace king of Iman. Oh, have we seen this?
It's really spady flop.
I think I've pressed the...
Yeah, spady flop, 10 on the turn, and brick on the river, and that'll do it. There we go. That was botty. That one.
Yeah.
That was the botty 10s.
Yeah, it was the botty 10s.
Yeah.
This is where I was meant to go, Tower. I was meant to go to this table. I knew Ed had 10s up against the ace-jack of Iman. Fading 6 outs and fades the 6 outs. Ed Spencer Small doubles up.
6 there. There he is. Nice one in Manchester.
Look at Keith Littlewood's stack.
He's got a chance. If you press the results, you'll see that there's not many people above him. Or any. There you go. That's what we showed you just before you came running in.
I was doing English things.
Oh, nice one.
So some nice names. Scott Sinclair's been there the whole time, just below Keith Littlewood. Dooley still going strong. Steve Barnes, Cal Morial, Botti, Bobby James still in. Michael Caine, Nakapak Johnson. I think it's going to go close, Kev. I think it's going to go a lot closer than you think.
Wow.
I know what, we've got 2 hours left of the day. Not sure if we mentioned it, but after the Jack Hardcastle bust out, Gareth Wright exiting just before the break too. And then you saw that number just drop down to 25, and that is because Longmouth Fam exited in 26th place for £3,030. So we are at 25, the number is correct. Opens the 6s. Alex on the button, flat in the 9s. And although Alex has the best hand, I do feel like this pot likely to go Hong Xiang's way. Still cool once as Alex, but the way this lad's been playing and the aggression he's shown, especially with legitimate combos, I feel like he will be double barreling and perhaps tripling here a lot. Prefer to have 6s with a heart, of course, but feel like Alex going to have to call once here, 9s with a heart, and then we'll see what the turn brings. But already in Hong Xiang's mind, maybe thinking about barreling this particular combo, the underpair to the board. We'll see what Alex Montgomery comes with here against this lad. With position, 9s with a heart getting 4-1, might have taken one off there and then just folded to the turn barrel with it come in. Just lets it go. Even getting that 4-1 price is the board for the opener, but this man has been active the last couple of hours.
It's been good to watch. He has indeed. The reason why we didn't as well, because obviously the 24-man redraw, which is why we didn't change tables, because now there's a 24-person redraw. So we are on the redraw. I need a cup of tea. I've only had one cup of tea all day.
That is because we just not why you need a cup of tea. The reason we're on a redraw is because we just lost Michael Rossman on an outer table.
Rosa's out, is he?
In 25th. Didn't catch it, but Michael Rossman 25th for £3,030.
Unlucky. Rosa, that's your empties. I'll just put them in the bin. Would you like a tea or anything, or what are you doing?
I'll have a tea, please. If you can get any water, I will have a water.
If not,
cup of tea's good. Right. Thank you very much.
We've got the
So running giveaways, a couple more this session, guys, and this is what we're running them for and towards the UK Open. There is the full schedule, million guarantee on the main event, but not just the main. There's plenty to play, all different price points depending on what type of player you are, and have a little look at that. You get here early in the week, there's plenty of cash out satellites to get yourself into the mini, the mystery, get yourself into the main, cash out satellites for the high roller early in the week after, and then main event week we will be covering the main down to a winner. There'll be a high roller final table. We've got the 6 Max Live final table. We've got the heads up semis and final that are going to be streamed. There's a whole lot going on in 5 weeks' time when we're back here in Coventry for the UK Open. And if you want to be there, you've got to stay tuned. At 10:30 you will have a chance to get yourself on that wheel, which we will spin tomorrow at 6 PM. And if it lands on you, you will be here with us in Coventry playing for that $1 million guaranteed prize pool. £1,500 seat. It can't be transferred, you can't sell it, you have to play if you win it via the stream. But what an opportunity for you guys to get yourself in and down here to Cov. So as the redraw is taking place, quick rundown of who we are going to have at the feature. So Michael Caine going to be in 1, Daniel Rudd in 2, Keith Johnson in 3, Lee Hollins in 4, Dooley in 5, Jamie Bott in 6, Keith Littlewood with the chip lead in 7, and Stefan Lazar completing our feature table in the 8th seat. Cup of tea, looks good.
Cup of char, full
Thank you.
cup. Water on its way as well.
Perfect.
Last session. Oh. So, full chip count on its way. Have we done the UK Open?
Yep, ran them through the schedule. Told them about the giveaways that's occurring at 10:30.
10:30. Your question for me?
Yep.
Duh, duh, duh. I've got paper. I have pen. Surely. A lot of shouting going on. You alright? A lot of shouting going on. Oh, so we've just done the lucky dip. Who have we got?
I did just run through the table. You can have a little look yourself. Tal Dooley's here.
Chip leader.
Don't know if he's
Keith Littlewood.
Watching the stream still.
Boy, get that cig away, man. Get it off the live stream. Stop being dirty. Get it out your mouth, man. Get it in the bin. God. You never even smoke for a living.
Who
just uses a vape.
Who smokes for a living?
Well, he never did smoke. Ever.
But who's ever...
You know he vapes. What's the point in that?
Who's ever gone out the door to the missus in the morning? I'm off to work, love. Walks out the door, pulls out a 20-pack of Benson and Hedges and just stands there and smokes them and gets paid. Who smokes for a living, Tower? I don't know a single person that smokes for a living.
He never even smoked. Just vapes. Get off the feature table, man. You're bored. Keith Johnson's fighting on, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's been short stacked nearly all day. Who's in 2?
2 is Daniel Rudd.
Danny Rudd.
That is true, Benji, actually. Doc Cotton did smoke for a living.
Yeah.
I was expecting you to look at me then.
Doc Cotton, get you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you usually do when a name comes out.
Do you know
out
what? Weirdly, it was a question on the chase the other day. It was a line. The very first sentence said, in EastEnders. Well, he guessed Emmerdale, but I got it wrong, obviously. And it was something like, oh, what's that smell? Smells bad in here. That was kind of the first line. Because Doc Cotton's husband was found dead when he had first seen at EastEnders. Or Reggie
I don't
Reggie
know.
Cotton.
I haven't watched it since Bradley Brannan pushed Max Brannan into the Christmas tree when he's dressed as Santa. I haven't watched. That was the last time I watched it. Long time.
Yeah, it was a question on the chase. First ever line spoken in what soap opera?
When what's her face, Lauren Brannan was causing all the carnage. She set them up. She basically told everyone they were having an affair, didn't she, with the videotape?
I love it.
That was the last time I watched EastEnders. Enough of the soaps. Keith Littlewood with the Kings. Free betting this gun open from Daniel, and once Keith free bets our gun open, we only have north of 30 as Daniel has to go into the muck. You know Dot Cotton? I think I've asked you this before. Do you know Dot Rotten?
Dot Rotten?
The rapper.
No.
Dot Rotten.
Is that real?
Yeah, Dot Rotten. He's a grime artist in the UK.
Okay.
Depeche says Max was the GOAT in EastEnders. From what I can recall, he was one of the characters I remember most. Dimony and Bill. And what's her face? Oh, what's her face? How am I forgetting her name?
Martine McCutcheon.
No. Oh. Pat Butcher.
Pat Butcher.
Pat
Hey,
Butcher.
Pat.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the one. Pat
hey,
Butcher.
Pat. Oh, Pat. Tell me a Pat.
I remember Ian Beale, Max Brannan, Pat Butcher. That's about it. And Stacey, actually. Remember Stacey? I'm surprised at that from Keith. It's well timed because Stefan with the goods on the button, but 8-6 of hearts with our stack could have potentially opened from cut-off. Oh yeah, Phil Mitchell, can't forget him. $10-5 of spades here for Daniel. Looks like he's going to throw in the defend. C-bet on the king high board, probably one C-bet range, and does get Daniel out of there. Won't welcome with much though.
108 bigs of Keith with 24 left. Great place to be in.
And just have a quick look back at the chip counts. 280.
Alex Montgomery going on along nicely. A couple of Luke Porter still in. Back-to-back first legs. Never been done before.
It hasn't.
Wow. Come on, Ewan. Quick double.
We'll be on another 2 hours. About midnight midnight finish today. Oh yeah, Ricky and Bianca. See, it's all coming back to me now. It is all coming back to me.
Ricky? Yeah. Hey, yeah. Depeche. What are you eating, Depeche? Love a food coma.
Saturday night, I reckon he's gone for Chinese. No?
I'm going for a lamb dansak.
That's a very... I was talking about guess the cuisine, not guess the actual dish.
I'm going for a lamb dansak.
Okay.
That's what I'm going for. Oh, delicious.
So 4-5 suited for Keith.
Or a chicken karahai.
Keith versus Keith. Keith Littlewood, Keith Johnson.
Call table 14.
Keith Johnson. Big favourite.
Yeah, playing aces and kings.
And that'll do it.
Jack on the river. Oh, of course, get out of my pub. Peggy. Oh, Barbara Windsor. Forget about her. I don't know if it's any good these days. I guess people enjoy the soaps, but I feel like back then it was decent. EastEnders.
No idea.
Never used to watch it.
No. Depeche, I was on it. I was on it straight away. That's why I tried to nail the dish.
King Jack for Dooley under the gun. Raises to 16k. And Stefan with the aces and the chips. Going to get to 3-bet here.
Seen aces a lot today, I think. One of those days where we've seen him a lot.
Should be that. Dooley shouldn't be continuing King Jack off once he opens from gun. No action for the boots from Stefan. Where'd you come from?
I was spawned in.
Just spawned in, and literally, Tower's not there no more, and now Jack's just sat next to me. What? How are you, Jack?
Grand.
Did we get out of it for the week?
Not even close.
Not even close.
I did 6 bullets in the main, and I cashed for about 2 bullets.
Okay, so better than not cashing at all, I guess. When you come back with 26k.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it. Honestly, I was ready to be on the train by about 12:30 today. So.
But here you are, probably just finished the Star Parliament Cup, am I right?
I actually didn't play it, because by the time I sort of gathered myself to go play it, it was only like 35 minutes left of the day.
Oh, okay. Are you day 2 regging tomorrow?
Probably. I think David and I are going to flick it in, and then we're going to get on a train to Portsmouth, and he's staying at mine for the next 8 or 9 days.
Oh, and he's playing Portsmouth as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, this is what I said, it's going to be a high morale stop. Loads of people coming down for it.
How many people you got staying at yours, may I ask? Is it going to be like...
Only the 2.
Only the 2, okay. I thought you were going to say something like 8 or 9, but okay.
No, my sofas are too new for that.
I'm not be sensible. You just got the place. Don't just invite everyone round. And...
No. This is the thing, like, did I tell you, I probably said yesterday, I had random people just say, like, oh, when's the house party?
There you go. Everyone knows. Everyone knows.
Yeah. Dealing with a bunch of children.
You're going to have to set up an event on social media, let everyone know where we're at, meeting for the pub crawl.
Yeah, I'll choose locations for a pub crawl. I'm not disclosing my address.
Okay. Yeah, imagine just everyone was there.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, some locals like from the £50 clubs like,
yeah.
Can we come in?
Yeah.
No.
Just everyone, the locals, all the staff, all the dealers. Got Michael Crass turning up. Dina turns up from the desk. Everyone.
Oh no, Dina's in.
Yeah, every single person.
We need Dina.
I'm actually looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a good crack, Portsmouth.
It better be.
There's King 3 suited for Daniel. Opens in the hijack here. 34 bigs to start. So 33. Dooley in the small with a Jack 7 suited.
Yeah, this is a touch wide, but the suited kings are definitely good opens when people are just not 3-betting very often. So it's like a fair adjustment, I think.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are some tables you just can't get away with that, but I think a lot of people play quite passive 3-betting, so I'm okay with it. It's obviously never going to win that much, but it's fine.
Let's move the main event to Jack's house. Could we fit 20 tables in your house? Possible?
You might put 2 in the dining
Actually,
room.
me and Tower, we're not sure where we're going to be commentating in Portsmouth. They don't actually know where they can put us at the moment.
You're thinking my house.
We need somewhere to
Christ.
commentate from at the moment.
Yeah, set up in my attic or something.
Yeah. I already know, Mel.
Yeah, we're not going
Yeah,
there.
we're not going there again. That was I was in the background, and yeah, it's just the Tower special, isn't it? Last year on stream when he asked me to get my chopper out, it was he's had many. Honestly, he's had many in his time.
But it was just like so out of left field. I just wasn't expecting it.
That's the thing. He catches you off guard sometimes with what he says. But he has had some gems, and that was up there.
Didn't know what to do.
We'll keep you updated on the outer table as well. PK is out on the floor, but sometimes we miss an all-in or two. We'll let you know if we haven't caught it who has busted.
Hello there.
You know your man?
Absolutely.
That's me.
Sorry.
That's me answer question piece of paper.
Botty just walks Keith. Keith Littlewood with the big chip lead. I'd love to see Keith make a run at this. I think he's well liked by a lot of people that watch the stream. Flies over from Spain just to come and support the GUKPTs.
He what?
He lives in Spain, Keith. You know that?
No, never heard that.
He literally comes and plays all the time. He flies over to play. It's all he plays. Just comes and plays GUKPTs.
Had no idea.
Yeah. Lives in Spain.
Yeah.
That is some commitment.
I could applaud that for sure.
And his flight the other day, £38 return.
£38 return.
And then plus 200 for bags.
The train from Blackpool to Portsmouth, 136 quid.
Yeah, it was even expensive from Brum, to be fair. A7 Surfer lead, 21 bigs in the hijack. Expect to see him open this one. How you doing, Skin Tight Hat? We are good.
Up the Millers.
I'm here for a Dooley win.
Yeah, Dooley's another one, very likeable. Everyone, I think, would like to see take one down.
Dooley is the morale choice for sure.
He is.
Yeah, no idea about that with Keith.
Yeah, I thought everyone knew that. I just thought that was common knowledge with everyone that Keith lives in Spain.
He was telling me how good I ran earlier because I checked. Well, I folded when he had a set,
Oh.
and then I got there and then put a 2.5 big blind blocker bet out, and then he paid it. He's like, "You run so good, Jack." While I'm sat there on bullet 6 of the main, it was a great time.
You just got to take them on the chin, though. You just got to smile and say, "Yes, I do. This is what
Yeah.
you got to do. You should know this,
you know.
Jack. You should know
I
this."
know.
Bob Smith, Liverpool to win the quadruple this season, 200 to 1. Optimistic. To be fair, Bob Smith, it's not possible. You're out the car. You're out the League Cup. You only win the FA Cup, the Champions League. Cannot win the League Cup, sir. Jack 9 suited for Daniel, opens from gun.
It's only just clicked to me who Dan is. I
Dan
do
Rock?
know, yeah. Yeah, I know him from online. Queen 10 suited, folding. I'm leaving.
Jack's seen enough.
I've had enough already. I could forgive 5-4 off folding in the small blind unopened, but that one's tough.
Look at all the bites I've got. Look at all the bites in the League Cup. League Cup's 2 legs. Yeah. League Cup's 2 legs. You don't think I know that? I was at the first leg. I watched Liverpool get turned over by a 7th string Spurs side. They have got no chance.
I feel like all I do is I come here and I just niche him.
It's what you do, Jack, but you have your own way of style of playing, and you like to run it and open more variety of hands when you got chips.
You would have loved some of my opens earlier. I did try a 10-7 suited from middle position. Ooh. Get through 6 people. Sometimes you're in one of those moods.
Was you covering most of the players behind us?
Kind of.
Kind of, okay. We'll go with kind of. Yeah, I agree, Abercanary. Liverpool fans are some of the easiest bait. I'm not joking. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 comments in the space of 10 seconds after I said that, all saying, we're not out of the League Cup. There's a second leg.
I mean, you can't blame. They do have smaller brains, so you can't.
You can't say that. You can't say that. How many back for day 3, says Matty Smith? I reckon about 16. We've still got an hour and a half left to play. May even be lower than that. We have had a couple of bust outs already since the free table redraw. Out in 24th on an outer table was Calpesh Palmer, and we just lost Bobby James on the other outer table as well, out in 23rd.
Whoever that mushroom is who just said we've got small brains, I hope we're at the Leos. I don't even really watch football, mate. That was, as Jay said, quite easy bait, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Bob, you have just sort of made Abercanary's point more valid. Back to this hand. Stefan with the A6. Going to double barrel here against the big blind. Does get it through. Spicy one. Yeah, sorry about that, Craig. My fault. I brought a couple of Newcastle players into my FPL, so I apologise. Newcastle getting turned over today at Bournemouth. And I also took my Bournemouth player out as well, so it makes sense. Do you know what? My dad said that as well. Dean, we'll win when we were at the Liverpool game. He goes, we'll end up winning the cup and get relegated. Like, it would be the most Spursy thing ever, wouldn't it? Get relegated from the league and win the League Cup. It would be about right. Keith, ace queen in the hijack. Stefan in the cut-off here. Jack 10 suited into the muck. Right, we've lost Jack, guys. So we'll get Tower back in and we will do a giveaway. He hasn't even said bye. He has just stood up and walked off. The Jack 10 suited, hijack into the cut-off, straight into the muck. And he's gone. And here comes Tower.
Here we are. I just saw him leaving with his...
Keith opened hijack and Stefan folded Jack 10 suited and Jack was gone. But it's good because we've got a giveaway to do.
We have.
You got your pen, you got your paper?
I have.
After this hand, we will go to the giveaway, guys.
We're on until just after midnight. Hour and a half's play from now. If they get to 16, there'll be a redraw. So around about 12:15 is when we will finish. And then however many are left come back tomorrow.
Bob Smith scared him off. What you done, Bob?
Look.
So hour and a half left of the day. I'm looking for a question because I got distracted by Jack, so I'm going to give it one more hand. You can see the screen drops down to 21. The ticker will update shortly, but we know someone has bust, and this one may surprise a few people because he had chips when he left the feature table.
It did.
Feraldo. Now Ferral.
Yeah, Farrell busted out.
Out. GG.
Did we get Bobby's exit?
No, we didn't. We didn't get Bobby's.
Bobby out in 23rd. George Michael in C5.
Gamma.
That was Boy George.
So it was. I should just shut up sometimes. I honestly should not open my mouth.
Oh,
I knew it was a George. I knew it was a George. I knew it wasn't George Best.
Or George Dawes. Oh, brilliant.
3 of clubs on the end, so Lee probably going to go for value. Try and target a 6. Dooley can still have stuff like 7s, 8s. Oh no, he can't actually. I thought it was a raise pre, check pre, but can have 4s and 5s. But 6x gonna have to pay here as Dooley. Gonna have to pay, sir, and does pay. We'll see the bad news. Yeah, my music knowledge isn't one of my strong points, I'll be honest with you.
Felicity started it. She says, oh my God, that was priceless. Oh dear. If we could just can it, you know. If we could just clip it and can it, we'd have the best highlights ever.
Michael was, I guess it was the night. Is that George Michael?
Which one? I guess it what?
Faith.
Oh, yes.
Yes, all right, good. You
Yes.
had me panicking then. You had me panicking. King.
If I could touch your body,
Yeah, that's the
I
one.
know not everybody.
Exactly what I was thinking of.
That was George.
So Keith going to get to send in the Ace Jack suited here, and as soon as he does and Michael Caine folds, we will head to the giveaway. Well, Lee, 12.5 big shove here from Keith. We're 7 max now, so it's actually effective low jack open from Michael Caine and a shove in the cutoff here. And Lee may run it, like definitely run ace queen suited for sure, and I think like ace jack suited wouldn't be too bad against Keith's shove range. I feel like this has got to go in theoretically as Lee. Like Keith going to shove some worse ace-x, going to shove king jack suited, he's going to shove jack queen suited. It's a tough old spot, but always finding these spots when you think about our opponent's range, and yeah, Lee does find it. I like this from him. I feel like we're going to dominate enough of Keith's range, and Keith not going to love this, but because he'll probably know like ace 10 off would just fold for Lee, so we're hoping to see like 10s or 9s, or the same hand, ace jack suited. We'll take an all black flop. We don't want no carnage here. There we go, dead on the turn. Off to the giveaway.
Come on then. Come on then.
I'm waiting. So guys,
yes,
quick rundown of the rules. This is for a spot on the wheel. It's your final opportunity to get on the wheel today, and if you come second, I've also got the final step seat satellites to give away. Easy as this, I'll ask Tower a question, he'll write his answer down on that piece of paper. Closest to Tower's answer is going to win themselves the wheel choice. I'm guessing you'll go on the wheel, you have the option not to though.
Yes.
1 guess per account. Please no multiple guesses, we don't want to disqualify anyone. You will be disqualified from this giveaway and all future giveaways. And please do not guess until I say go.
Yes.
So Tower.
Aye.
George Michael. Just
Yes.
come up in conversation. So I thought we'd do a question on George Michael. And George Michael famously performed for an hour in Russia on New Year's Eve.
Did he?
In 2008. But what I want to know, for that hour, how much was he paid?
Oh!
And I'll even
2 bob, 4 shillings.
I'll tell you what.
Fish.
I'm even going to give you a clue, and this is actually a clue that's going to help you. George Michael once performed for Russian billionaire Vladimir Potnanin on New Year's Eve concert in Moscow.
When was it?
2008.
How much did he get?
How much did he get for that hour of performing?
No idea.
Get your guesses in, guys. Hold it. My mistake. I've got to wait for Tower. Go. Get your guesses in.
No idea. Obviously he's laughing, so I'm not close. I think somebody's going to nail it.
You think for an hour's work?
I actually think, well, he's Russian billionaire. Russian billionaire. I think I've nailed it.
In pounds, Tom Kavanagh, not rubles.
Oh, here we go.
In pounds. Don't even say you're guessing. Don't give me that old chestnut. Oh, I was guessing in ruble. No, you weren't. So, for those asking, question is, George Michael performed in Moscow, New Year's Eve, for a Russian billionaire, 2008. What I want to know, how much was he paid for that hour that he performed?
Did he fly by EasyJet?
I have no idea. I'm monitoring the chat box, but over to Keith Littlewood here. Going to find the free bet. And annoying for Keith that we're going to have to muck this one. But no fold equity at all. Like size Keith should probably go here. When Keith opens off of 15, he should just make it like 2.2, 2.3 Keithing, making it look like we still have some room to fold, induce some 4-bet rips if they're ever there.
Tell you what, Neil Dunn gets it correct. I'll pay him myself. And I'm not being funny, but if Carl Bellis gets it right, I'll pay myself as well. 50 grand? Are you mad? Won't get out of bed for that.
And after this hand, I'll give out the correct answer, see if you can get any reads on the tower. And then we're going to have a special guest for the last hour of the day.
Are we?
He won High Roller earlier in the week. He won the High Roller League last year.
Weren't Barry Neville.
It weren't Barry Neville.
No.
Barry Neville's not played a High Roller
in years.
Since I've been doing this job. Good old Barry Neville. I hope we see Barry this year. I hope he's got some stories for us when we're in Leeds.
I hope he comes up and turns up as well.
Ace King for Lee opens from +1, and Daniel 9-5 of spades here. Getting a bit more dicey now, like in general, usually suited, fine to defend for 2 bigs, like start of the tournament, middle of the tournament, but when we're end game, it does become slightly more dicey when we're covered. 9-5 of spades still defends for Daniel, wants to see 3. Look at this for a flop. Does see 3. And we flop a flush draw. Lee, Ace King, King of Spades for insurance. Continues. And we're not peeling 9-5 to flop a flush draw and fold, so guess we're just check calling always as Daniel. But we have the pair, so still beat like the King Queen, King 10, all this stuff that opens. Like in general, when you look at it in the solves, when we have the pair and the flush draw, we generally just like to play check call, just because we have that showdown, beat like some King Queen, some King 10, all this type of stuff still. King 9 suited, Queen 10 suited.
Just quickly to Ian Roberts. Ian Roberts, we've got people guessing on Twitch, so I'm guessing it's just an issue for yourself. Maybe just have a refresh or a shut down and open back up again.
Yeah, but Daniel just decided it's fine to run it, and he's ready to run it here with a 9-5 suited. He knows even up against the Ace King, Ace Queen, we're essentially going to be flipping, or we should be flipping, but accounting for dead outs, half our outs actually gone into the muck here for Daniel. That's unfortunate. And that actually robs us of some outs as well. 9 no good now. Oh, and he finds the 9, but it's no good, sir. Oh. 2 pair on the end.
How unlucky.
And Daniel eliminated
in 19th. Quickly nip over. Who's that? Steve Barnes. Steve Barnes has got kings against the jacks. And jacks for Ed Spencer Small. Kings holding. Just need to fade a jack for a double up for Steve Barnes. 2 on the turn. And that'll do it for Steve Barnes, who doubles up, drops Ed down to 140. Oh, there's the fist pump. You got a fist pump. Fist pump, somebody who's been on a heater for the last 12 months. So, Monty.
And I've got to reveal the correct answer because Tom's coming in 4 minutes. We need to get this closed up. So, George Michael performed for Russian Billionaire for 3 million. 3 million, a chunk of money. Imagine that, an hour's work gets 3 million.
Wouldn't have got out of bed.
You wouldn't have got out of bed?
No.
An hour's work for 3 million quid, you wouldn't have got out of bed, no?
Tell you what, he's been robbed.
Do you know what? I've seen you get up on stage and sing with a mic and you do that for free.
I do.
On a yearly basis.
I'm not very good.
And you dress up for it as well. And he's telling us he wouldn't get out of bed for 3 million, alright.
Whoops.
3 million is the correct answer.
3 million.
Pounds, dollars, whatever it is, it's Tower's answer.
He got paid in 3 million. Oh my word.
We'll actually say it's dollars because then Tower can say it was the 2005 exchange rate.
Oh my word.
He's got all the tricks.
It wasn't in the 80s, it was 2009, which put me off. So, reveal the answer very shortly, then we'll get Mr. Thomas clacking in about 5-6 minutes' time. And he'll be doing the last hour for us. And half an hour with Jay and half an hour with myself to finish off. Roy Cyphers has guessed £25,500,000 in writing.
I just can't see how someone would pay that. I know if you're a billionaire, it's nothing, 3 million, but
30 seconds.
How someone,
because Tom's in the wings.
How someone can be like, there's 3 million, come and sing for me for an hour, I think it's just ridiculous.
It's a lot of money, but he's a billionaire.
I get that.
And he would have no concept of money. But so why only 3 million? That's all I'm saying. Not getting no more clues out. I'm just going to give you the correct answer, and then we've got Mr. Man who wins everything, Thomas Clack, coming in. Well, first and second all the time. So win leagues and come second all sorts. So, yes, 30 seconds before the comp is closed. Straight after this hand, we will close the final comp of the day, and then we might have a couple in the morning, and then the wheel will be spun. We might just have a couple for the wheel and no tickets.
Maybe.
We'll do that as well. That's what we'll do. A couple for the wheel and nothing else.
So ace 10 deuce here, blind on blind. Not much really going for either. Keith is going to take a stab with the 8 high. Fold out some better stuff. 9 highs. Jack highs. Queen highs. Does get the jack high out of there. So we're closing the comp, guys. You've got 20 about seconds. 5. All right, 10. I'll meet you halfway. 12.5 seconds. 12.5 seconds. I'll meet you halfway.
I like that. 12.5 seconds. 10, 9. I bet you could be a long way from my answer. 5, 4, 3, 2. So there you go. There's a doctor and an Indian family who spent 50 million on a wedding. I'm with you. Competition, ladies and gentlemen, is closed in 2, in 1. Oh, press the wrong button.
Everything just goes off.
Is it closed?
Is closed. So I'm going to reveal the winners after this hand and Tower's answer. Then we're going to get Tom Clack in for the final hour with Tower and I. What's the prize on the wheel? Is it a main event package including 1 million buy-in comp for the WSOP? It is just as good. It's for a UK Open main event seat worth £1,500. If you win the giveaway, you have to play it. You can't sell it to a mate. You can't put your mate in. You have to play it under your name.
Correct.
And if you win it and you're busy that day, I'm sure for a £1,500 seat you can book it off work or
Jim
whatever.
Basically walked in and said, "Would you like to give a 1,500 ticket away to Coventry?" And we were like, "Yes, please." I wonder if he sang "I'm a Chameleon" when he was doing the gig. What?
I don't think he sang "Come a Chameleon" Tower.
Do you not?
I don't. I made a mistake. I got my Georges mixed up. All right.
Okay.
I know 3 Georges. I know one's a footballer and the other 2 are singers. It's hard. All right.
You only know 3 Georges. Is that it? You don't got an Uncle George?
No, I haven't. Oh, 4 Georges. The other one's a monkey.
What?
George of the Jungle.
George of the Jungle. God, I've not watched that in years. Oh. Yeah, dear. Brilliant.
So, Ace King for Stefan continues in the hijack. Pocket 5s of Lee, not going anywhere. Jack of Club's turn. Exactly that. George Best and George Michael Jammu, they are the 2. I was never good at history, Ian Roberts, so I don't really know all these past monarchs and stuff. So Ace King on the turn for Stefan. Is he going to double barrel? Yes, he is. And now going to put these pocket 5s in a real rough spot as Lee, and probably just got a fold here. Like, not really many rivers we like seeing other than a 5, right? And we really hero down here with 3rd pair, probably not. Like sometimes, yeah, Queen 10 suited, Queen 9 suited. These might be bluffing when they pick up a gut up. Ace King on this occasion for Stefan, but I like fold here from Lee and does go with fold.
So we've closed the comp. George Roper. As if you know George Roper is.
No idea.
George and Mildred.
No.
One of the great sitcoms of the 80s.
Okay, I know St George.
So,
All right, maybe I know a few more Georges than I thought.
When you think about it.
Yeah, when I thought about it.
Yeah. So the correct answer was a measly 3 million. No way. See, you threw me. Because you said Russian billionaire.
Yeah.
Like that, you threw me.
Yeah.
So I thought, just went like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, George, come and sing "I'm a Chameleon" for me,
Yep.
and I'll give you extra.
Yep.
So I went really, really high. And I mean, I weren't really high. I just thought I thought it would have been a really good turnout. An hour. I don't care how long he's got to get there. It's a day's work. You can't go and do another job because you're in Russia. Can't do another job. So you might as well just charge what you can. Okay. So I went big, unfortunately for a lot of people, and I went 20 mil. I thought he was going to get a lot of money because 20 million in 2008 I thought would have been really good.
I'm actually glad that you've got this one so horribly wrong, because if you got a third one as close to the other one, I would have had to start asking you questions, making sure you're not in a disguise and it's someone else. But Tower's back to normal. 20 mil for an hour of a singer. Come on.
Did anybody get it correct?
Yes.
There you go.
2
because
people
20
got it
million
correct.
was a good guess.
2 people got it correct. 2 people got 20 million on the nose.
Good guesses.
You know what you want to do, guys. Red or black. I deliver food on YouTube, and Joe Jock 1974 on Twitch.
That's all guess 21 million.
Yeah, Stato, you was actually going to get the €15 Irish Open step satellite seat until Joe Jock jumped in at the last minute. You're running bad, mate. You're running bad. Stato nearly nicked the satellite seat.
See, 20 mil. What do you mean?
So we got to get this done because Tom's waiting in the wings to come in. So Joe Jock 1974, red or black. I deliver food, red or black. Red's in for Joe Jock. I deliver foods, black. Good luck, guys. This is for a spot on the wheel.
Nice one. Very good indeed. Well done. We'll bring... You
can go get Tom can come in now. I can finish this up.
We'll bring Thomas in, and half an hour with Jay, and then the final 40 with myself. So I'll be back in half an hour. Thomas Clack's coming in because he knows his stuff.
Yep, and it's been a bit mental today with all these wheel opportunities and the giveaways, and gone a bit off tangent from the poker, but now we'll get some proper sense coming in. How are we doing, Tom?
Oh, I don't know about proper sense, but I'll do my best, that's for sure.
First things first, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Bet you're chuffed with the result, and obviously the money's nice as well.
Yeah.
But I bet getting over the line for a whole
I think getting over the line for, like, it felt like it almost, like, cemented the, like, high roller league win kind of thing. Because it's like, oh, we haven't even won one
Yeah,
yet.
I know,
But so to finally get that one or this one was really good.
Nice.
By the way, I think I would sing Karma Chameleon for 20 million. Turk would do it for free.
Well, this is how it come up. I actually got it mixed up because Tao was talking about George Michael, and I went come a chameleon, and he just looked at me. It's actually Boy George that sings that. They're two different people, and that's where the George Michael question come from. But Tao 20 million. I don't know where he's pulled that answer from. I'll be honest with you.
That's a big number.
It is for an hour's work.
Yeah, for sure. So how are the stacks looking on the table?
Keith Littlewood got the lot and Stefan got the lot at the moment. So
Okay.
both sat next to each other. Lee's got a healthy stack as well, as you can see, of the Queens. Keith Johnson, Michael Kane, Dooley, the shorter stacks at the table.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So Michael raising out with the AC. And Lee with the Queens. It does play some flats, but I think 3-bet most of the time is just going to work out best. It's very small. It's very small. It's 5 big blinds. It's not crazy small, but it's still quite small when you're like 40 bigs deep. I'd prefer to see something like 48, maybe like 52, something like. Generally, when you do get deeper in the comp, you can make smaller raise sizes because it applies still that much pressure. Because you're not really meant to peel as much out of position when you're getting deep, and ICM like affects you more. But I still think I would have liked to see a little bit bigger from Lee. And Dooley makes a great fold with the ace-jack.
Now, against his size as Michael, it becomes a bit more awkward against the full 6BB 3-bet, but against 5 bigs, ever continuing here, ace-8 suited, we're 6 max here as well, Tom, obviously.
Yeah,
so
I mean, there's loads of ways. I mean, I think all options are like available to us. There's 4-bet rip, there's 4-bet non-all-in. You have obviously the peel and like folding. Usually in a mix with specifically ace-8, it usually likes a weird like mix. So I would probably randomize it based on how I feel like Lee has been playing. And if Lee's been on the tighter side, then maybe leaning towards fold is best. And some players, it's just good to ship if they're capable of 5-bet jamming light onto you. Or if you think they're the type to maybe 3-bet and they don't have the ability to 5-bet a particularly big hand, but they are 3-betting quite light, then maybe a 4-bet non-all-in might be your go-to option. So I think you can do all options with. I think it's really important to change your strategy based on who you're playing against.
Agreed.
And it'll be interesting to see how the players change their strategy based on stack size. It'll be really interesting to see how much Keith, for example, opens up, or who is the person to Keith's left?
Stefan.
Stefan. So, because Keith might be handcuffed with Stefan to his left, but if Stefan's not playing any too many calls in position and trying to make life tough for Keith, then Keith gets to open it a little bit more.
I'm going to open here with the King-9 on the button. We're going to see how Stefan's going to proceed here with the A7 of hearts in the small blind. Looks like just landing on call.
Yeah, I like call. Like when you're going to be like probably 1-2 in chips in there, you're probably not going to want to 3-bet call off, get it in.
What hands would you select here for like 3-bet bluffs then versus like Keith's button open? Like we're going to have the value obviously in there as well. What would you choose at this stack depth at this stage? Like 70 effective is like your 3-bet bluffs here. It's going to be like Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited around the suited broadways, or is it going to be more ace-x heavy?
That's a good question, because generally in chip EV you're going to want a lot more of those Jack 10 suited because they're going to play a nice post flop. But then your value range becomes a lot smaller. Like you don't want to start stacking off with like ace queen offsuit here, for example.
Yeah, of course,
so what ends up happening is you just end up flatting a lot more, and then polarizing your range towards like a queens plus ace king type strategy, and then maybe you're using some of like the low king x suited and like the really low ace x suited. So like a 7 is like kind of high up because Keith will probably open a lot of offsuit 7x, whereas he's probably not opening up like Jack 2 off or something like this. Exactly, and so you want to put using like Ace 2 through like Ace 4 type hands, Ace 5.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I didn't miss the flop there, Jojo. It was red. I was still paying attention to it. You are the winner of this giveaway. I'm assuming you're going to want to go on the wheel. Let me know in the chat box if you want the step satellite seats. Put that in the chat, and then the wheel will go to I Deliver Food. And it's the wheel for Jojo. 6 PM tomorrow, Joe. You need to be in chat to claim that £1,500 seat. So make sure you are there. Set an alarm on your phone now. It's the best thing to do. Put a reminder, because it would be a disaster if you lost out on £1,500 just because you forgot about it.
So Stefan opens a button with kings here, and Michael with queen 9 suited. Be interesting to see if he takes an aggressive action. I definitely wouldn't fold. Like, I think peel or 3-bet is reasonable. I think I would probably peel. I think maybe I'm just more comfortable playing peel here, but like it's a similar kind of scenario where your just value is not going to be as wide, and Stefan gets to apply a lot of pressure in the by 4-betting a lot, just because he's not the one at risk. So we'll see how Stefan. I probably would just I'd peel aces here versus Michael, and then kings. My jam. I might have just played a non-all-in 4-bet size.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sat next to the man that won the High Roller League in the UK last year. Top of the shop for high rollers. Very studied, Mr. Clack.
Thank you, Gary. And some top praise to yourself there too from Gary.
Thank you, Gary. I get a bit stuck sometimes with 2 cards, I'll be honest. I need more cards in my hand to know exactly what I'm doing.
I've very much been enjoying the PLO. Playing some PLO. Still only tournaments, but like, you know, tournaments PLO is pretty good.
You need to play in Vegas, mate. If you think it's good over here, it's like Vegas is a whole different level. Like, people are starting to get a lot better over here, but it's still like new to them. Like Vegas, and it's like I feel like the move from Hold'em to Omaha is just like happening now. Like the last year or so, you saw bigger fields in the Omaha tournaments, and I feel like the crossover, like we're sort of in the middle of it now. And I feel like in a few years you're going to see like the 10K last year, the Omaha, it had nearly 2 million up top. Like the 10K Omaha WSOP, it's crazy money.
It's crazy.
Like the amount of people you get playing these tournaments, and I'll be honest, the average skill level from what I've seen the last 2-3 years playing them in WSOP is not the best. Like, you've got your Crushers playing, you've got your Dylan Wisemans, your Sam Sovereigns, your Galfons that you see in these fields, but in general, like a high percentage of the field, I feel like is more than beatable. To be fair, we probably don't want you coming out. You stay playing Hold'em. You don't want you getting too good at Omaha as well, and then we're going to be in trouble.
It's a fun game, and I feel like it's just a lot more action, certainly a lot more perceived action in terms of I've got 4 cards. I can do anything with 4 cards. So you do it does attract a lot of gambly types, which is good for the game, and I think it feels more social. I feel like sometimes Hold'em can be very serious, and it was quite nice our main event table, because we managed to get the whole table talking and laughing. I don't think Keith was particularly enjoying it with the person. Some people on his table, but he will know. But yeah, I think even mixed games. I know we don't do too many mixed games here on the GUKPT, but they're super sociable as well.
Yeah, TM, it can be an absolute nightmare. Basically, like at final tables, if you've got all the chips, you just get to pot basically everything other than quads and low to middling trips. And then if you're sitting there with one of these people with high risk premium, you're meant to like fold almost everything, and it's very complex, and it does get difficult to understand, and especially when you're in, like, you've probably got people that these days just don't play Hold'em anymore, just play PLO, and they're probably sat behind a computer running sim after sim every day and getting ahead of the curve before people catch up.
Yeah, the amount of times in our little group chat, like Benny Glazer, who plays a lot of PLO, is just like, this is ridiculous. There's 6 paid or whatever, and there's 7 left, and it's just, it could just be so frustrating sometimes.
Who's your fancy for this one, Tom, with who's left in?
Oh, I've got a list.
Yeah, I've got a full list here. There we go. Have a little look at that.
Let's have a look through. See, I do quite like how Chris Johnson goes after it, and I think in these big fields, he gets away with a lot of stuff that
he does,
that other people just wouldn't have in their arsenal. Versus some players, he's going to run into it, but versus your average person in the field, I feel like he makes a lot of chips where others wouldn't.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I'm not sure how well he's got doing in stacks at the moment, but I think he's a good one for sure. We've got Alex still in the field, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, Alex.
Yeah, yeah. It'd be nice to see him. I mean, he's won enough already.
Yeah, he has. He's had a good couple of years, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Chris, actually. I do like Tuan can get out there as well. I think I don't know what Tuan's doing half the time. He confuses the hell out of me, but he plays well. So
no one knows.
Actually, Stephen Bandit made a great fold pretty much on the bubble yesterday. He raise folded ace king off versus 2 jams, and it's not a play many people would find.
Yeah.
Like, he raise folded off 16 big blinds, 2 away from the money, when 2 big stacks just went all in.
Yeah.
And it was a really great fold. So he made Stephen. Lots of choices.
Do you know what?
Really.
The amount of people that have said good stuff about Stephen in the last couple of months, and like to look out for him this year. I know he's getting, is it Arian, I think, is the person he's been getting some coaching from, but I feel like he is definitely one to watch the way he's been playing the last couple of months. So Stephen says, Tom Clack, look out for Chris Johnson though. There's a lot of names that still could take
even
this down.
30 left, there were loads of big names, just because I feel like this year, with how the league was set up, you just had everyone come out the woodwork for this event. There were so many notable players that would usually go to Europe, and now they're here.
Yeah. It's such a great change for the league. It's one of the best things to happen for the NPL, in my opinion. It's just going to attract a lot more across the year for certain stops, and knowing that you only need 20 results, and not even 20 results. If you can get 15 good results up there, you can be in that top 18, 100k free roll next year.
It's going to be really interesting when we get to about maybe August, when a few people have already got their best 20 cash or their 20 cashes, and their next cash can only improve their lowest cash by a couple of points.
That is true.
So you might see that so-and-so is first, but he's only got 10 more points than maybe someone in 5th, for example, whatever. Yeah. But that person in 5th may only have 10 cashes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
and that person is way more...
It's a huge favourite over him. Yeah, of course they are.
And so you can't just take it for granted. How did I get knocked out that one? Oh, do we need to hear? I think it was on the stream, actually.
King Jack versus King Queen. Tom had King Queen with the King of Hearts, all in pre versus King Jack. Jack eye board. He turned a flush draw, but bricked the river.
Yeah, could not hold. But.
And we are down to 18 guys, but we did have this occur on the outer table. This is what caused it. You see the numbers tick, so you already know what happens. That hand occurring on our feature, number drops to 18. Ed Spencer Small, we saw him do most of his stack to Steve Barnes, Jackson to Kings, and then this was the last of it, the King Queen against the Ace 9. We all know the result. I'm just showing you the run out. No king or queen on the river. Sent Ed Spencer Small to the rail for £3,290.
I'll take it back. I want the Vietnamese guy with the mask on to give, because he gave me his pizza. That's who I want to win.
Okay.
Yeah, he gave me his pizza, so...
So they got the Tom Clark wrong good. You're on a bit of a heater as well, so that's what you need. You need your
That's true.
Your support when you're on that heater.
So funny thing. So I'm down to 4 big blinds, 13 paid, 15 left.
What a story as well from you. I forget about that. You had 4 bigs on the bubble when you go and win the high roller.
Mukhtar comes behind me.
Okay.
He goes, I pray for you, son. He goes, I want you to win the tournament. Blessed. I'm blessed. I couldn't lose from that point out. It was, I mean, I came in with 12 bigs, 600k, a big blind 50k.
Me and Tao were saying it all day how short you were throughout the day to go on and win. It was something, and even the final, you come in 9 and 9.
Yeah, I mean that 600k was the most I'd had all day. Like, it was so funny thing. I was the last person to enter late reg. Me and Ravi were about to enter max late reg.
Yeah.
It goes from level 14 to level 15, and there's no break in between.
Yes.
So it instantly goes to level 15. The system locks us out from regging. It goes, no, we can't reg you anymore because we're into the next level, and late reg ended late 14. So thankfully, one of the TDs came back, reversed the clock to a level to get me and Ravi in.
I never knew that.
And then we both played.
Just imagine if they said, that's it, boys, we can't get you in. Someone else wins the high roller. You're not sat here next to me as champion. That's pretty mental.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Ravi's probably thinking the same thing. He's thinking, oh, I would have saved 1,500 quid. Ravi's thinking, oh, I wish they locked me out. I would have saved 1,500 quid.
Yeah, 18 left, Matthew.
Oh, that's quite funny. What's the plan for the year then? Is it mainly UK based, or are you going to do some abroad trips? Are you doing Vegas this year?
Yeah, I'll go to Vegas, and then, so because the way the league is set up, last year I was grinding it pretty hard.
Yeah.
So I was like playing, say, GUKPT Leeds over going to EPT Barcelona, right? Which didn't really make much sense just because of the massive field sizes there, and I can play that high, so I can go out there, and it's not going to affect me much this year if I do go out to those stops. But I think I'm going to play like a bunch of the 888 stuff, and then try and play as much UK stuff because it's just easy to get to for me. If I have to, I'm nowhere near an airport, so it's a bit of an.
Where do you live, Tom?
I'm in South Wales,
and
South Wales. Cardiff Airport is like twice the price of any other airport in the UK, like, and that's still an hour away. So you'd have to go to like Birmingham or something like this.
Right, okay.
So it's a bit of a trek to just like get out of the country, but so I really just want to do it for like EPTs and like nice stops, basically just sunny stops in Vegas. So you'll probably see me around the AAA and GUKPT stops a bunch still, and I think my plan is just see how the next couple of months go. I mean, started off pretty well, and then
it can't really start better, can it?
And yeah, see if I want to just go gung ho for try and get the 20 best caches that I can get.
Yeah.
Or whether I want to just be like, okay, I've got 20 good caches, maybe I'll just chill for a bit. So we'll see.
Yeah, Matthew Barnes says, come on, Steve Barnes. Alex Risby says the same. Let's go, Steve Barnes. He's not even on the table, guys. He's on the outer.
I know, we get so many rails.
So, going to jump back to this hand, blind on blind. Michael going to double barrel the 10-6 here. Don't mind this. Some 6 interaction with the straight. And Keith after checking back here. The thing is, Keith's going to shove a lot of his King X, isn't he, as well, pre-flopped on when we start the hand with just sub-8 big blinds.
But so is Michael in this spot.
Yeah, exactly,
so it's like the King is almost irrelevant to the board.
Yeah.
So just delete the King, right? And there's a few times where you might want to start like limp calling like King Queen suited or something, or maybe like usually it's like Queen Jack Jack 10 suited, but sometimes there's like some suited King X that you just want to like limp just call off kind of thing. But I think probably most people just jam like King X. So
Yeah.
just ignore the king on the board and just play with the other 4 cards pretty much in that scenario. But he does get
The
Keith off the back
dealer
down
should
there.
basically just take it and throw it off the table, shouldn't they?
They should.
Just have a 2-card flop there, because when they're that shallow, and they're blind on blind, it just gets stripped of a lot of the high cards.
But yeah, Keith looking down. Do I really want to bust my tournament life for 7 deuce off? Nah, I'm gonna.
Are you doing the Irish Open? Says Jack Sharp.
Yes, I'm gonna go do the Irish Open. Because I missed it last year because I was just playing all the GUKPT stuff, and I was like, oh, I really need like a week
break,
off,
yeah.
a week off, and then it just so happened that the week off coincided with the Irish Open, which you get a bit of FOMO about because everyone's there basically. It feels like the biggest event of the year, pretty much. So yeah, I'll be going to that. There's a lot good schedule.
I actually prefer Irish Open week more than I prefer the WSOP grind, because I feel like WSOP grind feels more like work. You're out there, you wake up every day, enter a tournament, bust, enter a tournament, bust.
Yeah.
But Irish Open, you have a few drinks, you have a laugh. It's actually the only time I'll be at a poker table and actually like drink alcohol, like, and actually. Like at that buy-in level, like I'll have a drink playing a £100 side event here or something always, but when it's like a 1k buy-in, last couple of sessions you have a drink with your table, you have a laugh, and it was we actually had the funniest one ever last year, our day 1 table, and there was a guy all in, this Irish guy had been drinking all day, and he goes, if I double up everyone, I'll buy the old table a drink, and about 10-15 minutes later he gets it in freeway. He ends up trebling it up. He goes, not just drinks for everyone gets some shots as well. And it was just brilliant. Like, you don't get that at any other tournament. Back end of a day 1, £1,000 buy-in, whole table's drinking, taking shots, and it's
so good.
It's just something special. Nice bluff there from Keith Littlewood on the end there. Ace rolls off. Just dislodging some 1-pair hands in our opponent's range. Steve Barnes won't be on stream unless we lose 2 more and go to the 2-table redraw, and he gets drawn onto the table, so we will see. He may still get on. We got 42 minutes to start today. Who is the guy in the promotion poster that is popping up behind the screen? How can you not know Francis Oberdon, Joel Baxter? He is a legend of UK poker. Successful in other walks of life, doesn't play poker for a living, but he is entertaining, to say the least. When he's on a feature table, we love watching Francis always. He's one of our favourites, and off the table, fantastic guy as well.
You can't put him on a hand because he plays every hand under the sun.
Exactly that.
Very fun to play with. I love the new promotion about like stalling and time wasting, and they've just got Francis's name by it, and so we give him a little wind up just for like taking too long on decisions.
That wouldn't strike me as Francis.
No,
he's not the type.
He usually acts pretty quick,
exactly.
but it's just funny to see him on the poster for it. So Keith with a pretty healthy chip lead now. Almost 1 million in chips.
Yeah, just over 7 million play, so with 18 left, that is a unbelievable spot to be in.
He's already had a great series so far. He came 3rd in the mini, was it?
Opener. The opener.
So he's already had a good run so far. So he said he was trying to take side bets for if he didn't play any 25-50s or any 888 stops.
I've had murders from him. Don't. He's been trying to get a bet on with me. just don't. Because I've been saying to him, I've been telling him why I can't lay the bet, and he's like, yeah, but Jay, I'm not playing this, I'm not playing that, and he's like, I just don't. I've had murders with him.
So, like King 3, for example, in the hijack with Michael there, if he had like 600,000, for example, or like 800,000 in Keith, snap open, right?
Of course.
But just because of your stack size, you know, you just have to play that much tighter, because not only are you going to get put pressure pre-flop, but also post-flop. You can't put in as much money post-flop because you don't want to bust as much. You don't want to risk busting as much. Whereas if you've got a big stack, well, you can start betting more. You can put a lot more pressure on these middling stacks, so you get to open wider.
Yes. So effective all in here from Keith.
Going to be called by Dooley.
Yeah. So
he's not in bad shape though. Live cards with the Queen 10 suited. 40% of the time.
So he's left himself 3k back. We're not actually even on a ladder, so and with the new ruling that is in place this year,
changed to a forced all in.
So when you got less than leave yourself less than 5% of your stack, it's assumed all in. So what that means is you only get 30 seconds. You can't burn through your time banks.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, you only get 30 seconds to make your decision before you put the chips in.
If you do that post flop and you've got either got a bluff or nuts,
yes,
you're forced all in with your bluff. I don't want to be. So looking slim for Keith. Keith needs that Queen, Jack or 10, which isn't a club. 5 outs for Keith.
Does not find it. 7 of diamonds river. Keith Johnson, another cash to his name, £3,600. Leaves us with 17. Lose one more and we will be at that 2-table redraw. We have 40 minutes left today. Paul Oak says, hello lads, couple of questions. Question 1, is the last level of today now? Yes it is. What time is the live feed on tomorrow? We start at 12:20 on stream. There's the schedule. That is the time we go live. Tower and I will be set and ready for a big day 3.
Sounds good. So Dooley's chipped up a lot. He was very short at one point. I think he had under 10 big under 40k. He was saying. So, I mean, from someone who spun out from a short stack, I was pretty. It's good to see. It's good to see him have some patience and spin up a decent stack now. So we'll see how he puts that to work.
TM and Don, I'm actually not sure on all the logistics of it and how it all works if that happens. We've just been told the rule this year. Obviously in a couple of months we'll know it to a T. This is the first event that it's been involved in, so ask me that question in 2 months time.
Yeah.
We're just getting to the gist of everything.
Matthew asked where we can see all the total chips. The total chips will be at the end of the day now.
Yep.
So you can see an updated list from when it was, what, 20 left maybe?
24,
like
the free
24
table,
left.
The free table redraw.
But, as with poker, stacks fly all over the place, so they are not going to be correct right now. So you'll have to wait 40 minutes, Matthew, for the full confirmed chip counts.
Blind on blind here between Keith and Stefan. Stefan flops a 9 with a heart in hand. Checks back.
And Keith checking in with his Queen 8. And small bet from Stefan. I don't think there's any reason for Keith to go anywhere with the Queen 8, to be fair.
I like the check call from Keith. Wouldn't certainly not be folding Queen high after flop goes check check. And now 4 of spades on the river.
I'd like to see a big bet from Stefan. I would have liked to have seen a big bet on both streets, to be honest. If you've got 10-9 here, it's just basically the nuts. Yes. So a bigger bet on turn, maybe 25k, and here I would have probably bet 40k, 45k, something like this. Dino says, Tom's rubbish at poker, let's just go get drunk.
I hope you know, Dino.
Oh yeah, we played a lot together today. We've had a lot of fun on the tables. Good. Main event, we were getting the whole table talking. I felt we were doing the top 10 board games sold each year, and the whole table was guessing involved.
What for each year?
Just for was it all time, Dino? I think it was all time.
Okay.
Yeah, all time.
Obviously,
top 10 board games.
Obviously Monopoly.
Monopoly was, I believe, second.
Cluedo.
Cluedo was on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Does Articulate count as a board game?
It wasn't on there.
It wasn't on there. Technically, you go around the board. I know it's very different. So we'll come back to that and think about that.
Yeah, the first one, you're going to just be like, it was very obvious.
Help me out, Tao. Think of some board games.
Don't look at the chat. Don't look
What's
at the chat. There's some spoilers in the chat.
What's that?
The top board game sold worldwide. Don't look at the chat.
Monopoly.
Nope,
No,
that's
that's what I
second.
thought. That's what I
Yahtzee.
thought.
Nope.
Uno.
Nope.
Top board game. Chess.
Chess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Drafts.
I got there eventually. Scrabble
Yeah.
in the chat.
Scrabble's in there. Yeah.
Like Scrabble.
Yeah. And then we got quizzed.
I'm like Scrabble. I'm
who
just
had the most
rubbish at it.
McDonald's? I think it was who had the most McDonald's, which country? And then we were going through the countries. And now Rob has sent me a list, and I've got to go do the top 10 in order by
Surely
country
gotta
of
be
McDonald's.
America.
I reckon.
USA has got to be one.
USA was top. Yeah.
Yeah. I reckon Mexico as well.
I'm not sure. I know what the top 3 are for sure. I know what the top 3. UK wasn't in the top 3.
Really?
Nope.
Wow.
Think
Canada.
Think East Asia for number 3, I believe. East Asia, somewhere in East Asia.
I can name a couple of countries in Asia.
Gee, number 1 starts with a C.
Chess.
Yeah!
I've already got it, mate. You're on delay, mate. Hit the live button. Press live on the little chat box. You'll be live again. All right. You're on delay. On that note, we're going to get Tower in for the last 30 minutes of the day with Tom, or 33. Do you want me to do 3 minutes?
No, not at all.
You sure?
Get yourself off.
Okay, I'm gonna say bye for the day, guys. I'll be sat in situ for day 3 tomorrow, 12:20. I'll be with the Tower. Tom Clack and Tower are going to close you out for the day. I will see you all tomorrow. Good night.
Top man. What's been happening?
Not much really. Just been chat. Nice chat about board games, and it was Japan. It was Japan. By the way. Japan was 3rd, I believe.
Isn't Japan a tiny country?
It's pretty big.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, it's quite thin. Like a big
Is it
island.
because it's underneath like China, so
Yeah,
on a little sliver?
Yeah, it's like it's under Korea, but yeah, it's there's still quite a lot of people in there.
Wow.
Have we had second?
Japan.
Oh, I'm gonna
That's a
have
small country, did you say?
Yeah.
It's 120 odd million population. I think.
Next
Yes,
do a Japan question.
There's about 80 million live in Tokyo.
Well, in 2002, Japan South Korea World Cup, I think it was around just under 100 million. So I'm reckoning it's probably 110 million now.
There's probably 80% of them live in Tokyo.
Right.
Right.
Good night,
Enjoy.
guys.
Second, I believe, was China. Off the top of my head. Michael with quite a wide open really with Queen 5 suited. It does get it through with Keith not having anything to defend. Again, that's just one of the hands that maybe you want to start folding when you're this middling stack, but is able to sneak one through 5-handed. I don't know the rest. So I know 9 of, so basically what I've been doing is so Rob's given me a test of the top. I've got to figure out the top 10.
Rob Dross.
Top 10 McDonald's,
Okay.
like cut by countries in terms of size, and he can only tell me if I've got the number of countries correct and how many I've got in order, and I've got to basically figure it out. So it's going to take me a while. So I've got France on my list of 10, and I've got 9 correct. So France could be up there.
Somebody's just hit 26 on the roulette.
Yep, Mike. That's Michael Kane in seat 1.
So 31 minutes left on the clock for the day. If we get to 16, there'll be a pause with a redraw. France is number 4. Wow.
Wow. Oh, I wish I hadn't seen that. Now I'm cheating.
Oh, you don't want to... my bad. I just read the chat out. Sorry about that.
I'd have seen it anyway. So we saw a limp there from Keith and Stefan 4xing with the queens. Now, I know for a fact Spain is 12th, so...
Oh.
And Cal Morial said it won't be Italy, because they're eating too much pasta and pizza. Like, they said not that many McDonald's, I don't think.
Home-cooked food. Homemade pasta, that's the thing, isn't it?
Shit, you can't just give it away by just going to Wikipedia. It's like when you're in a pub, and you spend all night just chatting about like an answer to a question, and then someone just looks it up and you're like, well, that was the answer. That's the end of that conversation.
Russia has loads.
They had loads. I'm not sure if they don't have any more.
Okay.
Not sure. Anyway, Stefan with the ace jack. Would like to see a raise here. 30,000 is fine. 23 big blinds deep. And Michael with an easy defend. Doesn't really need to reshove. It dominates a bunch of Stefan's like Jack X and 10X that he's raised. And he just plays really nicely post flop. So we're going to a flop.
Ace 6 rainbow.
Pretty good for ace jack. We're going to see a C-bet from ace jack. And without a backdoor flush draw from Michael, it's pretty hard for him to continue. I imagine we'll just see a fold. I did say Australia. Australia's in my current list, and I've got 9 out of 10 correct. So it might be in there. I don't know. I do not have the correct answers. I only know the top 3. So Michael versus 1.8 big blinds. Might decide to float here and does so. It's going to be interesting on turns. On like a 7 and 8, Stefan might slow down.
Well, a queen.
A queen is very interesting.
Yep.
Because Stefan's going to barrel here most of the time. Probably something like 60%, like 60k, 65k. And Michael with Jack High still might be good versus some like 8-5s, 7-5s, these type of holdings that might raise pre. And so we'll see Michael continue probably again. A little bit small from Stefan for my liking. You just have a really good ace on this board, and I think you want to get value from other
yeah, being open-ended as Michael's just got a little bit more interested, hasn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Michael's definitely not going anywhere versus this size. And this will be a very interesting river. It's a 5.
Brick 5 of spades. So the check mark for Stefan.
And the question is, does Stefan check, or does he try and go for some more value? And he does check. And Michael with the 5 completing, it's gonna be hard to have a lot of bluffs. There's gonna be things like 10-8 in there, which was like double gutted on the turn. So we'll see if Michael decides that his Jack High has showdown value, or that he needs to go all in here. And he bets. What is that? 150. And then Stefan, I think we just have to call. As I said, we beat things like 10-8 that will continue. We do block this Jack 10, which is a little bit annoying. 8-7 does get there if 8-7 was continuing. So he might get it through, but we will see. And I like how Michael's left himself.
Yeah,
he does make the call.
Yeah, more or less clicked it in.
Yeah.
Straight away with the ace. Top pair. Michael Caine, unfortunately, leaving himself with the big.
Yeah. I was just talking about this with Jay, and we were talking about the new, where you're all in and you leave like a big blind behind. How you're like kind of like, you're not forced to call, but you can't use any time banks afterwards or whatever.
No.
But in a spot where like Michael's either got like a really good hand or completely nothing, he's just got one big blind, and sometimes that's enough. Sometimes that's enough to. Some people might perceive it as weaker shit, but the idea is you do it where you've either got like a really good hand or nothing at all. For the times that if you do get called, well, and you've got a good hand, well, an extra 13k doesn't really mean much. But if you've got a bluff and that extra and you get called, well, that extra 13k, you might win the tournament with 13k left.
Yeah, that is true. And just on that, I'm not too sure if there was a pay jump as well, but obviously
could be that too.
If there's somebody on the outer table just busting out just before you, might just get a buy-in for the next tournament. Extra.
And we see that with Michael folding the small blind and just leaving himself with 8,000 chips.
He is on 8k, bluffed into seat number 9, didn't work, left himself 2 bigs. Or 1 big. So Mike Kane looks like he could be next out, but if anything does on the outer table, we will let you know.
And the beauty of the big blind ante is that he can win a lot more chips basically, and he's got a few more hands to do so. But he has stuck it in with the Jack 4 suited. See a complete and check from Dooley. He's not in the best shape. Dominated by Lee's Queen 4. And Dooley now with the 3. Expect to just see it check down. Queen on the turn. Interesting to see if Lee tries and bets. He doesn't. And 4 spades.
Yeah, 4 spades. Lee gets a check more with a 4 of spades.
And it will probably just go check, check. And Michael, unfortunately,
Jack 4
eliminated in 17th.
Very unlucky, which means we're on a 2-table redraw. So we will. You can either talk about the McDonald's or we'll quickly flick on what's on tomorrow. Last day tomorrow of the first GUKPT of 2025. Cup tomorrow, restarting at 12:30. You can
looking forward to that.
buy into that. Seniors on at 1 o'clock, the PLO at 3, and the closer at 6. So the closer starting at 6 o'clock. That's a late start. I thought it was 5. It used to be 5, didn't it? I thought it was a bit late. That's 6 o'clock. Anyway, it's on at 6.
Come at 6.
It's on at 6. Come and join in the fun.
Yeah.
And then we've got plenty going on regarding, well, just everywhere basically.
Yeah.
The UK Open. Next weekend we will be in Portsmouth for the first Jack. It's like the Jack Hardcastle Invitational.
It is, yeah.
Because he's basically telling everybody he's going. He's telling everybody where to eat, everybody where to drink.
Oh, brilliant!
There's going to be a pub crawl.
Oh, that'd be
There's
ideal.
all sorts going on.
Great. Can't wait.
So if you're in Portsmouth all week, Jack Hardcastle is basically tour guide, and it's going to be great.
He was,
so we'll be
he was
down
saying
there
the 2550 in Portsmouth.
Yeah.
He said, in terms of tournaments, it's probably the most bullets against like cashing ratio he's ever had. He loves the fire, that man.
And then next month back here, the end of, as you can see there, the end of Feb, starting on the 16th with the target satellites. The target satellites means you have to use the satellite seat in Coventry at that event.
Okay.
Normal cash out satellite, if you don't use it, you can forward it onto another GUKPT. But a target satellite means you have to use it in the festival at some point.
I like the combined satellites.
They're great. I think they're a great idea.
So
I really do.
For £90, you win. You get a mystery bounty and a mini UK Open.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. I really like that.
Yeah. So that's on. That's on the 8th. Oh, that's on the 8th. That's on my birthday.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
That's on my birthday. I won't be there though. That's on my birthday. So I don't know. I have no idea. So it starts on 16th of Feb. We will be there on Tuesday, the 25th of Feb. Is when we start streaming, and that's when we're going to be streaming the 6 max and the heads-up battles that's played online and then live for the finals.
Oh, okay.
So they should be interesting. And then the second week of the UK Open, we're live streaming on the Wednesday. So we do Tuesday, we do the 6 max, I think it is, and then Wednesday. Wednesday we do the 6 max. Tuesday we do the heads up.
Gotcha.
So it's been great. Really enjoying that. Look forward to that. And then once we've done the heads, once we've done the 6 max at 12 on the Wednesday, we'll then flick to the mini day 3 because that should be on the final table.
Nice.
So that should be on there. And then Thursday we'll concentrate on the high roller day 2, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday obviously concentrating on the 1 million guaranteed main event.
It's gonna be big.
It is indeed. So we'll leave them to it for 2 minutes. We'll leave the pictures on them. We're just about to restart.
Mountains everywhere, mate.
Okay, your button has been drawn to C2.
Oh.
Dealers, C2 now.
How are you going to do it to me?
You'd like to restart it from 5,000, 10,000, 10,000 big blind empty. Dealers? Big blind, please, sir. 5, 10, 10.
Let's do it again. So the final 23 minutes of the day. Take us to, with the hands as well, take us to about 1/4 by the time we finish. Michael Caine was indeed on 17th.
Have you got the seat draw for this?
I have indeed. Indeed, we have.
Okay.
Satnam in seat number 1 with the hat. I actually like his hat.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
So, it looks like. See, I could wear that for golf. It looks like a waterproof hat like that. I could do that with golf. It would be very good that for a little bit of windbreak as well. Satnam in 1. Stephen McCabe in seat number 2. Stefan Lazar in seat number 3. We've then got Iman Sarkashik in seat number 4. Lee Hollins in 5. Hongshang Lee in 6. Keith Littlewood in 8. And Jamie Bott in 9. So there we go. That's our table. 16 players left.
And it's anyone can win. But Keith with the, I believe, the chip lead at the moment. And we'll see it fold round. Stefan not going to be doing anything, or Stephen not going to be doing anything with Jack 4 out of the way, folding round to the big blind, and Lee going to be getting out of the way of the Jack 4. On Sat, there's some really big stacks in this. We've got Satnam, Keith, and Stefan all with 1 million in chips, pretty much, and it'll be interesting to see which person is going to like overtake the others, because if you want to like start running over the table for final handed, if you can make some opens and get that 1.2 million over there like 900, then you can start raising more and more. Like here with the Jack 8, Keith could potentially open that. Like, it seems incredibly wide, but if he had, especially if he had 1 million, or he had 1.2 and the other guys had like 800, Jack 8 suited would be a reasonable open. But we see Jamie here with with the 10s, and Satnam with a pretty wide peel with the 5-4 suited. It's quite interesting when you do have chips. You do actually get to play a lot of calls in positions, just because you realise so much more of your equity, because Jamie should just check up, in theory, should just check more, and you get to see more flops, you get to see more turns, you get to see more rivers. I'm not sure if I would go as wide as 5-4, but we'll see how this proceeds. Jack 9-3. I'd like to see Jamie start with a check here. Generally, you just want to start checking it out of position when you're the small stack against a big stack. But he does decide he wants to bet 10s for protection, and Satnam just getting out of the way with the 5 high. He does look like he wants to get involved, Satnam, and I like that for this league. If you're the type of person that's just going after it and can try and accumulate chips in spots where others can't, you're going to do very well in this league. Like, the people who are just playing a little bit tighter and is trying to hang on for like a 17th or a 20th or a min cash, you're not going to do so well. You really want to be trying to gun for those for that final table, for those top 5 spots in all these big fields that we're going to be getting throughout the year. And also, that's where all the money is, so why not? And let's see Jamie get out the way with the 7-4 off. Maybe thinking about taking some time, given that we're probably getting to the last 10 minutes of the day with the last 5 hands. Well, I hope I do, Aaron. I'm always happy to watch people playing some spicy pots and getting in the mix. Now, Stephen raising up with the King 10 suited. Looks like it's folding around to Keith. It was Ace 9. Just going to be defending, I think. You potentially could have some 3-bets with this hand, but I don't think I would. You'd get to dominate a bunch of like suited Ace-X and 9X, and this could be an interesting board. 2 diamonds, the flush draw for Stephen, and top pair for Keith. And if Stephen chooses to barrel on these turns and rivers, it could get pretty tough for Keith. So we should see a bet and a call. 6 of spades bringing the double flush draw. Does help Keith's range a lot. Keith's going to have more 7. Keith's going to have all 7-5 combos. Stephen might decide that he wants to play a check back here, and he does choose to.
Rivers and 9 of clubs,
which is pretty good for Keith. Don't think he's going to get too much value, but he's going to try. And a snap fold from Stephen. Could have been a lot bigger of a pot. It does go Keith's way. And Keith just above that 1 million mark. And we'll see if he just see which one of the top 3 there just creeps.
Stacks. Yeah, the top 3 stacks.
I was saying how important it was for them to just creep above the rest, so you can open more and play a bit more aggressive.
To have 3 stacks on the same table with 103, 97, and 95 bigs, it's such a fabulous place to be. But these 3 chip leaders, I'm guessing, in the room, will be surprised if they're not. But we're on the final 16. And one of them, Satnam. You're going to have a lot of fun watching Satnam. He knows how to over up chips. Satnam Sandhu. Awesome.
So Stephen here, not going to be opening the 7-5. I like it. 7-6 in the cutoff is quite interesting. I actually like the fold. Generally, you're going to want to have a bunch of high cards. You're raising into Well, Keith is in the small blind, which may be reason to open. If he was in the big blind, maybe it'd be better of a fold. And Keith deciding to limp the 2s. Jamie checking his option with 8-7. I like it. And it's a pretty good board for 8-7.
Yes, 8-8-10 flop. Keith Littlewood, only person over a mil.
He might go under a mil. So I don't think he's going to be folding to 1 bet. Even if Jamie has an 8, he can still hit a deuce. 9 on the turn. Likely going to see a bet, probably around maybe like 30,000. I don't think you need to go too big. Keith's still going to have a bunch of queen jacks. He can also have just 8x himself. You don't generally get to bet as much if you're a smaller stack, just because you don't want to put in that much money. You don't want to put in money.
Every chip at this stage sometimes feels like a prisoner, don't it?
It does.
You've just got to look after every one of them.
So latest bet from Jamie, 26,000. And it puts a hand like 2s in a really tough spot. Like if you were to bet 60,000, 2s just gone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gone.
Yeah.
Right, but
totally
if you bet 26,
you bet
you're
26.
Like,
yep.
Oh, I don't know what to do with 2s. What do I do?
Still nearly half pot if you looked at it that way.
It's true.
There's not too many hands the 2s are beating.
He does make the correct laydown.
Nice one, boss. Saturn's not been too well. And he struggles to talk because of it. Well, hope he gets better. He's got chips, which is good, so he can still play poker.
He can.
Which is great.
There's quite a famous like duo. There's a guy called Blind Guy, and he's like 95% blind, but he plays poker professionally.
Right.
And he's like, his friend basically like both either online or live tells him what and what the board is and stuff like this, and the guy's just like, oh, I just want to bet this much, and he could imagine playing poker and you can't see the board. It'd be so hard. I have to look at the board like every 5 seconds.
So the final 12 minutes. Oh, clock's been paused. We better find out how many hands it is. I don't actually know. The clock's just been paused with 16 players left.
It'll be 4, 5, or 6.
It will.
Let's see.
So we check the flop. Here's deuce 4.
And after the check back, Stephen deciding for a little bit of protection with his 10s. And Keith just getting out of the way with Queen Jack.
Oh, the clock's restarted.
I think it was jumping.
Oh, right, okay. There's me thinking to pause it to tell you how many hands at the end of the day.
He used to play live back in the day, but I think now he plays mostly online.
So we'll quickly jump over to the outer table. Ewan Jones with the 10s. Jamie Lee with the 9s. Ewan is all in for just shy of 200 by the looks of that. Oh no, things you hate to see.
Not even a diamond in hand for the 10s. So just needs a diamond,
Ouch.
a 10.
For Ewan.
Oh!
Tell me about the 10 of diamonds. What about the 10 of diamonds on the river?
Little smirk on his face.
Unbelievable. Wow. In front. Miles behind.
Painful for Jay though. When you see the 9
Wow.
and you think you've got
doubles. Ha.
Speaking of 10s, 10s are going round. Hong Zhang open the hijack. And Stephen 4-3. I love 4-3 off. It's a great hand in the big blind, but I think at this stage, I think I'd let it go. Alright, Brad. This is Tom Clack.
It is indeed. Thomas Clack. Need a Tom and a Thomas.
Usually Tom, but Thomas is like my like writing, like emails kind of thing, Thomas. But most people call me Tom.
Indeed, Tom Clack with us for the final. How many hands? Oh, we're doing it now. We're 9:20 on the clock. What? Oh, Keith's trying to work out if he misses.
Keith, you can afford it.
I don't think he can miss.
He's got enough chips.
Yeah, he has to play it, whether it's 4 or 5 or 6.
Yeah.
4.
4 more hands.
4 more hands.
And then we're done.
And then we are done for the day. 4 more. Four hands. This is 1 of 4.
Nice fold from Jamie.
Stream audio keeps cutting out. Huh.
Strange.
Strange.
Well.
Valerie Wiley with a smiley face. I'm guessing that's with a double up for Ewan at Jones.
Ah.
Good old Ewan. Or is it for the final 4 hands and not 6? Who knows?
Who knows? Maybe she really liked it to be 4 hands.
I'm guessing the former.
Me too. We're going to go 3-way to this, the first of 4 hands. Everyone with a diamond in hand. Look how many diamonds. No, just
2, 4, 8 flop.
A little bit for Stephen here. I imagine we're not going to see too many leads. Don't tend to see too many leads. I imagine we're just going to get checked to Satnam, and if the stories are true, I don't see Satnam checking.
And it didn't.
And he didn't. Which I like.
It rings true.
It's actually a nice hand to. It is a nice hand to bet. You're going to start clearing out a bunch of like queen jacks, without like, especially without a backdoor flush draw. And so if you can just bet a hand, you can get like queen jack to fold. Then if a jack comes on the turn, you've got the best hand.
Yeah.
But Stephen continuing here. And there's going to be a lot of turn cards that Satnam can barrel. A 10, a 9, a diamond. I mean, diamond's not going to work out very particularly well. But a lot of hands you can barrel. Ace isn't a great board. Isn't a great hand for you. Sorry, a great card for Satnam. Because as we see, Stephen's going to have some ace highs that call the flop. And we're probably not going to be betting too many ace highs on the flop. Maybe like our ace 8s, maybe our ace 4s. But ace is a scare. Maybe ace is just a scare card. So Satnam chooses to barrel here.
Oh. Still on. Whew. My stream stopped then, enough. I panicked.
Whew. We're back.
Enjoy watching the stream, says Gary Spinks. Nice one, Gary.
We've only got 3 hands left, Gary.
We got 3 hands. We got 3 hands left, Gary. Hang on, 10 minutes. We got 3 hands.
So we did see a barrel from the ace, and Stephen deciding, I think my ace is good. I'm just going to try and raise. If you've got pocket jacks, try and put you in a difficult position. I think with how often Satnam barrels, it's probably just a good idea to just call your ace.
Yeah.
But wins the pot either way.
We are down to the final 3 hands.
Hand number 2.
Okay then, I'll hang on.
There we go.
Good on you, Gary. There are 16 players left as it stands right now. Not too much action on the outer tables.
Some momentum for Stephen, as he's won a few pots in the last orbit or so. Now again with ace 10 off, and likely just going to take it, unless we see a defend here, but we don't. I think the check raise with the ace 5, I think your hand is too good. Like, you're not very scared of many rivers, and if you start raising, well, if you get called, you're probably only getting called by better. There might be a stubborn, like, pocket jacks, pocket tens type hand, but he went so massive as well that I don't really see those hands calling. If you did put him on those types of hands, you might want to just, like, check, like, min raise the turn, or like, play a really small raise. But you just have the board so locked, you're not scared of, like, any river. There's not even a flush draw on the turn, that I just call Joe.
So the final 2.
And Satnam deciding to open it up with the 10-7 off. And it'd be very interesting if Ewan can find the jam here. He does. He's like, I'm not coming back with 83,000.
Yeah, good ploy.
And well, it's only 8 big blinds, but Satnam's got 10-7 off. And Satnam's just going, how much is it? How much do I have to pay? A lot of talking. He does lay it down. Quite healthy. About 50% increase for Sarkashik there. Nice penultimate hand for him.
Yeah.
Last hand. Last hand? Yeah. Last hand of the night. Whose way will it go? See if Satnam, he opens the 10-7 off. Will he open the ace-5 off? He does. And Stephen, ace-5 suited. It's a nice hand to 3-bet. Does choose to call on this occasion. Lee with King Jack in the small blind. I'd probably just fold. I think sometimes you could, if you know Satnam's raising all of these types of hands, you've seen him raise fold to an 8 big blind, you might decide that I want to choose this hand as like a 3-bet.
Alright, okay.
But we do see ace-5 on ace-5 action.
Yes.
And it's usually the person who's the most aggressive
It
that
is
will win
indeed.
the hand.
Are we just going to check it down, or are we just going to try and stick in 1 BB?
Check, 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 check. And ace on the river. So much for aggression.
We're in
Check,
ace.
check,
Yeah,
check.
me too.
There we go. Last hand of the night.
One more hand. What's Cassie doing? I'm not coming in to deal the last hand, shall I? That wasn't it, was it?
That was it, I think.
What was it? I miscount. How can you miscount 4? No, there's one more, isn't there?
Did we miscount?
Ah.
No, I think that's it.
How can you miscount 4?
That's pretty bad.
That is absolutely shocking. We're going to quickly run over to have a quick chat with the guys that are around the tables and quickly grab them. But how can you miscount 4? Just finished with 16. Actually, just about to finish for the day. But this table, look at this stacked table. This stacked Alex Montgomery yet again. He's always here. Tell you what, he'll be asking for bed and breakfast in Coventry soon. That kid, I tell you. I tell you, Dooley. Look, good to see you. How are we doing, Jamie?
Good, thanks.
Good to see you, sir. How was the day? You stay there, you. Stay there, fish. But sit down. Unbelievable. Come here, Jamie. How was it?
Yeah, not too bad. Just got to like 350. That was my peak. Really,
not seen too much of you in the last 6 to 9 months, but it's great to see you at the tables. Are you coming back to play tournaments?
I'm starting to play cash tournaments back now. Yeah.
Come back.
Come back.
Come back. We love watching you play.
I feel like everyone's forgotten me.
Star. You're an absolute star. Jamie Lee's bagged up. And somehow, my old mucker, Ewan Jones, has made a day 3.
For a change.
I know. We don't do this very often, me and you. On day 3.
You said yesterday I only play aces and kings.
Yeah. What did you not will come out with?
Kings against aces. Rivered a king, and I've just rivered a 10 against Jamie there. So he had 9s, I had 10s. I thought, oh well, I'm out.
Yeah.
But yeah, another lucky river. I've had 4.
It's what you need. It's what you need.
Oh, absolutely,
you can't just.
Absolutely.
You can't just live on skill alone.
No, I mean, to be fair, what's the blinds now? I haven't been above 24 blinds, so all day. Well, so yeah, I'm
grind.
I've got lucky, but I've also hung out there,
well done,
just hung it out like.
Glad you made a day 3.
Yeah, cheers.
There's a lot of people out there rooting for you.
Yeah,
you're one
thanks,
of the
mate.
You're one of the old times. I love it.
Let me go and see how the Chiefs are getting
Go
on.
get the Chiefs. He's got the American football on, and Steve Barnes, my dark horse for the year.
Hey, good shout from you, wasn't it?
I tell you what,
you
when you were in the chat box and who's your pick for this year, and I mentioned your name, you're like, well, actually.
Yeah, brilliant shout from you.
You've had a good week.
Oh, I've had a really good week. Yeah, I've run really well. Obviously 8th in the mini, cashed in the high roller, and then today's just went as well as it could have. Kings v Jacks before for a big stack.
Lovely.
It went about as good as it could have gone today.
What have we bagged up?
480.
Oh,
so it's a nice stack. Yeah, coming back to 12k big blind.
40 bigs.
Yeah, so I'm really happy with that. A lot of good players left, but
I'm not being funny, but if you win this, you'll have known you've played poker for the last 3 days.
Yeah.
Because this is a stacked field.
Yeah, this is a really good field. Yeah, really tough. I mean, I had Luke on me left the whole day. Really tough, blind on blind stuff. Yeah, so it's been tough, but I find the game most challenging when it's at its hardest.
Yeah.
So I like these fields, so it's really tough. But looking forward to tomorrow. Excellent. Get a good sleep, go again. Final
16. He's going to be on it, whether he's on feature table to start with or not, we'll find out in the morning. They're playing for just short of £81,000. Come and join us, but we'll go back straight away, straight into the comps. All right, nice lad, that fella doing them interviews. So the final 16, the final 16. Just watch out for that Steve Barnes, I tell you. He said he's going to do a lot of events, so it's his 3rd cash this week. So Keith Littlewood, chip leader, Stefan Lazar, second in chips. Stefan, as we saw, Satnam in RC in seat number 3rd in chips, who was in seat number 1. Chris Johnson with 153,000. I think he doubled up as well.
Did he?
Late on. He did. Jamie Lee, who lost the 9s against the 10s, as he should, but hit the 9.
Yeah.
Nice to see Ewan Jones on 25 bigs as well for day 3. Jamie Botti, he's got 40 bigs. So, there's a book tomorrow, and Jay's little pick would be Hong Zhang Li.
Yeah.
There is a book on Grosvenor Sport tomorrow morning, so check it from around about 8 AM if you fancy a little punt and a little flutter while you're watching the live stream, while we're doing the tickets for the giveaway, while we've got the live stream free roll on at 6 o'clock as well. So just check Grosvenor Sport tomorrow morning. It has been a great day. I didn't think we'd get down to 2 tables, I must admit. I thought 3 tables it would have been coming back, but we eventually got down to 16 players and 2 tables. But we are crowning a champion of the first leg of the GUKPT season, whatever, in 2025-19, I think it is. Season 19.
Wow.
So, we'll be looking forward to this event tomorrow. We will see you tomorrow at 12:20. That is what time we're on all the way through. And don't forget the big one, the £1,500 giveaway for the seat to the UK
big
Open.
one.
There's a few people on the wheel already. There will be more during the day as we get down to the final table. But it should be an absolute cracker. Thanks to Thomas for coming into the comms.
Happy to be here.
Did you make it through to day 2 of the Cup?
Chip leader.
Whoa, I didn't know that. I went out as you came in, so you tell Jay. You didn't tell me. Chip leader?
Yeah.
How many's left?
Maybe like 40.
Fantastic. Well, I hope we don't see you tomorrow until the very end. If you finish before this event, then come and see us.
Yeah. If I'm starting the stream,
if not,
it's not being a good day.
But if not, good luck in the Cup. We will see you from 12:30, myself and Jay, all the way through to crowning the champion of leg number 1 of the GUKPT 2025 here in Coventry. See you tomorrow. Ta-ta.
Bye now.